All right, guys, we are almost ready to get this show on the road. Welcome, guys, to Outbreak. We got double moderate risks. Guys, let's get this show on the road.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
So, guys, you heard it here first. Outbreak is starting now. We have a crazy busy show ahead. We got a moderate risk today. We got a moderate risk tomorrow. We're going to be live today. We're going to be live tomorrow. There's going to be a lot to cover in the next couple of days. So, for those that maybe it's your first time watching Outbreak, what is Outbreak? It's brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks, and you're going to see people you might know from the podcast on here. Phil, Dina. We got Dina and Greg right now, and I think Phil's going to join us later. And you're going to see other unfamiliar faces like Dan Wallace and Cassandra from time to time, right? But what are we doing here at Outbreak? Outbreak is we're going to take a look. We're going to go live on days of severe weather, like we said, and we're going to take a look at, the radar, what's going on with the radar, but also we want to explain not only what's going on, but why, right? That's really what there's a lot of other people that kind of do a really good job of streaming and showing kind of the radar, but we want to take it a step further and say, okay, yes, we see this is happening on the radar, but why is this happening? Also, what could be happening next, right? Where are the areas of instability? Where are the areas of shear? So our goal in Outbreak is really to add some education and really try to help the public stay safe. And we will have fun from time to time. So once again, welcome guys for glad you guys joined the show. Just want to say thank you to all of our Patreon members. You guys ultimately make this show run. If you're not familiar with Patreon, it's a service you can go and actually donate to the Stormfront Freaks podcast and now Outbreak. There's different levels you can donate at, right? And there's different categories. I think category 5 is our highest level. So I just want to thank you to anyone, whatever level you're at. Thank you from the bottom of our heart for supporting the stream. And really anyone that's watching, I want to thank you guys for just watching the show, right? And if you are watching on YouTube, I would encourage you guys to like and subscribe the show. That helps us out way more than you could ever think. It's a really small action. You see that little like button, you see that little subscribe button, hit both of those. And what that allows you to do is every time we go live, you'll see us. It'll pop up and a notification will come to you guys and say, hey, the Stormfront Freaks podcast or Outbreak is live. And that allows you guys to never miss a moment of either our podcast or the Outbreak show. So once again, from the bottom of our heart, thank you guys for joining and thank you guys for watching. Now I want to bring in the freaks that we got here. So currently we've got Dina Knightley and we also have Greg, and both of those, but Dina and Greg are both members of our podcast. And they're Stormfront freaks just like I am. So Dina,
well, we are not just like you, Brady.
Oh yeah, you are. You're better than me. You're better than me, and I know it.
Brady, you have a meteorology degree.
Hey, I know, but I think
we both went to Ohio State. We do have that.
Yes, exactly. We both went to Ohio State, and you know what? Here's the deal. I'm glad you guys are here because sometimes I do this by myself. And it's hard, and sometimes I miss stuff, especially on busy days like today. So, Greg, Dina, do you guys have any? Did you have you gotten a chance to look at today and see what is today like in your guys' mind?
I mean, this moderate risk has been going up this afternoon, and some of the reports coming out of the Storm Prediction Center, I've seen that some of this hail, they were using the big words, like your adult words today. Like it's very large, dangerous. When they're saying it could get up to 4-inch hail.
I heard the word giant. Softball. I heard the word giant being thrown around.
There was giant. There was, I'm trying to remember, like, when you hear them use the big words, it's getting serious. But I've already seen in Texas a roof get ripped off a barn with 88-mile-an-hour winds. I've seen power poles down in Texas. There's severe thunderstorm watches up from Texas through all the way into Missouri, and they've got watch boxes, both severe and tornado, going at the same time. But you're going to get some winds. That's going to take down power poles, so you might be out of power. This kind of hail, if you have a garage, park your car in the garage. If you don't, see if you can find somewhere you could park it, like some kind of covered structure. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of body work to do on your car.
Yep.
And the biggest thing too is like, all day you can hear, oh, severe, severe, severe. But think about where you're going today. If you are at home, if you're going out, think about if you are in a warning, if you get into a warning, where am I going to go? If you're going, if you're still at work, if you're coming home, if you're at a friend's, whatever, know where to go. Okay. Things.
Completely agree with that, Dina. And Greg, what are your thoughts on today?
Well, I'm looking at what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has done, and one of the things I'm really happy to see, as far as like, let's back up. As a storm chaser, we want to see storms, we want to see tornadoes. As general public, people that are in the path of these things, obviously not a great thing. But if we're looking to see tornadoes, we're looking to see severe weather. Early in the day, I was feeling a little bit blue because there's a lot of cloud cover out there, and I was worried that maybe there wouldn't be enough energy to get these storms going, but it looks like that's not an issue. And to support that theory, the Storm Prediction Center has added a new tornado watch to the mix that covers Missouri and parts of southern Illinois. And so that obviously speaks to the fact that they are seeing this ramp up quickly as well. And I think currently we have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across the watch area. And obviously we're still early. I don't think things were really supposed to start firing off until about 7 p.m. Central. So still have a little bit of time before we get there.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. Go ahead, Dina.
Oh, I mean, the sun is still up. So, and I'm looking at some of these surface reports. I mean, we're getting temperatures in the upper 70s into the 80s, especially in Texas. Dew points are at least in the mid 60s and up. So that's what you need. And you've got a dry line, a front. You've got all the necessary ingredients for this. So,
and it is a pretty crazy dry line. There were places kind of in that central Texas area where, in a 40-mile span, you had dew points that went from like high 60s down to the high 30s over, the course of 30 or 40 miles. And so that's a pretty sharp dry line. And you can see there's a line of storms. Brady, in your satellite image, you can see that line of storms right through that central Texas region, which are already starting to fire off. And I mean, if I'm a storm chaser, I would, based on what the models have been saying all day and how these storms have really fired off exactly as the models kind of predicted, I would be sitting on I-35 somewhere north of Dallas. You want to avoid Dallas Metro, but somewhere north of Dallas, maybe even up to Ardmore, Oklahoma, along I-35 looks to be a prime spot here over the next hour or so.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, Dina and Greg, that's why I love having you guys. I think we're all going to be looking at this and nowcasting it as it happens. And there's going to be things that, like the dry line, right? You can just see it. I mean, just on radar, if you look right in the center part of Texas.
Yeah.
Right? And so
like Midland, Texas is a 35-degree dew point. Dallas, Texas has a 68-degree dew point.
Yeah, right. Now. That's crazy. Yeah,
that's juicy.
It's absolutely crazy. And you guys are leading me right in the next segment where we're going to talk about we're going to talk about the setup, right? Because we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to get to those in a second. I don't think we currently have any tornado warnings right now.
No tornado warnings,
which is good. So we're going to get to the radar in just a sec to show you what it is. But before we do that, let's get into the setup and the ingredients, why we're doing this. It's a moderate risk, but we're going to go through all that right now.
Time now for our outbreak setup.
Okay, so this is the part of the show where we're going to take a look at the setup and exactly what are we looking at for today, because we're going to have a busy day. We're going to have a busy day today. We're going to have a busy day tomorrow. And we got moderate risks both days. We could even have a high risk tomorrow. I would not be surprised with what the models are saying if we get a high risk tomorrow for Ohio, which is where I live, and it's absolutely insane. So anyway, but let's focus on today. So currently we got a moderate risk for central and eastern Oklahoma. We also have an enhanced risk that goes into Missouri, portions of southern Illinois, southern Indiana. The slight risk even goes into portions of southern Ohio. But that risk then extends back into even parts of Texas and northern Arkansas, where we currently are getting some storms that are producing some pretty heavy hail. Tornado risk today is significant, right? I think the reason, just reading the SPC wording, the reason why they upgraded it to a moderate risk was for hail, but because of the fact that we're going to have these supercells, the National Weather Service does seem to think, and the Storm Prediction Center does seem to think, that there could be an area of strong tornadoes that we could get. And that's what this 10% hatched means, right? 10% is basically saying we think somewhere within this, you pick a point within that. If within 25 miles of that point, there's a 10% chance of seeing a tornado. And the hatched risk basically means we could have strong tornadoes, EF2 to EF5. So that's a pretty significant risk that we're looking at for tornadoes. And the wind risk is there too. The wind risk is a little bit further to the east, mainly because of the fact that these storms, I think, are going to combine, form into a line, and push their way east into the Ohio Valley. But there still is a pretty significant risk for some wind. But look, tornadoes are obviously the real threat, but hail is probably one of the most widespread effects of this. 45% risk of hail is significant. That when you see that, the purple on this map, 45%, that means that we're expecting some very, very significant hail in portions of Oklahoma and just to the east. So that is going to be one of our threats today. Is the widespread, not only severe weather, but also widespread hail. So we could be looking at some baseball, tennis ball, maybe larger than that. So if you are seeing any hail, if you do live in any of those regions, I really encourage you to send in pictures to my Twitter account, Stormcat5, or send it in to Stormfront Freaks Twitter account. We'll get both of those and we'll show it on the show. So that would be awesome. But that's really what today is all about. Here's the current satellite of the region. We have, like Greg had said, look, there's a ton of clouds. There's a ton of clouds in the area. And, but I still think there's plenty of instability. And we'll look at that in just a second. There's plenty of instability. There's plenty of shear. And there's this really apparent dry line that's draped across central Texas. That's the focal point of some pretty explosive storms right now, pushing into central and eastern Texas. So I think a lot of those are severe thunderstorm warned at this point. Now looking at the SPC analysis. So this is an area that we come to when we're looking at, okay, what are the current conditions outside? What's the CAPE currently, right? Remember, CAPE is energy in the atmosphere. What's that, right? So basically, CAPE is a parameter that us meteorologists use to see how much energy this storm could have. So the higher the value, the higher the number, the higher the energy this storm will have. So looking at central Oklahoma, there's about 2,500 CAPE. In southern Oklahoma, there's about 2,000 CAPE. There's anywhere where you see the blue, that means there's a bit of a cap in place, which it's about, I think, central time there, so it's about 5:22. So they still have some daytime heating left. So this cap could erode, and if you look at the radar overlay, that's probably why you don't have widespread storms developing in this region, because you've got still a little bit of a cap in place. So you need something to lift the storms over top of that cap. So anywhere you see blue, that's bad. I guess good depending on how you use it. But there's plenty of CAPE. There's plenty of CAPE. 2,000 to 2,500 is plenty of CAPE to get these things rolling. Now let's look at the shear. So we're looking at the effective shear here. This is basically wind shear. Once again, is winds turning and changing speed or direction with height in the atmosphere. So as the winds at the surface, and then as the winds go higher and higher and higher, right? The question is, do they change direction or do they change speed? They do both. If they do one, then you're going to get wind shear. So pretty significant wind shear values right now. 75, 85 wind shear. That's pretty high. So we've got plenty of wind shear in play. And now I'm actually pretty curious to see, do we have any helicity at play? And if you remember our last stream, the issue was there was plenty of helicity, plenty of wind shear. There wasn't a ton of CAPE. In this situation, there isn't as much helicity, right? So remember the last time the values we were looking at were 300, 400, 500. This setup, there's not as much, right? So these updrafts of these thunderstorms, at least right now, aren't necessarily rotating, or they don't have a lot of helicity to rotate with. And so that's why I think right now we're not seeing a lot of tornadoes. But that could change as we go throughout the night. And I think they are expecting, so this is where the moderate, or where the 10% tornado risk is in parts of eastern Oklahoma, western, southern Missouri, and the helicity is a little bit higher there. So that kind of makes sense, right, if you think about it. So, but both of those we're going to have to keep an eye on. Wind shear and the helicity are still going to be enough to cause supercells as we go throughout the afternoon and evening. Another thing I like to look at are the soundings. And let's just these were actually done at 20 UTC, which was a couple, about an hour or two ago. And the soundings here, let's just take a look at Texas to see what we see. And look at
That's
that.
quite a cap there, buddy.
That is quite a cap. You are right about that, Dina. That is quite a cap here. And if you can kind of see, just look at. I mean, that's why we don't have widespread storms right now. I mean, we do, but that's what we're talking about when we say a cap. Is when you see this kind of angle right here, or this flat part. That's what we call a cap. So, but once you get past that cap, look at all the cape we've got. So we've got all this kind of unrealized cape. We've got a cap in place, and that cap probably, this sounding this isn't now. This was taken 20 UTC, so that's a couple hours ago. So this cap could be probably as less at this particular point, but that's probably why we don't have extreme storms right now. And looking at the if I scroll to the left over here. Looking at the helicity values and looking at the shear, got plenty of shear, don't have a lot of helicity. So once again, that's probably why these storms aren't necessarily rotating a ton, is because there isn't as much helicity, I think, as you would expect. And let's look at the one in Arkansas. Same thing. Look at that. Look at all of these have caps. This one isn't as bad. This one's in. So,
Brady, can you pick a sounding at Ardmore, Oklahoma?
Ardmore, Oklahoma. So these are
just north of Dallas, about halfway between Dallas and OKC.
Yeah, this is so probably. Well, so I've got OKC. These are the actual official.
I gotcha.
Service
Okay.
ones. Okay. But I could let me just see if I can. Because let's just look at this is the 12 UTC Oklahoma City. So this is a little bit probably north of
Brady,
that.
if you look for that, I mean, you can look for that if you have to, because I mean, Greg and you guys, I mean, all it takes is to break that cap, all that energy sitting there ready to go. We've got that.
I mean, I'm looking at Arkansas right now is really kind of being out of play almost entirely until quite late tonight, as these storms that are currently in Texas and Oklahoma move over there. But the two areas, Brady, that would really interest me right now, if I was actually out chasing, would be southwest Missouri, Joplin, Springfield, that area, and that southeast corner of Oklahoma as well. And if I'm chasing, the last place I think I would want to be right now is up in Missouri and Illinois, just because I think it's going to be pretty messy. It looks like the storm's gonna they're gonna line out into a bowing structure fairly quickly. And for storm chasing, what you really need is discrete storms, and that's kind of what's happening in Texas right now, and currently actually quite a lot of explosive convection happening in central Oklahoma. So that's where I would be looking right now, and to me, it would seem that if we pick some soundings in those two areas, we probably have a little bit more. Or a little bit less capping going on, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would agree, and I'll pull that sounding up in just a second, Dina. But yeah,
and I'm looking. Yeah, I just sent you a link, but I'm looking at some of those too, Greg. I'm not sharing my screen, but yeah, I mean, there's a tiny bit of a cap on some of these, not like the ones that Brady had up that were extremely capped.
Yeah. Those look a little
too
too
it's
capped.
coming down.
Yeah,
those are capped. But you could tell as you kind of move around, it's not going to take much for some of these.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and then I'm looking at, say, the upper air. Oh yeah, I'm seeing some of these that aren't capped at all, but I'm looking at some of these upper level winds. I mean, these are 140, 100, almost 50 knot winds at 200 millibars. So it's got, you've got lift, you've got the thermal dynamics part of this. I feel like it's all about this cap right now. So once it breaks, it's going to be a problem. I know I've been reading some of this, some of the official reports. They're talking about significant swaths of storm potential through 10 o'clock in Oklahoma, along and south of a line from, I hope I say this right, Siloam Springs to southeast Tulsa County, north of the line. The scenario keeps the heart of metro area out of the highest potential, but this is all near Tulsa. So they're worried, definitely around Tulsa, Oklahoma City, that whole area right there. It's not looking that great.
Yep.
Brady,
yeah,
can you
go
pull up? Can you pull up on radar west of Dallas? And I think you're, yeah, there you go. That storm that's just
Wow.
west of Mineral Wells right now seems to be a thing. And now, Brady, is it possible? Can you turn off your? For some reason, it looks like you're even on your map. Anything that's green is showing up with your background.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up black.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll turn that off.
So we got to figure out how that's gonna work with your green screen.
I was
That's
wondering
really
what you were
weird.
doing with that, Brady. I was like, you got a weird color table or?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
really? Is it showing? Are the colors
Yeah,
showing weird?
yeah. Like your background right now
Uh.
is showing up wherever green is on the map.
Oh,
So it's
I think I know. All right, let me. I think I know.
But
what's
these
up.
were some of
Anyway,
the storms
yeah.
that had like
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
I was wondering, because it was showing up weird on my screen, and I was like, "Wait a second, these colors don't seem right." So, thank you guys. Thanks for bearing with us. These are growing pains of Outbreak. We're just getting this thing booted up. So,
If you can put that into motion as well, Brady, this is, I think, right at the moment, probably the most interesting storm. And you can see as it's developing, it really is kind of taking on that supercellular structure. You can see that the lightning is also ramping up. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Even the one to the south of it right now looks interesting as well. And I would keep an eye on that line of storms. I think those are the most interesting. And there's also a few up in Oklahoma as well that have gone warned as well.
look at that.
which,
Look at the hail.
those
at
look
the
like they've
hail.
got good hail in them too.
Yeah.
The hail with this warning is 2.75 inches. I mean, that is
Yeah.
that is so
They've-
big.
I've seen it.
That's
They've actually
insane.
reported it already. And
Yeah, have they
2.75 is a
really?
baseball. So think about getting hit by a bunch of baseballs.
Yeah, that would not recommend going outside and trying to hit those. I don't think that would be smart. I think I would stay. And the fascinating thing is this is headed right towards just north of downtown Texas. So if this thing holds together, it is going to do some serious hail damage to Dallas, to areas north, Plano.
They're going to get delays. They're going to
I
have
would
man.
definitely say Denton would be in the target zone.
Denton.
Get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder why they
I can't be
named
the first person to come up with that joke, but
No, I wonder why
No.
they named that town Denton. That is that's pretty crazy. All right, hey guys, this is from we had a question about helicity from Autumn here, and Autumn, Miss Pink-haired Christian. So, Greg, you want to take this?
no,
Come on,
Brady,
Greg. You're the-
listen, I don't know if we've discussed this before, but I'm a photographer.
hey,
Remember though, we talk about updrafts, we talk about this, but helicity is the spin this way. So when Brady's talking about you need the spin, you need the helicity, that's what you're needing. And this is like in the horizontal, not the vertical. So
Yep.
that's your spin there. So when you start seeing high helicity, you're getting rotation.
Yep.
Hopefully
exactly.
that's an easy way to say it.
Yep. No, Dina's right on, right? It's essentially like it's the way the winds are in the atmosphere, and it's the potential for a storm to rotate with those winds. So higher values means as that wind gets sucked up by the updraft, it will rotate. It tends to rotate more. Lower values, as that wind gets sucked up, it doesn't tend to rotate. So not only
And you'll get good hail out of it. If it goes up and then it stays up, Um, but that's why when you were showing some of that radar and you were getting those high echo returns, I mean, you're probably getting a lot of hail in there.
Yeah. Hmm.
So I'm thinking, I know
Can
like
you
we've been out in that part of the the country before and there's not a ton out there, but I know like even the barns are getting hit. A roof was ripped off a barn. So
Brady, can you
it's
zoom
on
back
its
into
way.
the Mineral Wells storm for a second?
Yeah. It's
Uh, so
yeah.
you can see it's actually already it does have some rotation. It's not
That
super
does have a
tight.
little
It's
bit.
Yeah, it's not significant, but essentially what we're seeing here is where you have green on the radar. This is a velocity scan. Where you have green on the radar means that the winds are moving towards the radar station, and where you've got red, it means that winds are moving away from the radar station. Now, this isn't really this is actually kind of going in the wrong direction as far as rotation. We should be seeing on the south side of that red a little bit of green going the other way, maybe a
Yeah.
little bit brighter green. But anyway, it does indicate that there is some rotation in the storm, and we'll see how this one develops. But right now, for my money, this would be the storm that I would be watching the closest right now.
I would agree. Yeah, the I mean this thing has, and that's why they said with this warning winds of 7 miles an hour, because this thing is absolutely, the downdraft is just cranking, and really I think the downdraft is those winds are just dominating the outflow, right?
Yeah.
And you've got
Well,
some
and then
inflow.
there's a new report just out of that cell, just that one, 2-inch hail. This was about
Wow.
15 minutes ago. So, I mean, all that red and pink, you're going to get some big, and that's just what's reported, that there could be something bigger coming out of there too.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can tell this whole storm has massive hail, right? A lot of times, so this is the correlation coefficient. A lot of times we use this to, as meteorologists, to say, okay, is there, debris balls or debris in the air? Is this storm, usually with a tornado? But in this case, we can actually also see hail, because what this essentially is, and Phil's gonna love when I play this. We're gonna play our quick education minute moment. This is a good teaching moment. Now it's for me too, right? So check it out. So essentially, this measurement, the correlation coefficient, right? Like I said, we use it for debris to see if there's debris in the air. But it basically is just like measuring, okay, all the particles in the air, are they all the same consistency? Like, when you see all red, all the same color essentially, like down here, down here. These are all mostly raindrops of relatively similar size. But when you see the different colors up here, that means the radar is saying, okay, there's different particles than just like rain or cloud, right? And in this case, this isn't debris, most likely. It's hail. It's large hail. When we see kind of these yellows and oranges, that's a pretty good indication that there is some absolutely massive hail lofted inside of this storm. And where does that hail have to go? It's just going to go straight down onto the people of Grafford, unfortunately. So if you live in,
You know what's crazy about this? This looks like a mess, but the science behind it is crazy because scientists have figured out a way to figure out, okay, is this a raindrop? Like say maybe a raindrop like you're used to seeing. It could see what it looks like. Is it flat? Because as it comes down and hits the wind, it kind of, how a raindrop might flatten out. So it could tell if it's rain, if it's flat, if it's not, if it's round, or I'm using that kind of in a weird way, round, it could be frozen. So it can tell by all those particles by how it's falling. And when you see different ones like that, you might be getting a mix in there, but some of it could be just rain, some of it could be hail. And it's amazing how it can take a scan, and as it comes down, if it's starting to flatten like a raindrop would, or if it's freezing. I mean, that's really, when you're looking at maps like this, you're looking at where all the big changes are.
yeah, exactly, Dina.
Brady, can you pull up south of Columbia, Missouri, and also west of St. Louis? There are two cells that have gone severe warned up in
Whoa.
Missouri up there. And if you go back to the reflectivity, you can see they're not super well organized right now, but in particular the one south of Columbia near
Oh,
Jefferson
that looks
City.
good.
Yeah, it's really taking on a bit of a comma shape to it. And I'm almost wondering if that portion that's just south of the main cell almost looks like it's inflow that's being maybe sucked into the
Oh yeah.
into the updraft. But
Yeah.
these will be two interesting storms to watch, and they are in currently in the tornado watch region, and so that's certainly. Something to keep an eye on. And definitely this one is rotating as we would expect. Obviously not a super tight rotation at the moment. Definitely not probably any sort of tornado warning or anything like that, but definitely something to watch over the next 35, 40 minutes as this one develops.
Greg, you are like totally spot on. I'm just
Yeah.
looking at some of the government stuff, and they're doing, they just sent out something about this. They're saying strong to severe thunderstorms will move northeast along and north of I-44 in the next 1 to 3 hours. It's just what you were saying.
Yep.
These will bring the threat for isolated large hail, wind gusts of 70 miles per hour, and a tornado can't be ruled out. The storms from Oklahoma will move in after from 8 to 9, so they might get something after that. But yeah, you were looking just right at that. So
and
that's,
obviously
that's
the real risk, the risk factor here is Jefferson City. Obviously, that's a populated area, and I'm not real up on my capital cities, but is Jefferson City the capital of Missouri? I don't know. I thought maybe it was,
that would be a great question for.
I mean,
Google
doesn't it
or
just sound like
ChatGPT.
it actually sounds like a capital of something.
Jefferson City, you're right. It is.
Is it? Right on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Knock one up for the Canadians over here. Right on.
Woo-hoo!
All right, but yeah, Greg, you are right. I mean, spot on. This thing looks like it has some. I mean, the warning only says 1.5 or 1 3/4 inch hail, but I mean, this has got, when you see reflectivity values like this, I mean, that's some pretty large hail.
Inch and a half hail will do a number on your vehicle.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Yeah, you in a lot of ways, you'd almost rather have the big ones than the little ones, because then you can guarantee that the car's done and you can take it to your insurance agent. 1.5 inch hail just becomes a giant annoyance, but
that's gonna look like you just got beat up. That's ping pong, like a ping pong.
Brady, can you just put this one in motion on the reflectivity? Let's just see how this is developing as it goes here.
Here, let me get the reflectivity here. Yeah, I mean this storm, and what I'll do here, let me put it on the I'll put it on the scroll bar. But yeah, I mean the latest velocity scan actually had a little bit, so it looks like it's having. I mean, there's almost like a second cell developing down here.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think that what's happening with that lower portion is, and I think we'll see this over the next couple scans. I think that's kind of cloud debris or convective debris that's being sucked into that larger storm. You can see over the last couple of scans, it really seems to be intensifying, and we can see that really bright blue in the middle of that storm, and that seems to coincide with where that bright green, kind of like a rear flank kind of downdraft coming in. Yeah, right in there, exactly.
Yeah, there's an area. I mean, you can see the inflow, just like you said, Greg, coming in here. That's this storm. That's this storm down here, and then you have these reds up here. That's kind of the outflow. That's the downdraft, and even, I mean, so broad area of rotation here. So
do we know how fast this storm is moving, Brady? Do you have a storm track on there?
Yeah, my guess. 40 miles an hour.
Wow, that's a fast moving storm. So that's going to be in Jefferson City in the next few minutes, and won't take many scans. But let's look at let's look at this one west of St. Louis, Brady, because that one does have a bit of a look at that, a little bit of that kind of comma presentation, that little hook developing with that inflow notch, as Brady just described. And unfortunately, Dina, it's so close to that KLSX radar station that most of the storm, it looks maybe less impressive than it is because it's so close to the radar station. So, it'll be interesting to see how this one develops. But clearly, you've got some rotation with that green and red clearly showing up in the image.
Trying to get my bearings where I see St. Louis on the map. Okay.
So Brady,
this
put
is
that one
just
into
west.
motion.
Yeah.
Let's put that one into motion. See what's happening.
Tell you what,
yeah, it's
look at the interesting. Look at when you put it into motion. And I'm actually gonna do this. So when you put this one actually into motion, look at the right turn it starts to take. Towards the end
just
of the frame.
Just on the last couple of scans. Hey,
You see,
and now watch the Jefferson City storm as you do that same thing. That little cell that was being inflowed, sucked in. And look at the amount of lightning on that last
crazy.
scan. Look at the ramp up in lightning activity. So I think we've oh wow, look at those have come right together now. So
yeah, and I mean you get these bolts of lightning that are coming out of the storm, right? And I feel like that's usually an indication that we got a new updraft developing. We got a bunch of inflow just getting sucked up here.
Yeah, that looks good. And that cap is and it's forecast to erode right there too, but it's moving quick.
Now, Brady, this would be a good time to let anybody who's tuned in, just to let them know, if you go over to, you can watch this stream. If you're currently watching on YouTube, you can actually watch the YouTube feed on our stormfrontfreaks.com page, and we have an Outbreak tab in the menu, and you can go and look at. Now, what's cool here is if you look on the right side of the screen, there's a little button that says send a message, and when you click on that message, you can actually send us an audio message, which will play live if you want to tell us what you're seeing, and there's actually a tab on the right side too over there, Brady, on the right side of the screen. Yeah, all the way over. Yeah, there we go. And so you can record your message. We will play it live. Obviously, if it's something, mentioning about how good looking Brady is, or if
no one's going to be saying that, Greg.
Or if you're asking
is
for,
going to be saying that,
or if you're asking
watching, which I
and
don't
you're
think
asking
so.
for Dina's phone number or something, we're not going to play those ones. But if you are seeing something interesting or have a question that you'd like to ask us or like us to address on screen, we can do that if you send us a message, and we get them literally as soon as they get recorded. Also, if you are tuning in on the website or on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, because we are going to be doing Outbreak, live streaming Outbreak. Brady's going to be doing it throughout the storm season. And we will have different guests on each episode. Every time we have an outbreak, depending on who's available, we'll have different co-hosts, and we'll have some special guests throughout the storm season as well. So subscribe to the YouTube channel, and hit us up with a message on stormfrontfreaks.com. And like I said, we'll be doing this all season. It's something new. This is our third episode doing it. Brady's crushed the first couple, but they were kind of underwhelming, right, Brady? Would that be a fair?
Well, so the first.
Well, the
That
one was
the weather,
the first,
though, not Brady.
Yeah. Sorry, the weather I meant was underwhelming. The second one, the first one was outstanding, right? The first one
we did was like a closed group. We were just trying stuff out, and of course, I literally had tornadoes on top of me. Second one, yes, it was supposed to be a big day, and it didn't materialize, thankfully. But yeah, I think we've had some good success so far. But we always appreciate feedback. So anytime you guys have anything you would like to see, any improvements to the show, or whether you just want to let us know that we did a good job too, let us know. Please do it in the chat. You can email us as well, and leave us a message like Greg was saying. And there's actually a QR code in the top right-hand corner of the screen. So go ahead and you can take a picture of that with your phone, and that works like any other QR code, and that'll actually take you to this page where you can go ahead and leave a message, and we'll hopefully play it on the show, assuming it's appropriate, not
well, if you've watched Stormfront Freaks, what's
right.
appropriate is
you know what, you're right, it's all relative.
Relative.
We might get you on the true bot there. And I see Phil just joined us too. Phil, how are you doing, brother? You got your setup all ready to go?
For the most part, yeah. I'm gonna have to step out and then step back in and in and out. But I've been kind of listening. You guys are doing great. I did want to share one thing that I've noticed. You guys were talking about that St. Louis storm. Actually, I'm gonna pull up a different one here.
And Brady, maybe you can zoom in on the either the St. Louis storm or the Jefferson
That
City
Jefferson
storm.
City one is reporting
Yeah.
quarter size hail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they showed, I saw a picture out of on Twitter. I mean, this is probably a good inch of, you could see it in his hand. So it's got some good
That's
hail in it.
nuts. Yeah.
All right, so this is from the NOAA CIMSS severe probability site, and what it does is it basically looks at storms, and based on certain conditions, it tries to forecast out the probability for certain severe weather. Now, this is currently set for within the next hour, and looking at that storm coming on to St. Louis, this is showing, and it's really small, so it's hard to see it, but 48% probability for hail, and I think we've already been getting hail from this one. 78% for severe wind levels, but this one is showing a 43% probability for tornado in the next hour.
And what about the one Jefferson City, Phil, just to the west?
Yeah, we'll check that. This one wasn't as high when I last looked. 91% for severe hail, 92% severe wind, but only 8% tornado probability in the next hour.
Interesting.
The radar image, the image that you have on that screen, Phil, does look a little bit dated. The current radar image is showing a pretty significant inflow notch now. And that's
on which one? Jefferson City?
On Jefferson City, yeah. Jefferson City looks a little bit different. I suspect that percentage may have changed because it looks primed right now to at least be in the running for maybe some sort of tornado warning. Maybe it's not there yet, but it's pretty significant.
I would agree.
Brady, you want to zoom in on that Jefferson City storm? What do we got here, Phil?
This is from the Missouri Department of Transportation. This is on the west side of Jefferson City. My guess is the storm we've been looking at is there on the left.
Got it.
Yeah.
But is this moving straight east? I haven't been paying attention. Straight east or northeast?
Northeast.
It was northeast. It's taking a right turn now.
Yeah, it's almost moving.
Arcing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost moving. Well, I would say east-northeast right now.
Mm-hmm.
Currently dumping hail on Russellville, Missouri. But Brady, can you zoom in on that radar scan? Show us full screen on that radar scan right now.
Yeah, let me actually, I gotta real quick. Let me just I gotta rejigger the camera.
Mainly, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I think it's just hitting that
hear
warm front. Yeah, it's flowing up and kind of hitting that warm front,
and that's why it's moving
kind of
east.
turn. Yeah.
And so I mean, you can see just in the last couple of frames, it's starting to make a right turn, which is pretty troublesome.
And they've but they've also just extended the warning out to the east now as well.
Yeah. So we got some ping pong size hail. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So not necessarily. I mean, ping pong size hail is nothing to joke about, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, at least aren't they're nothing to sniff at. But it's not necessarily incredibly dangerous. But still, ping pong bong size hail could do some serious damage.
Ping bong bong.
Ping,
I know.
Ping bong bong.
Because really, hey Greg, you probably know better than I do. Like, how big does it have to be before it starts cracking your windshield?
Ping pong size. Yeah.
Ping pong.
Ping pong
Yeah.
size.
Yeah.
Ping pong. We just want to say that a couple more times.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. But yeah. So if you're in St. Louis, I'd be watching the storm very closely.
Yeah.
Because,
Look at that.
I mean, look, this is a broad area of rotation. You got winds starting to move this way. You got really strong winds on the southern side of this starting to move this way. All it's going to take is for it to have a little bit of helicity and ingest that, and because it's already turning right, so it's already, I mean, it's clearly riding along some sort of boundary, and that was what we said about today. right, is there wasn't necessarily widespread helicity. There wasn't necessarily widespread potential for these crazy tornadoes. There was more isolated pockets. And where a storm rode along the warm front or rode along an existing boundary, that's going to be trouble. And the fact that this is starting to turn to the right has me a little bit worried for downtown St. Louis. It's moving right at you guys.
Phil, if you can find a camera somewhere like Defiance or even anywhere in West St. Louis, Chesterfield, I mean, I really think that this, the look of this storm on radar is a bit deceiving just because it's so close to the radar station. You can see the kind of, if you go back to the reflectivity for a minute, Brady, you'll see that the image is so distorted on the right side of that storm. And maybe try a different elevation, Brady, maybe something, I don't know what tilt you're on right now, but maybe try a slightly higher tilt and just see if we get see, that looks better even right there on a slightly different tilt.
Yeah.
So, and you can see that south side of the storm. And if we go back to the velocity, you overlay the velocity, and then you'll really see that where that green and red is coming together definitely has potential. Clearly way too many trees in
a lot of hills and a lot of trees
in Missouri.
But look at that cloud. Look at where that cloud is. You're going to get heat. You're still getting that heat where there's less cloud cover.
Right.
I think that's so deceptive to people who don't know much about weather. You're like, it's sunny out though. It's nice. Well, that's very, very deceiving.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, if we look at the mesoanalysis, it is, I mean, let me see if I can zoom in here just so you guys can see. Right, here's our storms, right? And the cap is gone. There's about 2,000 joules of CAPE. So these storms have plenty.
Yeah, no,
plenty of
and what I really like, Brady, is how isolated they are. Like everything model wise in that Missouri. And I mean, I think I said it off the top of the show. I wouldn't want to be up in Missouri because it's going to be a mess up there. And then all of a sudden, you got these two lone supercells out in the warm sector.
It's very warm.
Yeah, it may eventually turn into a line, but right now, as a storm chaser, what you want is an isolated supercell. You just don't want it in Missouri, frankly.
Yeah. Right now, it's 80 degrees in St. Louis.
Wow.
With a 61 dew point. It's good. And it's got all flow from the south.
Yeah, Dina, look at this. I think this is what we were looking at. Look at that
convection.
Camera. So here's your convection. There's your overshooting tops. But look, I think here's your boundary that we were seeing where the sunshine was. So there is a little bit of a clearing there, but we do have some. Anytime you see this kind of puffy, non-uniform, looks almost like popcorn. Those are overshooting tops. Those are really strong thunderstorms that are just starting to get going.
And Brady, just an update on warnings. Currently, there are 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, including one way out in the Texas Panhandle, 3 in Oklahoma, 1 in Kansas, and obviously the ones in Missouri and the bulk of them down there in Texas. Currently, those Texas storms are the one that is actually moving right towards Denton. Doesn't look quite as organized as it did earlier, but it's still a big storm, and it is warned and moving it into that Dallas metro area.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that storm had some pretty big hail. So if that maintains the hail that it's got, and we can just quickly show that. Wow. Yeah. So just looking at the overall radar, we've got storms from Texas into Oklahoma, like Greg was saying, into Missouri. No tornado warnings, but we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And just real quick, I do want us to go to the tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches, just so we can give people an idea about what we're looking at. But I just wanted to really quickly, before we did that, check in on this storm. So this looks like, okay, the warning is now 1.25 inches. So the hail, this Gratford storm that we looked at about 15 minutes ago, the hail has decreased a little bit. You can see that in the reflectivity. The colors aren't as bright. which is a good thing for those that are living in Denton and north of Fort Worth. I hopefully you won't live up to your name today, but you might. There's still time for the storm.
Fuzzy Mickelson, I'm going to break in here, Phil, or Brady. Fuzzy Mickelson just said, News 9 has a rope tornado on the ground near Kingfisher. So I would expect that, and it's not often the SPC doesn't, or the National Weather Service doesn't get a tornado warning out before a tornado's on the ground. But let's see if we can find that somewhere here.
Yeah, where is Kingfisher? That's interesting. We'll have to check that out.
You said that was near Dallas somewhere?
We'll find that while we're finding that. Greg, Phil, what camera is this?
This is across the Mississippi River from St. Louis in Illinois, facing St. Louis.
So Kingfisher is northwest of Oklahoma City, which really isn't even within our target area. But let's see if we can pull that up on radar, Brady. See if we can find that storm on radar, and see if we can find a camera that can.
So that's really interesting because so first of all, let's look at the velocity. Massive hail with this thing. It does say in the warning a tornado is possible with this. So, but it's got some right. Anytime you see these pink colors, there's your hail. So that's Kingfisher. I want to look at the velocities now and see what do we have on velocities. So little bit of rotation there, but I mean maybe right in here.
Wow.
I will say this: I have seen less impressive. I mean, remember that tornado we saw the last stream that was confirmed, Phil? It was a little tighter, but there wasn't really strong. There was a strong green colors, kind of like this, but there wasn't necessarily strong red. So
What's interesting, Brady, is sorry to break in there, but I say it's not within the 10% area. No, but it is within the 5% tornado areas as per the SPC forecast. So it's definitely in the zone, and it's literally about 20 miles outside the 10% tornado region. So, but still no tornado warning on that storm.
This one, Greg and Brady is showing a 48% probability of tornado in the next hour. Certainly one of the higher percentages that we've seen so far, besides the one going into St. Louis.
Wow!
And it looks like that storm, that whole Kingfisher, I'm going to call it a complex of storms, because it looks like there's kind of 3 or 4 cells there all together. And they're moving towards and starting to cross I-35 right now, heading up into that area of Stillwater. Heading towards Stillwater would be looks like it's going to get obliterated by like a line of 3 or 4 supercells, and maybe even one that's tornado warned at the moment. So. Brady, can you go back to the Jefferson City storm? I think we should have a look at that.
Yep. And really quickly before we jump back to that. So I was just because it looks like Fuzzy had basically said, looks like it may have lifted. I was trying to see.
Well, that looks good right there, but
this was about, let's see, I forget what, I'm trying to see if it shows me the time. Yeah. So this was actually about 6:57. That's Eastern time, so that was 5:57 Central. So, I think if there would have been one, it probably would have been in this frame. So this is probably at, 6:40 or 6:50. So if there would have been a tornado, it would have been about 10 minutes ago. Looks like the rotation's weakened.
Okay, so Brady, you got to get to the Jefferson City storm. I think we're gonna see a tornado warning coming up any moment now. Okay. Real tight rotation developing on the reflectivity.
Oh wow!
Go to the reflectivity.
Wow.
Just check out the hook that's happening, and as you can see, that bright red and red and green on the velocity scan. Currently in metro or the metro area of Jefferson City, looks to be heading directly towards Westphalia. appears to be in the path of this, and possibly even Wardsville. I'm not sure if that's a neighborhood of within Jefferson City, but clearly this is what we would be looking for if you wanted to. If you want to see a tornado, what it would look like on radar, this is what it would look like on radar. So looks like Westphalia, maybe Lynn is in the path of that as well. And no tornado warning at the moment, but I would expect that we would see that momentarily from the National Weather Service.
Yep, I would agree with you, and I think if you're watching this stream in any of these areas, Osage Bend, Folk, Westphalia, Loose Creek, Rich Fountain, it's obviously going to be in Rich Fountain in about 29 minutes. But if you're in any of those areas or surrounding areas, you need to start to think about getting to shelter right now, because this is probably the most impressive storm that we have right now, at least in terms of rotation.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's got some crazy hail. They've extended the warning a pretty large area out. So usually what that tells us is, okay, they're worried about this storm. They know it's going to be severe. They know it's going to drop some dangerous hail and strong winds. Now, I mean, we could have a tornado warning. So,
Brady, can you zoom in on the updraft portion and just get just show everyone where that inflow would be, where that clear inflow notch is, and where we would expect the tornado to be if there was going to be one? Where would we be actually looking at it?
Yep. And so I think this is actually the old scan. So we're waiting on a new scan here. But if okay, wow.
Oh, there it goes.
If there was going to be a tornado, it would be right in here. So
that's correct.
It's just north of Osage Bend, Folk, Westphalia. Those were the towns we named. It's south of Wardsville. But if you live near or in any of these areas or along any of these roads, this storm could be wrapping up pretty quickly. Right. This is in an area.
Can you put that in motion? I just want to see exactly which going.
Let's see what happens with this.
Yeah. So let's just zoom out a little bit. So if we show it here in motion,
there you go.
Yeah. So that one's almost going
due east. Yeah.
Due east.
If you're in Westphalia right now, even though there's no tornado warning at the moment, I would probably be getting your preparation ready anyway, letting everyone know that that they need to be ready at a moment's notice to take shelter. And you know what? If you got a clear shot right now, grab your camera and let's face it, get a shot before going to your basement, because I would imagine it's a pretty impressive view right now.
Hey, but do it quick, because first of all, we have a lot of lightning. I mean, look at the lightning strikes out in front of this thing.
Wow, yeah.
We have, these are called bolts out of the blue here, people, which means you might not be even under a cloud and you're going to get a lightning strike. So if you're going to do so, do it quickly and do it safely and get inside, because this thing is hauling ass. This is moving. I know MJ probably is going to have to beat that out, but whatever. But this thing is moving at about 40 or 50 miles an hour. So it's going to be right on top of you, Westphalia. And by then it could be too late, because look at that. That's the classic comma shape, classic supercell structure, classic. You got your classic inflow notch here. This thing is wrapping up quickly. And the fact this was that same storm that took the right turn. So that to me is an indicator that it's going to start, once you see storms take right turns like this,
there must be something though that is there must be something visually which is preventing the SPC from putting a warning on this storm, because obviously on radar visually it has all of the hallmarks, but there's still no warning, and frankly no warning on the Kingfisher, Oklahoma storm. That apparently had a rope tornado confirmed via video. So,
because they're out of Springfield. Jefferson City would be out of Springfield. I'm just looking because I know they're getting tennis ball size hail near Barnett. I can't see on that tiny little screen and near Jefferson City. Do you see a Barnett?
I don't see Barnett on there. No.
Man, I need better my glasses. But I mean, they were getting large hail there.
Wardsville
I'm just wondering
right now
why
is
they
absolutely pounded.
So can you put the velocity scan? I'm wondering why they haven't. Yeah, I mean, I wonder
It's
why
not
they
quite
haven't.
as tight as it was
It's
earlier,
not.
but
Yeah.
No,
uh,
you've got a pretty broad. I mean, this is a pretty broad. I think this is a developing mesocyclone pretty clearly.
I wonder if it's one of those where, like, when we're out and you could start seeing it spin above us, but it just doesn't produce the
100%.
tornado.
That is 100%. I think what's happening. I bet there's a pretty broad wall cloud. I would not be surprised if there was a pretty big wall cloud with this thing that's spinning. I mean, you can see it on the velocity, right? You can see the
Yeah.
greens, you can see the reds. There really isn't a tight couplet just yet, so that's probably why they haven't warned this yet.
What is
Brady-
that road? 63, like to the east, that's going north and south.
Yeah, it goes
Man, if
right through.
somebody's
West-
on there, they
West
better
LA.
go south and get the hell out of that. I mean, even if there's not a
It
tornado,
almost-
they don't want to get by hail.
I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it almost looks like there's 3 or 4 areas of rotation that are kind of competing with each other on
There are.
that.
100%.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like so maybe it's just not as organized as it looks on radar. Maybe it's just not as organized.
But that is part of what in Missouri by that, like that warm front is just in northern Missouri, just north of St. Louis. So really, I think it's going to hit that, and it's going to, that could break that cap too.
Yeah, and honestly, I
It
mean,
just-
over this part, there is very little to no cap, which is.
Let's go over to the St. Louis storm, Brady.
Okay, yeah, let's go to the St. Louis storm, and then once we look at the St. Louis storm, I do want to take a look at the.
Back to
let's go-
Kingfisher.
Well, let's go look at the tornado watches and everything while we kind
Sure.
of keep an eye on the radar.
I can pull those up for you right now.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And I did see. So we'll look at this storm real quick. And I promise I'll get to everyone's comments in the chat. So thanks for joining. We've got a crazy day. So give us a second to get to catch up. I know Ray said hi, lightning shirt, dude. Yeah, this shirt costs about $10, and every time I wash it, a new you can see a green splotch here appears. Every time I wash it, a new dot appears. So
it seems like we need somebody like just manning the comments.
Yeah, I'd agree. Alita Pursuto, thanks for joining and tuning in. Columbus, not really. We might get some storms tonight. Not really in play for significant severe weather today. Tomorrow is your day in Columbus, so that's actually where I live. So
yeah,
if
that's
you
a
live
moderate risk.
Yep, if you live in Ohio, tomorrow is going to be a day you really want to take seriously. We're going to be live tomorrow, walking you through it. But we still could get some pretty good storms in Ohio.
Brady, just so you know, Serena's in the green room.
Oh, hey, Serena. Thanks for joining, Serena.
Hey.
Glad to have you.
What's up, guys? I'm just getting caught up. I'm listening. I'm just going through the comments. I'm looking at radar.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, this is.
Hey, zoom in on that. Zoom in on that. Do you see Wardsville, Missouri? This is out of St. Louis. There's reported golf ball size.
Wardsville's on the other storm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's golf ball.
Wardsville's
look at
getting,
that.
yeah, Wardsville's getting pounded. Yeah.
They are getting absolutely
They're
hammered.
getting
I actually think the
yeah.
largest hail is just to the south of Wardsville, but they're
Boy, that's
getting
some DPZ.
hammered.
Yeah.
Brady, I hate to pull us away from these Missouri storms. Can you go back to the storm at Kingfisher? It's actually east of Kingfisher now.
That's what I was looking at. You guys were up on Jefferson City, and I was like, that's cool. But the Kingfisher storm had a V-notch to it. And I was like, well, isn't that interesting?
And you can see a couple slight areas of rotation there, the red and green together. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think so. Well, first of all, let's look at where this coordinates with the actual. Okay, so you've got, I guess, one area of rotation here, which, I mean, you could have a tornado out in front of that, and then you also would have, possibly a second one here. But I don't think. Well, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground just yet. This thing's got a decent amount of hail, and really, the hail would be within this area. So anyone that lives, really, I mean, today is a day that I mean, these storms are all just north of the moderate risk. Today is a day where you don't want to take, any severe thunderstorm warning you have could go tornado warned. And really, it's dependent on the local environment. But I would take every severe thunderstorm warning, treat it like it could possibly go tornadic. So today is not a day you want to mess around on a moderate risk day. These days do not come very often. So I would not necessarily mess around with any of these storms. Looking at the velocity, a little bit of a culprit here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Brady, maybe a quick browse
Ooh.
down to the storms out west of Dallas-Fort Worth.
Real quick,
Those are looking pretty good too.
so
Yeah, go ahead,
southeast of
Serena.
Kingfisher, brief tornado at 5:51 p.m. southeast of Kingfisher. Watching some live video of it right now, or video that's about 10 minutes old.
Nice.
How long did it stay down for? Was it pretty? Did it seem like it was pretty brief?
It's just a little rope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's definitely seeing a funnel. I can't tell if it's on the ground or not.
Is that a video we can share here, Serena?
It's on Twitter. So
Probably
can I
not
show?
unless they send it to us.
Can I? Yeah. I mean, it's on a Twitter feed. So,
Yeah.
it's from
So-
Gage Shaw, Weather Gauge.
Yeah.
Has
We
video.
we like.
Nikki
we
said
like
she
the-
shared a stream too. Oh, I think
Thanks, Nikki.
you were just sharing the stream. Okay. At first, I thought Nikki meant she saw that too.
Hey, Nikki, you know what? 5 followers is like more than I have. So I appreciate you sharing it. Sharing it to anyone is fantastic. I love that
Yeah.
so much. So thank you, Nikki. That
Put
is-
up
that is
Janet
awesome.
Janet Cameron's.
Howdy. Vince said we all need to drop by and say hi. Thank you,
Right
Janet.
on.
Thanks for saying hi. I love that. You know what? People that just want to come here and say hi, I'm all about it. Even if you don't even have storms in your area, just come say hi. I
So
love it.
you got to put up Raymond Gilbo's, which was no, not that one. His previous one. Lightning shirt dude should be in charge of the comments.
Oh,
He's
God.
busy. He's zooming
Hey,
around.
I'm
on
putting them
radar.
up there too. No, I'm putting them up there.
Yeah, you are.
I'm multitasking. Like I had some iced tea. I don't drink coffee. I had some iced tea, and now I'm ready to roll. So, but
Man, and there is so much
Tornado
sorry about that, Dina.
fronts
We
going
just
right through there.
Central Cole County in central Missouri, Central Osage County in central Missouri.
so that
So
was
Jefferson
our
City storm.
Yep, that is exactly the storm we've been watching that we said could go tornado warned, Greg, and that was actually our automated tornado warning. So that might have not come through completely, but there is a new tornado. Really, I think the first tornado warning of the day is this cell just south of Jefferson City, and I mean the notch is still there.
Wow, look at the
reflectivity.
radar. Or look at the velocity scan.
Ooh.
The velocity
yeah.
scan. That's pretty significant, gang. And this is heading right. Oh man, if you're north of Westphalia, yeah, not a good situation there.
Yeah,
No,
that
I
velocity
mean,
scan is good. The reflectivity is not
That's
bad
beefy.
either.
you've got, when you see these bright blues, that's a really good indication of very strong inflow. And I think we were waiting on this to tighten up, right? Just had a mesocyclone, pretty broad. Here's that tightening up, right? You've got these winds now streaming in pretty strong from there. You got a tight couplet there. I think this could be dropping a tornado, if not
They're
now.
saying tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous. If you're outside, you're in trouble. Kind of, mobile homes could be destroyed, damage to roofs, windows, vehicles. Avoid your windows. That's what the National Weather Service is. Take cover now.
Yeah, and timing for where it's going to be: Westphalia around 6:20 p.m. Central Time, and Lynn around 6:30 p.m. Central Time.
Yep, and that's really good information. If you're in Westphalia, Lynn, even areas just to the east, Crook, Mint Hill, Ryers, Freedom, Potts.
So,
this is
guys,
in Missouri. Take shelter.
I've got this area pulled up on Google Maps, and it looks like it's about to cross Highway 63 north of Westphalia. There's a couple. Looks like maybe a little. I'm going to say bedroom communities, or just smaller communities along 63. A number of houses in that area. If you're in the area of Fritz Auto Body, Westphalia Trading, Highway 133, 63 Junction. This is the dangerous spot right at the moment. So definitely want to take cover there.
Yeah, and this thing is coming right for the State Technical College of Missouri. So if anyone is still there, if anyone's taking any classes, any any evening classes, is there doing homework, please take this storm seriously. Rotation is this is the latest scan. It's still fairly tight. It actually looks like it's loosened up just a little bit, but that doesn't matter when you have this strong of inflow and you've got these colors touching each other. There could be a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service seems to think there could be as well. That's why there's a tornado warning. So if you live even in areas of Lynn, State Technical College of Missouri, Potts, this storm is coming for you. Westphalia, Highway 63, just like Greg had said, this is on top of you right now. So get to shelter.
Yeah, and if you're in Lynn, you've got about like 10 minutes before that's right on top of you.
Yeah.
Brady,
You
can
do
you
your timing, your timeline there, Brady, because it's moving
Yep.
east at 30 miles an hour.
So it's
And this
slowed
warning
down.
goes for another 40 minutes.
So as it made the right turn, Dina, it's really slowed down because earlier it was moving. I think Brady said 40 miles per hour. So
Yeah. It's hitting that warm front.
and Brady, can you, when you get a chance, I know you're busy, but can you pull up the reflectivity scan on this, just
Yep.
so we can see the presentation? I think it's a great
Wow.
For anybody who hasn't or isn't aware of it. What it looks like. This is a pretty classic example of what a tornado-producing storm would look like on radar. And
Yeah, because not everybody, looks at anything besides this. If they're not in meteorology or chasing, this is kind of what they're looking at. They're not looking at anything else. So
right,
when
and
you start
if you're
seeing
in
that,
and Dean, if you're in Lynn right now, right, it's not raining. It's not raining in Lynn, and you might have that sort of false sense of safety,
security.
but you're if you're in parts east of Jefferson City, you're probably not in any kind of tornado risk. You might be getting hailed on, but the tornado risk is kind of on the south side of this storm, and that's where it's moving towards Lynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even Springfield's like 10 miles visibility, like the actual site. But then all the storms are kind of moving. So
wow.
I don't think you're
Brady, I think we're going to get another tornado warning here. If you go to the storm that's currently moving into St. Louis Metro, it's currently heading into Chesterfield.
Oh my goodness.
And again, it's literally right over top of the radar station. So this radar scan is not going to tell us a whole lot that we're going to be able to bank on. But if you go back to the reflectivity, you can just see shape-wise and structure-wise, it's almost a carbon copy of the storm that's out to the west. Also riding that warm front, and if that one to the west, the moment they get a rotating wall cloud, because it's moving into the metro area, I think it wouldn't surprise me to see a warning go up on that one as well.
I tell you what, these two storms are almost carbon copies of each other. If you look at them in motion, just look at this.
Look at them, yeah.
I mean, they're exact, and you can see the. I mean, if
you could see the outflow.
You can see the outflow, which this storm is going to probably ride right along that outflow as well, which it could actually enhance the tornado threat. So
yeah, you're right.
I would not be surprised if this storm moving into St. Louis, especially since it's such a populated area, I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning on this sucker. So if
Brady, just on with your pen, can you just sort of draw a line along that outflow boundary that we saw developing there?
Yeah,
it's that little white. Yeah.
So if you see that boundary, that'll be something to keep an eye on, because that whole entire warm sector, right? That's that super saturated air, a lot of warmth. We haven't seen any convection going on in that area. This could actually, this boundary could actually trigger a storm somewhere along there, and that wouldn't surprise me over the next 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially since this whole area is out of the cap, right? There's no cap left in this area. So that just means that any storms are could pop up, and if they do pop up, could be strong to severe. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that cell. I want to go back really quickly.
Did
go
you
ahead.
say that was where Chesterfield right there? Because they're getting golf ball size hail out of that too.
Yeah, Chesterfield is well, and this is right on top of the radar. So
Yeah.
hail can sometimes be pretty high in the storm, so we won't be able to see that hail. And so the fact that I'm seeing pinks here and purples, that's a pretty good indication that there's a pretty daggone big hail that's falling. So regardless of if this goes tornado warned, folks in St. Louis, I mean, really, this includes the downtown. You're going to see a nasty storm on top of you in probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
Places like Ferguson, Clayton, obviously, like you said, Brady, downtown St. Louis are all in that danger area.
Yeah, and this could go tornadic. So we'll have to see.
We'll keep an eye on these two storms. Brady, can you, for real quick, head down to Dallas, Texas, just northwest of Fort Worth?
Yeah.
And you'll see that storm that's heading due east now is actually starting to take on a little bit of that comma presentation on radar as well. And the velocity scan is actually looking a little bit better this time around as well.
Yeah. It seems like it's got. Yeah, exactly. You've got some inflow coming in here, and you've got some outflow here. So it's a broad area of rotation. But all this takes is just a little bit stronger outflow, and you get a little bit stronger inflow, and maybe it picks up some helicity, and then all of a sudden this thing starts to rotate.
And if you move down to the cell southwest of this one, Brady, you'll see the next cell down where you've got that interesting rotation there. You can see that nice inflow notch developing. And it almost seems like it's moving away from that line of storms on this one. So that's another one to watch that could, wow, see that last scan? Look at that inflow notch there. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, and really, and the fact that this is isolated enough from these other cells. This hasn't formed a line yet. So this is still a pretty isolated thunderstorm. I mean, look at the lightning that's just forming here. When I see lightning like this, that's actually a good indicator of me that this is a very strong updraft, right? It's pooling in air, and that air is rising, and that air is very warm, moist air. So as it goes up, it builds a charge difference in the top of the cloud, and that's when you get this lightning. So when I see this burst, go ahead.
Yeah, if you pull up the velocity on this one as well.
Yeah, when I see that burst of lightning, that's a pretty good indicator of a very strong updraft.
So that air that's wrapping in on the backside of that updraft is just cranking. So if we start to see a little bit of red forming in there, this is something that could go. Anyway, sorry to pull you away from the Missouri.
No,
storms.
This is exactly what we saw with the tornado that formed last stream, and that was our only confirmed tornado the last stream. But you had a very strong outflow just bowling ahead, and we had a low level jet that was pulling air up here, and eventually that was able to this air was able to wrap around and tighten up into a brief tornado. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. All right, well, let's go take one last look at this tornado up in Jefferson City, because we only have one active tornado warning, and it's the cell that we saw just a little bit ago. So let's just take a look at the rotation, see if we think there's a tornado on the ground. If there's not, we'll hop over to our SPC and take a look at the tornado watches, because I do want to give people an idea about what are the different areas that are endangered tonight. Because this is not going to be the only tornado warning. This is the first. This most likely will not be the last. So
yeah, and they updated that tornado warning about 3 minutes ago, still saying it's capable of producing a tornado, still moving east at 30. Biggest hazards, potential tornado and quarter-size hail at this time. So still expecting to be in Lynn about 2 minutes from now.
This is Birdie just popped up Jefferson City camera. It's probably right above this camera is my guess. But just wanted to share that with you, and also let you guys know you're all rocking it. Like I was listening on taking my kids to the community center, and you guys are amazing. This is some of the best coverage I've ever heard. Great job.
Well, I love having the freaks here, to be honest. Like I was telling Phil in private, there's a lot of really smart people that are on this podcast with a lot of different skill sets. So I'm just thankful I've got the really smart people here like Greg, Dina, Serena, and Phil. You as well. I'm just happy you guys are here.
Thanks for throwing me in there.
Hey, Phil, that tool that you were using, I'm assuming it was from NOAA, or was it the
yeah.
SP?
Yeah.
For the what did you call it? Predictive.
Severe probability.
Yeah, can you pull that up for the storm that's at St. Louis right now? Because it's literally over top of Chesterfield, moving towards Ferguson, obviously St. Louis Metro, and it's so hard to tell with being so close to the radar station, but.
Yeah, I got to refresh it here, so give me just a sec.
So this is, while he's doing that, this is the latest velocity scan that we have, and doesn't look as strong of rotation anymore. I still, once again, if you're in Lynn, if you're in areas Potts, Reiner's, Freedom, take this thing seriously. It could tighten back up. Just looking at this is there could be a tornado, but it's not as strong as it was. Still's got a pretty good inflow notch, but it's a little more ragged.
Hey, Brady, back up a second. I think the one to the west near Westphalia, which is near Jefferson City, they got 911 calls saying possible tornado near Westphalia.
Yep, that's exactly this storm. And let's look at the velocity, and let's look at the past and see when was that 911 call? 911
right there. Look at that.
Yeah. This was, I just saw the report at 7:26, so it was right before that.
That literally lines up perfectly, because this is 7:21, this is 7:19, right? I mean, there's your possible tornado.
Yeah.
There's Westphalia.
Brady, what's the source on this warning?
Right there too.
Radar indicated.
Still radar indicated. Okay.
Still radar indicated.
All right. Well, luckily
so again,
it's past school, but
for those that I would imagine most people who are wasting their time, listening to our outbreak, are reasonably schooled in the ways of the weather. But if you don't understand what we're looking at on the screen here, Brady, the radar indicated, the moniker or whatever saying that it's radar indicated means that the warning was issued because of what the forecaster was seeing on radar. And sometimes a warning gets issued because of an actual tornado report, or somebody seeing a rotating wall cloud, whether it's a trained spotter or just a member of the public that's phoned it in. But this one is because of the radar presentation.
Yep.
Hey, they're also saying tornado possible within that severe thunderstorm warning, with the storm moving through St. Louis Metro.
That would be surprising because we can't get a good picture of it on radar because it's literally right on top of it.
Yeah.
So in those instances, you have no choice but to rely on trained spotters to take a look and actually report what they're seeing in those areas.
Yep. Greg, you had asked earlier.
Beginning to show signs of low-level rotation is trying to organize and strengthen.
So, Greg, you asked earlier about the severe probability scale. Again, this is within the next hour. The storm approaching St. Louis right now is showing 91% severe hail probability, 89% severe wind probability, currently only 23% tornado probability in the next hour. But again,
so you're saying there's a chance.
They're saying there's a chance.
You can't leave the door open for a Dumb and Dumber quote and have me not take it.
Yeah. And there's pictures on Twitter of piles of hail on the ground. It looks like snow. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, and so guys, keep an eye on that tornado warning. What I want us to do now.
Issued a tornado warning for.
Yeah, there it is.
Tornado warning for St. Louis City in east central Missouri. Central St. Louis County in east central Missouri.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Noble County in northern Oklahoma, north central Payne County in central Oklahoma.
Wow. So that was just, guys, we just had two tornado warnings
Good
that
call.
just came out of nowhere. One, St. Louis. That's
So
the cell we
this
just
is a
watched.
picture. Yep, and this is a picture just to share facing St. Louis across the river.
Wow. Yeah. So this is
Yeah.
so what we're looking at on the screen right now is St. Louis. This storm is coming right at you. This is that exact storm that we've been looking at that we said hey, this one looks exactly like the other one. It's probably going to go tornado warned. Greg was all over that. So that's now tornado warned. That tornado warning includes downtown St. Louis. So if you're in downtown St. Louis, anywhere close to that, please get to your tornado shelters. Right now, this is radar indicated. So we don't necessarily have confirmation of a tornado on the ground. But
where's that Chesterfield? That was right there.
Yeah,
Do you have it in your?
Yeah, Chesterfield's at the start of that tornado warning. You
Yeah,
can
it
just
said
see
it was
on the
producing
left.
a tornado located over Chesterfield, moving east at 30.
Interesting. Yeah, and they're talking about
There
also
it
the
is.
potential
Yeah.
of golf ball size hail with this one. And they're saying that it also includes the Scott Joplin Historic Site and some other places where they're asking people to take cover now. The list of affected cities that are potentially in the line of this storm, it's pretty lengthy. I mean, you're dealing with a really
30.
densely populated area.
30. Okay. Yeah. So let's time this out then, and let's just see where this is going to be. And so this storm's moving at 30, right, Tina?
I knew what you were doing. Yeah, 30.
Yeah, great. Okay, so this is going to be in Lake in 4 minutes, Athenium in 7 minutes, Town and Country in 7 minutes, Fenridge 7 minutes, Creve Courier, I might probably mispronounce that, 10 minutes, Westwood 11 minutes, Frontenac 13 minutes. You can tell by this list of cities, it's going to be a lot of places. So if you're in downtown St. Louis, if you're in the suburbs of St. Louis, if you're in Clayton, Granite City, any of those towns, you need to get to shelter right now. Overland in 19 minutes, Brentwood in 21 minutes. And this is probably even sooner than that. So if you live in St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, or the surrounding areas, Washington University is dead in the center of this tornado warning. I want you guys to take shelter right now. It's radar indicated at this point, but still, this thing is coming right at you.
Yeah, right along I-64 and Highway 40 in St. Louis County.
I'm going to jump in here, guys. The tornado warning in Oklahoma, monster storm.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, currently over top of Morrison and heading towards Pawnee. Not a great region either for, there's like so many trees in that area. You've got the turnpike, which is limited access on and off. So there's obviously a risk whenever these types of storms and tornadoes cross those turnpikes for people that are on them. So we got to keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, this one's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Once again, it's radar indicated. But Morrison, Glencoe, places that they're concerned about.
One other quick thing about the St. Louis storm. Let's bust a couple myths right now. Storms don't move in, or tornadoes don't move into cities, don't go through cities. No, that is not true.
Yeah, that's BS.
Yes, tornadoes don't cross rivers. Guess what? The Mississippi would disagree with you. Happens all the time, and that's a possibility with this storm as well.
Yeah, this and really this storm, it's a part of just a huge complex of storms, and this is just a big blob. But look at this little appendage here, right in here. There's a little appendage here, and if I go to velocity, I bet there's a little tight little couplet here. This is a little bit of
that looks pretty good.
Yeah, if there would be a tornado, it'd be right just probably moving through Yost or just north of Yost, maybe even in here as well. Just northwest of Glencoe, Rambo. It's moving towards you guys as well. Once again, though, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. That means we think there might be a tornado, but we can't be sure. And like Greg had said, there's some trees here, so it's a little bit harder, I think, to see. And we're going to have to keep an eye on this. It's a pretty small area for a tornado warning. But that doesn't necessarily mean, these are nasty storms. So
go to St. Louis, check out the couplet at Chesterfield right now.
Okay. And let's look at that. Wow. Look at that. Yeah. So this is the velocity right now. This is the storm. This is the tornado warning just about to move into downtown St. Louis. Let's look at let's look at the reflectivity first. Reflectivity, once again, is pretty pretty broad. You know, there's
Well,
the
it's still a
inflow-
bit, I think it's still distorted. Like it's so close
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah, it's still distorted.
Yeah.
But look at the velocity, though. I mean, this is strong inflow coming in here, and you've got some outflow coming down here. I mean, this is, I don't know, guys. When I see bright colors like this on both sides, that's not good news.
Can you check different tilts on this storm, Brady? Just see what tilt 3 looks like or tilt 2.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say, is with where you are there, you may not even be measuring like the base of the mesocyclone or the
Right.
wall cloud. You may just be looking at how the air itself is moving and what dust, particulates, water drops and stuff like that it's catching, but it's still giving you an indication of how that storm is moving on a broad scale.
Yep. Yeah. So this is tilt 2. This is the highest I can go, at least with this product. And
Okay.
yeah.
What does the
I mean,
reflectivity look like on tilt 2, Brady?
let's look at it. Reflectivity, tilt 2.
See, that looks a lot better right there.
It does.
And you look at that inflow notch now, right?
Whoa. Look at this. They just observed tornado.
Okay.
The warning just was, they said a confirmed tornado was located near Crave Core, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So they said it was a radar confirmed
Wow.
tornado.
Wow.
So
Wow,
Something I'm-
let's look at this shot, guys.
So this
Ooh,
is St.
cool.
Louis. This is downtown. One of the cameras downtown St. Louis.
Facing west?
Yes.
We got to
of the
keep this
better
on screen.
ones I've
Yeah.
found.
Yeah.
So I'm also reading that these areas in central Missouri, downstream of the warnings, it's not a place where there's many tornado shelters. So if you're kind of wondering what you can do to go to a safe place, if you don't have a basement, if you don't have a storm cellar, interior rooms are definitely the safe place to go. Interior bathrooms, interior closets, try to stay away from windows. All of those can be safe rooms in a scenario like this. Don't go up in floors, go down as close to the ground as you can and find that most interior type room you have if you don't feel like you have a safe tornado spot to go.
does that look like a wall cloud at the very center of the screen?
There's
that's-
some wall clouds that are being tweeted from
Yeah.
Mizzou Meteorology.
It looks like a wall cloud to me.
That
Just-
definitely looks like if we're facing west here, that looks like the updraft, certainly, right? Would we all
100%.
agree on that? Yeah.
It's on the very edge of the storm. You could look to the left. It looks like there's clearer skies. That is 100% the updraft of that storm, which is moving into. It's about to be on top of Washington University, Maryland Heights, just I guess just south of you guys. Ladue, Olivet, Clayton, Kingsbury West, the Kingsbury West neighborhood, Central West End, Forest Park Southeast. All of you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm, which has the National Weather Service says it has a observed tornado. So that means someone either from the National Weather Service has seen video proof of a tornado, or there's enough evidence on radar to be able to say, hey, this is 100% a tornado. And, and it's not good news.
Yeah, that picture is good there. Reading the updated warning, tornado is going to be near these following places at 6:45: University City, Maryland Heights, Crave Core, Overland, Clayton, St. Anne, Bridgeton, Town and Country, Richmond Heights, Ladue, all those around 6:45. And then there's a list of additional cities right after that. So also seeing golf ball size hail, 2-inch size hail reports in a bunch of locations around St. Louis.
Look at that lowering.
there's
Look at the
pictures all
very
over.
look at the very center of the screen. That just looks right above that stadium sign. It looks like that looks like a significant lower. I mean, the clouds are going all the way down. Yeah, right there.
Did you mention that Creve Core? Was that the city you were talking about?
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's exactly where a confirmed tornado was
Yeah,
located
confirmed.
over Creve Core at 6:39, moving east at 25 miles an
Yep.
hour. And Jess here says the St. Louis airport is also in this warning.
Yeah.
And
That-
notably, St. Louis Airport has been hit in the past by tornado. So it's not unprecedented for that to happen again.
Yeah, so if you're in the hopefully if you're in the St. Louis airport, they are evacuating you, taking you to shelter. If they aren't, go get into a bathroom. If you're watching this stream, if you're about to catch a flight, go get into, find a storm shelter. They should have them in the airport. But this is coming right towards downtown St. Louis. I mean, we can see it here, and hopefully people are taking this warning seriously because there could be a confirmed tornado coming right into downtown as we speak.
So this is Interstate 64 at Grand Avenue, just for a location. So again, it's pretty close to downtown. It's one of the main downtown cameras.
Sorry, what interstate?
Grand, Interstate 64 and Grand.
Interstate 64 and Grand. I know we're not we don't have to go there, Brady, but just so you know, I'm watching what's happening down in Texas. The storm that's moving towards Denton, Texas, has really taken on I would say probably the best radar presentation, at least in reflectivity, of any storm so far today. So we got to keep an eye on that one.
Oh,
down
look at
there
that.
And they just did a ground stop at Dallas too. So
Wow.
and the storm southwest of it, which is moving towards Fort Worth, is probably the one that caused the ground stop then, Dina, because I think the Denton one would be north of it, but they both look pretty impressive. So if this picture's on Interstate 64, Phil, that means that we are looking, in fact, due west out of the city of St. Louis and right into the updraft portion of this storm. So if there's a wall cloud there, if there's a tornado, Brady, this camera should be able to see it.
Yep, I agree.
I'm going to give another option here. So this is across the river in Illinois, and this is across the river facing. Where are we at here? There we go. This will be facing St. Louis across the river. Now this is a stationary cam. It's not a video.
Wow, that's a good picture too.
But you can again see the lowering.
That's the wall
right
cloud,
over here.
100%.
Nice.
I don't see anything touching down, but at the same time, that doesn't.
yeah, it's hard to tell.
Well, and sometimes these two, when they update, they're 10 minutes late. When the time you actually see them, I don't know how quickly they update.
I agree. I mean, just looking, I want to take us really quickly back to the radar, and we'll come right back to the cams. So this is the latest radar scan. The velocity is tough, right? I think it's just because it's not. We can't see high enough into this storm to be able to tell. Is there a confirmed tornado on the ground? But one thing that I'm looking at is this appendage right here, right? Here's where your wall cloud is. That's what we're seeing on the screen. That's what we're seeing when we see that lowering is right in here. So if there would be a tornado, it would come from this little appendage. You could also have something that would spawn from this appendage as well, right? Because you've got your inflow here, you've got your inflow here, you've got your outflow here. This is where you're getting that broad area of rotation. So really both of those areas could be where your tornado would spawn from. So anyone that's in Maryland Heights, this storm just moved through you. You're about to get that second appendage. Anyone Overland, St. John, Ferguson, Normandy, this is starting to move into southern parts of downtown. You're going to want to take shelter right now. Bell Fountain neighborhood, this is coming right at you as well. Normandy, Cool Value, Ferguson, Berkeley, all of you guys. St. Louis International Airport, this thing is coming dangerously close to you guys. So please take shelter. You guys are right on the edge of this warning. But the tornado, if there is one, would be moving through this region right here. So please take shelter, take this warning seriously, because there could be a tornado on the ground.
Can you give us a wider shot on that, Brady?
Some of the reports are saying out of St. Louis, they want to downgrade it now. The circulation is starting to occlude, and if it was producing a tornado, it's starting to dissipate. But there was a couple reports near Marysville that said somebody might have seen two of them near the campus.
Yep, they have actually updated the tornado warning now to radar indicated.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so it doesn't seem like it is currently at the moment. But remember, with these kind of things, it has the ability to regenerate again. Sometimes it does a brief touchdown, the storm kind of rebuilds itself, and it can do it again. The other thing is, while this storm's taking a hiatus, there's some very interesting things going on just outside of Denton, Texas. It's a very well organized looking storm, and is one that could be the next tornado warning that pops up here in the next several minutes.
And also the storm gang that was out at Jefferson City south of Columbia, Missouri, out to the west of St. Louis, is no longer tornado warned. So that was the first tornado warning of the day. That storm is no longer tornado warned. Still looks pretty good on radar, but currently no tornado warning.
Yeah, so looking at the camera, I mean, this storm is getting really close to the city. That lowering that we have here looks like it's a recycle a little bit, which is probably, Dina, what you were talking about. The rotation, I think, is occluded a little bit. Still, this is a dangerous storm. So if you're in, I mean, storms like these, oftentimes these supercells produce a tornado and then they occlude. And when we say they occlude, that just means, like, without getting too fancy, that just means the tornado goes away pretty much, and now but they recycle, and sometimes the rotation can actually come back stronger. So please, if you're in this tornado warning, if you're in Ferguson, Bell Fountain, even parts of, just south of Spanish Lake, Larimore, Castle Point, take this warning seriously, because it still could produce a tornado.
I think what Brady's trying to say is make sure you have your camera ready. Is that what you mean, Brady?
Yeah. Hey, Brady, can you put that radar back up? Because I could have sworn I had seen. I was wondering if we were seeing any outflow boundaries out of that too, where they could.
That actually looks better now than the last couple of scans.
Yeah. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, you still see that. You can still see that outflow boundary right here, Dina. Let me put it in motion so you can see
you can. That looks pretty good.
It kind of reminds me of like a not a debris trail, but like a jet trail in a plane, right?
Yeah.
See it kind of stall out in that last frame. So
if you guys look at the last few frames of that storm at St. Louis, though, like I would say the last 4 frames, it actually looks like it started moving northeast again now, almost out of the
100%
warning area. Like for a while it was going almost due east, and now it looks like it's actually started to move northeast.
It almost, Greg, it almost looks like it's splitting.
It does.
Look. So look at this right here. This is storm 1.
Yeah.
This is storm 2. If you look at that, right, and now that you've kind of seen that, when you play this in motion, it almost looks like this thing is starting to split a little bit. Like look at these last 2 frames.
Yeah.
You've got one cell starting to split north, and we could see that southern cell actually, when these storms split like this, it could actually be an indication of one of these storms. The northern storm usually kind of weakens and doesn't really have a lot of rotation. The southern storm can sometimes make a hard right turn and go crazy. So
yeah,
I still think that warm front. Yeah, I think that warm front has edged north a little bit, which would probably keep that. Yeah, because you can see like the boundaries.
Wow.
The boundary is like right almost at the border of Iowa and Missouri.
Can you pull up Jess Woolwine's latest comment?
Yeah, I got it.
So this is the camera again, guys, looking across the river from Illinois to St. Louis. And if you look at just the lower end of it, it does look like it's doesn't have the same structure it had before, and at least this part of it for right now.
Yeah, I'm just sort of looking at the stack of pancakes there.
Right,
Bill.
above it. Right.
Yeah, I like visually, I like the way it looks, but it looks a little ragged on the bottom.
Yeah, a lot of scud looking.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that's an indication to me that there is a pretty strong updraft, and I don't know. And Jess had said that hodographs are supported splits earlier, which would make sense. I think, especially around this area, I would not be surprised if these 2 cells split. One of them made a right-hand turn, the other one just hightailed it on out of there. But still, an active tornado warning for St. Louis. St. Louis Airport. This storm just passed you, and they just extended not the tornado warning. They just extended a severe thunderstorm warning into parts of Illinois. So they still think this storm's going to be dangerous.
Brady, just an update on warnings. There are currently 18 warnings in effect, 2 tornado warnings, 1 in Oklahoma, this one in Missouri, and likely to move into Illinois in the next few minutes. And then there are 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, including the ones in Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
This
We got
might
some
also
dangerous
be a
storms.
this might also be a great time to just mention that anyone who's watching, if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. This is only our third time doing this sort of live coverage, but the plan is to continue doing it throughout Storm Chase season. Our host, Stormcat 5 meteorologist Brady Harris, will be running the show, and then depending on who's available, we'll have different co-hosts come on and some special guests throughout the season as well. If you head over to, and nobody has done this yet, so I'm really looking forward to having somebody do this. If you head over to our website, which is stormfrontfreaks.com, and you go to the Outbreak tab, and Brady, if you can just pull that up so everyone sees where they can go. If you go to the Outbreak tab, you will be able to watch the feed live here on the website. It's the same feed you're watching on YouTube, but on the right-hand side of the screen and at the bottom of the screen, there's an opportunity. It says send us a message, and you can use your device to send us an audio recording, and we get it literally the instant you send it. And so if you have a question, if you have a report that you want to make, something you're seeing on the ground, or something that doesn't make sense, or something you think we're missing, just send us a quick message. As long as you're not asking for Dina's phone number. We've had a couple of those. We had to turn those away, but other than that, get involved and send us a message. We haven't actually had a chance to try it out, so it'd be really nice for somebody to give us a shout on.
I'm going to jump in. You guys are talking about cyclical storms and tornadoes, and share a special guest minute that we had from Rachel Sanner, just kind of talking about what that is.
Yeah, so whenever you're on these cyclic cells, you got to keep an eye on, first off, you can get this like tunnel vision almost of the tornado you're witnessing right now. But usually off to the east, off to the northeast, there's a new low-level meso basically wrapping up right there if this thing's cyclic. And so you want to be keeping an eye like downstream, and that's where you got to be careful as a chaser too, to kind of keep that in mind as you're positioning, not to get northeast of a existing tornado and there's one forming on top of you. You got to keep this stuff in mind, but it's usually east or northeast of the existing meso. You're going to see another one ramp up and make things happen. And that's how you get the twins, that sort of thing.
Right on.
Yeah.
And you can see that split is almost complete now, Brady.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I mean, this almost looks like two cells splitting from science class, right? I mean, it's splitting right along that line. And look at the southern one. I mean, it's looking pretty. I mean, like we said, right? These southern splits, usually the southern storm, takes a right turn, just like this storm had been doing. And when you get that, it's going to ride along the inflow here, and could be a tornado producer. Still has a tornado warning just north of St. Louis. So anyone in the suburbs of St. Louis, we still have a radar indicated tornado.
And this is the camera. You can see we're just starting to lose the lowering off to the right. It's starting to get off the camera. So I'm going to start looking for some more, but this is again right over St. Louis.
Yeah.
There is a message from Elizabeth Blandon, said she left us a message on the message machine. So this should be fun.
Should I screen it?
Sure.
You should.
Well, she just said she said something about telling us what she was drinking because she doesn't live anywhere near the Midwest. But you know what, Phil, let's give it a try because we haven't had anybody live yet crazy on here.
I love that. We also got a couple comments. Chris Pennington said those classic southern splits. Yep, they are classic. I mean, honestly, I'm going to take a screen recording of this because stuff like this was stuff we looked at class, back when I was in school, long time ago. Right, I'm getting a little old, getting some gray hair. So,
Okay,
you
got that right there.
Whoa, I just want Gregel's phone number.
Call me,
Greg, we got some
nice
fans. We got some.
We'll
fans.
work for food.
His name is Special Ed. I love that.
Garrett Beverly said he's charging all my stuff up to head to Ohio tomorrow. yeah, guys, this is a 2-day event. Tomorrow is Ohio. That's kind of ground zero with other areas, Kentucky, Tennessee. Today is more the plains and Missouri and all those other places that we've been following. So, yeah, it's going to be a crazy couple of days here. Also,
when
SPC
starts saying outbreak, even if it's just severe, they're using their big words.
Yep, that's why we need the show, because we will go live during the outbreaks, and today and tomorrow are definitely outbreak days. So
the tornado, just so you know, Brady, the tornado warning in Oklahoma has now ended.
Expired. Okay.
And but we're up to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment.
All right.
And including still a tornado warning, although the box is real small. They haven't extended it into Illinois yet, but that storm at St. Louis, obviously, that's one we've been watching for the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah. That's going to continue to keep training along that warm front east, so it's going to go into Illinois and then Indiana, and then we've got tomorrow. So.
Yeah, and I mean, this is I think just a little bit south, but I don't know if you guys saw, there was a supercell that literally rode along the warm front, produced some crazy hail for like 100 miles in this same region. So,
all right, let's hear from Elizabetta.
Anyone who lives.
Hey guys, you probably hear yourselves in the background. Poured myself some Notorious Pink Rosé, 100% Grenache.
Rosé all day.
Nice. What are you drinking? Stormfront Freaks mug, bought off of Helicity the other day.
Nice.
Yeah. Just gonna say I love you guys. I listen to you guys all the time. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, a lot of great nerdy content.
Mm-hmm. We
like nerdy.
Yeah.
Weather nerds.
So hopefully this outbreak isn't too bad, but it is very entertaining watching you guys. So yeah, I wish you guys the best.
Sweet.
Now, I guess her name is pronounced. I just saw her comment, Elizabetta.
Elizabetta,
I think.
Elizabetta, yeah, perfect.
Yep. Wow, that's
awesome.
Well,
thanks for that.
That was
message.
our official first message ever. So, guys, see how cool that is? You leave a message, you can talk right to the freaks. It's awesome. Now, please stay appropriate, or else we're gonna play you on Weather Fools during our podcast.
Well, it depends on how inappropriate. Let's just say that.
Hey, Brady,
I know this is serious.
Brady, can you go back to the storm west of St. Louis, like not the St. Louis storm, but the one that's off to the west, which lost the tornado warning?
I see exactly what you're seeing, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, it may be ramping back up again. I mean, at least on radar, that presentation. Obviously, it doesn't look like the strongest storm in the world, but I do like the little hook. But it looks actually, now that I see it emotionally,
they're still monitoring for rotation there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think if it can make a, because I mean, look, it almost looks like it's fighting. It's fighting the kind of winds pushing it north. If this thing can turn right, then we've got problems, right? But it as long as it loses that battle of, starting to push up north, I think the rotation is fairly weak.
The last scan, Brady, just pull up the velocity on the last scan. So it's a little bit distorted.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, there's on mine. It's actually showing that as a little bit of interference or something. So it'll be interesting to see over maybe the next scan or two what that ends up looking like.
Yeah, there's definitely interference. You can, I mean, anytime you see a crisp line like this,
right?
There's something in the way. So we'll have.
It's not like that in nature.
No.
Really?
There's no straight lines in storms. I can almost guarantee you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, these two storms. So this storm we'll look at this storm one last time, and then I want to look at the tornado watches and warnings because we haven't showed that yet. But this storm, we're going to have to keep an eye on this. That's got a pretty pronounced hook. Still tornado warned, still radar indicated, about to move into the Bellefontaine. So Bellefontaine, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. I think in Ohio it's Bellefontaine, but the Bellefontaine neighborhoods, Mullen Acres, Riverview, all of you guys are in this tornado warning. Castle Point, take shelter. This storm is going to be on top of you right now. If you live across the river, still a severe thunderstorm warning. I would take this storm seriously because I think it could It could, you just never know with these kind of things, especially when you see this radar presentation. This thing's about to split, so that means it could go tornadic.
Great.
Is that 270 right there? Can you zoom in? I can't see it. They're saying rotation wall cloud east of I-170 and 270.
Yep, that's right here. That is 270 is right here. Wow,
Okay.
look at that. The last
Yeah.
frame. Okay, 100%. It's crossing 270 right now. So there's your rotation right there. There's your appendage. That's got to be your wall cloud right there. So,
Brady, I'm going to take in a different direction right now. If you head down to Springfield, Missouri, in the 10% tornado zone to the southwest, down near just north of Springfield, Missouri, there is a cell that's developed again. Right in this is the what I would consider to be the richest air of the day right now, as far as tornadoes and tornado potential is considered. And look at this storm. Now, I know it doesn't look like much in the reflectivity, but pull it up on velocity.
Wow, look at that.
Now,
that is that's going to be some wind damage.
Right. We clearly aren't seeing a couplet here, but definitely some strong winds. And if you see how it's kind of like notching a little bit, right, just kind of where your cursor was, Brady. We can see that kind of starting to notch up a little bit, and it'd be interesting to keep our eye on this one and see what happens. But lots of lightning in this storm, and it does have a severe warning. No tornado warning yet, but it is also moving. This thing is moving at 47 knots. So that's we're talking about what is that? Almost 55 miles an hour.
60, yeah, 60 miles. The National Weather Service. This is look how big the severe thunderstorm warning is. I mean, they've included basically like 3 or 4 counties in this thing. So they're pretty confident that this thing is packing some serious wind. It is just moving. It is hauling ass, frankly, and it's going to be moving into areas of Fairplay Boulevard. Is that Humansville? Yeah, Humansville.
Did they just issue a new tornado warning over near St. Louis? I think they did.
This is I'm sharing another camera facing St. Louis.
Yeah.
So this is on I-270 and I-255 in Illinois.
Wow.
And you can just see on the right side there, you can see a lowering.
Yeah, that's 100% the lower. That's the wall cloud.
Sorry, what direction is this facing, Phil?
This is facing west, basically.
Facing west. So is this from Illinois then?
This is from the Illinois side. Yep,
got it.
Facing kind of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here.
And sorry, which highway is this? Is on 270?
270 and 255.
Oh yeah,
bingo. And I-255.
Yeah, bingo.
Okay.
And this was taken about 3 minutes ago. So this is literally right when the storm was crossing. This is probably about a couple minutes old, so this is probably now crossed.
Phil, not to complain or anything, but if you can find us a camera that is slightly facing just a little bit northwest of this.
Hey, let's get him on the phone and let's see if we can get the
There's west, there's south, there's north.
That was really cool though, because you saw that appendage. I don't think that appendage hanging down was a tornado. It's a kind of a ragged wall cloud, I think, but still.
It's just neat. It's just neat to see it develop like that, and the fact that we can pull up these public webcams and Phil, maybe this is a great opportunity to give a shout out to our
Cassandra Woodson.
Yeah, you bet.
Who kind of got us hooked into this? She was hoping to join us tonight, but she was having trouble with her Starlink uplink.
Elon, come on, Elon. Hey, Elon, we're broadcasting on Twitter. Please help us out. Come on.
So I'm trying to do my best in her absence.
Yeah, you're doing great, Phil. All right. Well, we're gonna keep an eye on that. We're gonna keep an eye on that storm. So real quick, I just want to show. I want to show what are our watches and warnings, because we've been kind of going nonstop, radar, storm tracking. Let's look at what do we got in terms of tornado watches, and just looking. I mean, this reminds me of 2 weeks ago when we had that tornado outbreak where we had literally watches spanning from Ohio all the way down to Texas. Right now, we have several different. I think this is a total of three active tornado watches, 2 active severe thunderstorm watches, and really they're centering in the moderate and enhanced areas. We got a severe thunderstorm watch in southern Texas. We have a tornado watch in central and eastern Oklahoma. We've got another tornado watch in central and eastern Missouri, and then we got a third tornado watch in central parts of Illinois. So let's just go one by one here and take a look at the area they cover. And let me zoom in a little bit so people can see. So this first tornado watch is for central Illinois, for areas of eastern Missouri, and it's right around our tornadoes that we've been looking at, right in St. Louis and the storm behind it. And they right now they have moderate for tornadoes, moderate for EF2 plus tornadoes. So that means they think there could be a pretty good chance of some of these developing. Severe wind and severe hail are high. So that's really the biggest risk with this, with tornadoes being still when you see a couple of intense tornadoes possible, it's pretty strong wording from the National Weather Service. Let's look. So that's our first tornado warning. Let's look at our second tornado warning here. This one should be, let's take a look at the Missouri one as well. So this one is for central and southwestern Missouri. This includes Joplin, Springfield. Really, if you live in central Missouri, you're under a tornado watch. So this is just another one of them. But for this one, I think they don't think the hail threat and the wind threat is as high. Still moderate threat for tornadoes, EF2 tornadoes. So right along this front, I think is where they're expecting some tornadoes to form. The third and final tornado watch, and I just went back to let's go back to the home screen. But the third and final tornado watch is going to be in, let's just zoom out. The third and final tornado watch is in central Oklahoma. And this was issued, I believe, at 2:15 Central Time. So this was issued a long time ago. But this is that cluster of storms that had that first tornado warning. Once again, moderate for all of these parameters. Severe hail and 2+ diameter inch hail is high. So I think the tornado threat is still non-zero down here, but this is the heart of the moderate risk and where they think the heart of the moderate hail is going to be. So we're going to have to keep an eye on, you could still get tornadoes in Oklahoma and northern Texas, as we saw with that warning. But I think the biggest threat here is probably widespread hail damage. So,
Brady, if you can go to KINX at Tulsa,
yep.
And let's look at the storm that is northwest of Tulsa Metro. Up to the north. Yeah. No, where are you?
Oh my
Go down
God.
to Oklahoma.
I'm having a brain fart.
Go down to Oklahoma.
I was having a brain fart. Like, wait a second, Tulsa. What state is that in? That would be.
So if you look at that storm northwest of Tulsa, it looks as though it just passed through the Pawnee area. And if you pull up the velocity scan on this one,
let's pull it up.
You will see a pretty rather impressive couplet. Now it's not super tight, but lots of bright red and bright green in there, and so obviously we've got some decent rotation. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And then if we head down to Denton, Texas.
Oh, Denton, the infamous Denton, Texas. Hopefully they're not getting Denton hail balls.
And we can see we got that really good looking storm that's down there is continuing to move towards Denton, a little bit south of Denton, and then we've got
look at Kingfisher. Kingfisher's getting back in on the action. This is round 2 for them, man.
Yeah,
you're like, we just got a possible tornado, and now we're going to get hammered with another storm. Come on now.
So lots happening out there. Just the one tornado warning still in effect. Actually, that tornado warning has now been dropped over at St. Louis. So 13 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. The ones that I'm most interested in, we haven't even looked at yet, up into Illinois, into that tornado watch region in Illinois. So up by Decatur, Illinois, just south of Decatur, Illinois, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and
It's a massive complex of storms
it
too.
really is. Yep.
I mean, it's going to cause some problems. I
Yeah,
think
and
there's probably going
there's
to be some flooding issues.
Well,
too
there's actually a flash flood warning was issued with that storm
Yep.
as well. So it looks to me like the most interesting ones are still St. Louis, the one down near Springfield, Missouri, the one northwest of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the ones in the Dallas metro area. But currently, no tornado warnings. We'll just keep moving around and checking them as we go, and see if anybody decides to go tornado warned.
Look at these two cells, Greg. They're like, conjoined twins. They do not want to let go. It does not want to let go of this one, man.
Hey, did you guys hear that story this week about there was conjoined twins and one of them got married?
What?
Yeah, no, that was a story in the news this week.
How would that work?
I know I've got lots of questions as well, but
Are
that's not the right form for it, Brady. Just let it go.
You know what would be really awkward? What if the conjoined twin wasn't the best man for the other one? So
well, it was actually two. It was conjoined. They were sisters, but anyway, the whole conversation degrades into a discussion about what happens on at the marriage night and all that kind of stuff. So we're not going to go there, Brady.
Oh,
but
no.
just food for thought as we're waiting on new tornado warnings.
That's got to be a TV show in the making. So
yeah, there's definitely going to be a reality show on that one.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get to a couple comments in the chat while we are waiting. So we got Raymond thinks I need more coffee and tea. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate that. Maybe I do need some more. I don't drink coffee though. Coffee's gross. But I do like tea. So maybe I'll.
And I like that Jess Woolwine got in on our conversation.
Yeah, she said I was going to say these cells just got married, and then she also said, "What if the one twin hated the husband?" I mean, that would be a problem. Because
So
what are you gonna do?
Let's like, is it a polygamy? Is that
I don't.
Is it like,
no,
is it
we're not
one
gonna
wife?
Go there.
Is it?
No,
we're not even going to go down that road.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know. But Elizabeth said. Also, y'all got cams near Justin, Texas. There's an impressive shelf cloud there. Phil, our camera expert, actually just stepped away, so we'll check. We'll make a note of that, Elizabeth, and see if there's any.
Brady, go down to the Springfield storm just north of Springfield, Missouri.
Yep. Yeah, there's some mass scale with this.
Yeah, you can see this thing's coming together a little bit, and again, just if you pull up the velocity scan on this one, I think it looks like there's definitely some strong, some strong wind in there, but not really seeing any rotation yet.
Not yet, but anytime you have severe thunderstorm warnings, or anytime you have these big complexes like this. Right. I mean, you get your outflow pushing out from the storm like this. I mean, you can have spin ups, right? Especially if
for sure.
If you can get a low level, which I don't think the low level jet is as strong today as it was when we had the outbreak about a week ago. But if you can get winds pushing up from the south like this, and then they're going to start to, as they move into the storm, they're going to start to get wrapped up and pulled in by the updraft. That's when you can get little spin ups.
Yeah, I mean that was my thought originally watching this thing develop, because if you go back to the reflectivity and just you look at it, it does have that. Especially this last scan. Wow, it is really taking. Yeah, it really is taking on that sort of flying eagle presentation. And you got that little inflow notch developing. So this will be a good one to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure somebody is sitting at a weather desk keenly looking at this one, waiting for something to happen. We'll see.
Well, and the National Weather Service did indicate in the warning that a tornado is possible. So I think when I usually see that, I think, okay, they're seeing something. They're seeing this storm like we are, and thinking, okay, maybe they're looking at the helicity or they're looking at the low level winds and saying, okay, this storm is going to move into an area where we think there could be, this thing's going to wrap up pretty quick. And so we want to put that language in the warning to indicate this thing could produce a tornado as it continues to move off to the east. So definitely one we're going to have to watch.
We've got if we go back to St. Louis for a moment, I think that storm has really kind of lost its edge, so to speak. It
100%.
Really does look like it's dying. Well, the one to the west still looks interesting, but I think that storm over St. Louis is pretty much done at this point.
Yeah, that storm, I'd be interested to see if it moved into an area maybe. And I bet it's also because this other storm, it just can't pull away from it. So, but yeah, it's still a dangerous storm. Still can produce some large hail and strong winds. And sometimes these storms can recycle. So still
Can you go back to Dallas, Fort Worth, the storm that's north of Dallas, just moving into the Denton area?
Yeah.
And again, it's sort of been very persistent over the last hour or so, hour and a half, with the that nice little comma, presentation to it, a little appendage on the bottom, inflow notch. But really, if you pull up the velocity scan, it really isn't doing much rotating yet.
Not
but
yet.
It looks so good on the and I guess that's why you have the velocity scans, because just looking at the reflectivity it can be a little bit deceiving. If you go down to the storm southwest of that one, down just moving into Fort Worth metro area, again, if we see you got kind of on the south end of that cell, there's a nice little couplet on the velocity scan. It's fairly disorganized. It kind of seems to be part of that line of storms, but it's something to watch anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I think regardless, Fort Worth, I guess just south of Fort Worth, these areas, Burleson, Clemburn, moving through Granbury right now, you guys are going to get a pretty nasty storm. Winds, I think, 65 miles an hour. So pretty strong winds with these suckers. I think we got some more hail down this storm in Hicko moving just east. So, but
put up Garrett Beverly's comment that he just posted. I would we'll see if we can try to track that down, Garrett, or if you want to maybe share it with us. But I would like to see that. Brady, this would be also a good time while we have a little bit of downtime where we don't have any.
Tornado warning for East Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right. Well, that is another tornado warning for just northwest of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Nice. And that's the storm we were watching here a few minutes ago.
Greg, you're right on this. This is that storm that Greg brought up. Wow, look at that. My God, that is 100%. I mean, yeah. So anytime remember, if we just looked at this a little bit ago, the rotation wasn't necessarily as strong. It was a line, and we had said, okay, maybe it can wrap up, maybe it can start to pull in those winds. That's exactly what happened here. We had winds rushing in from the south, and those winds are now wrapping around right here. And the fact that I'm seeing these strong, bright green and fairly bright red with a little bit of red mixed in, that's a little bit of noise there, but that's a pretty good indicator. If there would be a tornado warning, or if there would be a tornado, it would be right then there.
It's not a terribly populated area. In fact, it's a pretty heavily densely forested area. However, if you look up in the top right corner of the warning box, you have Bartlesville. If this storm does move northeast rather than east, Bartlesville would be in the
zone. It has a debris ball.
100%. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So
Is it radar indicated, Brody?
radar indicated.
Brody.
Yeah,
Brody.
it is. Yeah. No, this thing is absolutely dropping. At least from what I'm seeing, I think this is a tornado on the ground. Anytime we see this on radar, anytime we see this this is the correlation coefficient, and this is basically telling us what kind of things do we see in the air. When we see red and orange like this, that's just rain. When we see blue and green and yellow like this, that is debris. That is houses, that is cars, that is trees.
In this area, Brady, for sure that would be trees. Like
trees.
Like this is a heavily forested area. But as I said, as soon as you get over to that line where Bartlesville is, it becomes a little bit more, homes and a little bit less treed area, but it's not a great chase area.
No, it's not at all. And just looking at so let's just put this in. So I think it was 45 miles an hour. I just want to give, I know this is a little bit more rural area, but I think just based upon what I'm seeing, there is most likely a tornado on the ground. If you live in Talent, it's going to be on your doorstep in 15 minutes. Barnesdale on your door in 15 minutes. Woolarock in 23 minutes. Fight in 28 minutes. That's probably pretty far out. But
Brady, zoom right in south of what town is that? Winona?
It's Winona.
Look at how the red area is wrapping into the green. I would say 100%. For sure that's we've got a tornado right in there. Wow.
Yeah, and if we look at the correlation coefficient, I bet that's right where we've got our debris ball. 100%.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So there is a tornado on the ground here, and let's go back to velocity. Just south of Winona. If you live in Winona, this tornado is just to your south, and it's probably going to skirt the town. So please get to cover, get to shelter right now. It's moving across. It already moved across Highway 99. Some of these other roads, 2350, 23 or 2665, some of those roads, it's 2350. It's going to parallel you guys. So if you're on that freeway, get to shelter now. Barnesdale, you are included in this tornado warning. It's going to be on your doorstep, and let's just time this out here. 45 miles an hour. So Barnesdale, this is going to be on your doorstep in 14 minutes, probably a little bit sooner because this radar is probably a minute or two behind. So once again, we have a most likely a tornado on the ground. It's doing damage. It's picking up trees and other debris, and it could be a strong tornado. When you see these bright colors like this, this is pretty indicative of a strong tornado that could be and most likely is on the ground. And look at that. The latest scan, it probably moved through southern Winona, which would make me think, and I really hope it just avoided it, but it could have hit southern Winona and moved through there. Still a debris ball for this storm that is a dangerous, most likely tornado-producing storm that is just to the west of Barnesdale. So Winona, the storm is right on top of you, moving through you guys right now. Barnesdale, Talents, Pershing.
That's the best couplet of the day, Brady. That's
100%.
Yeah, that's definitely the most dramatic tornado image we've seen so far today.
100% agreed. And we know by looking.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, that's a definite debris ball. Yeah,
we know this is a debris ball. We know this is a tornado on the ground that's doing damage, and it's not good. This is definitely the most. Like Greg said, this is the most extreme radar signature we've seen all day. You can even, look at the reflectivity when you see this.
Can you put it into motion, here, Brady? So let's just see how it's, because Bartlesville's a pretty good sized community, and it does look to me like this storm is moving more northeast than it is eastward, and that
I would agree.
That warning box looks appropriately placed by the National Weather Service. So unfortunately, this looks like it's moving right towards Bartlesville.
I agree. It's moving right towards Barnesdale, I think, is, I believe, Barnesdale or Barnesville. Yeah, I think it's Barnesdale.
I am going to pull up the reports page on the Storm Prediction Center and just see what... there's There's nothing on this storm yet up there, but we'll keep an eye on that.
They did just update the tornado warning to observed. So
Right.
there is a tornado that is on the ground. It's doing damage. I mean, when I see this kind of radar signature, right, this almost like ball with a hole in the center, that is a very good indication that there is a tornado on the ground. And let's
Brady, you got to pull up the velocity scan now on this one.
Oh my gosh!
So you can see that this has that kind of presentation you would expect to see, in the hurricane image, right? Where you actually can see one side wrapping in around the other side, and that is where the tornado is actually happening. So
rip right in there, right where I circled, right in there. You've got winds wrapping around from the south and actually pushing into this, and then you've got winds wrapping around here. Your tornado, which it is on the ground, is going to be right in here. And Barnesdale, this is going to be right on your doorstep in about 5 to 7 minutes. So get to shelter. Right now, we have a large.
And just leave it on the velocity for a second, Brady.
Yeah.
So currently, the radar station here is actually southeast of this tornado. So the red is indicating winds that are moving away from the radar station. Greens and blues, winds that are moving towards the radar station. So you can definitely see the classic cyclonic turning, the counterclockwise turning. Again, the reds are moving away from the radar station as Brady drew, and the greens are wrapping in. So that's where your tornado is likely sitting.
Yep, and this is a large. This is a. Let me just look at the wording to see what they say. A radar confirmed tornado. This is a damaging tornado that is on the ground, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Once again, this is a tornado that is on the ground, and it could be large, it could be strong. The fact that we're seeing debris means it is doing damage. And I guess the thankful thing is on the latest scan, still a debris signature there, but not as strong as we were seeing. So
yeah, but I got to tell you right now that tornado is literally in the middle of nowhere right now. So it would make sense that the debris ball wouldn't be much of anything, because it's literally in like an area like no homes. Thankfully, it doesn't even look like very much treed area. But as it's moving towards, is it Barnsdall is the next Barnsdall?
Barnesdale.
Yeah,
Barnsdall.
Barnsdall is the next community kind of in the path. It looks to be that it may end up going north of Barnsdall, though, eh?
It could. If I were in Barnsdall, I would still get to shelter right now. This storm is, if you don't get by the tornado, you're going to get hit by the inflow winds, and they're going to be very strong. So,
can you measure a time for us, Brady, for it to get to Bartlesville or in the Bartlesville area?
Yep. So this is 45 miles an hour. It is about, I would say, probably about 4 minutes, because this radar is probably about 2 minutes behind.
Okay, so that's Barnsdall. So that's 2 to 4 minutes away. And then go up to Bartlesville at the northeast side.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. It's
yeah.
Bartlesville. I kept getting.
Yeah, because Bartlesville is a much bigger community. So I'm going to guess probably about 15 minutes away there, 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, 15 to 20 minutes is a good. It says 28 minutes, but I bet this storm is this radar's a little bit behind. So,
and again, if you look at that radar couplet, that's as good as you can expect on a day like today. And when I say good, I don't mean good. I mean as bad as you can possibly expect.
Wow, look at the velocity too, or look at the
reflectivity.
You can really tell. Barnesdale, this is coming right into your town now. Yeah. Bartlesville, this is coming. You're not in the warning yet, but this is a tornado producing, confirmed tornado that is on the ground, and it is doing damage, and it's about to move into Barnesdale. This thing is racing to the north at 45. I guess it's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Confirmed tornado on the ground.
Now,
please take this seriously.
Where you see Barnsdall on your map, the bulk of that city, I shouldn't say the bulk, but a good chunk of that city is actually to the northwest of the word Barnsdall. Mm-hmm. So, so unfortunately, even if this takes a bit of a side swipe on Barnsdall on the north portion, that might be actually a worst case scenario for the town. And oh my gosh, the last couplet is actually seems to have gotten a little bit stronger. Look at the blues and the bright orange now showing up. That's a strong tornado, Brady.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, and I think Greg, that was such a good point about the correlation coefficient because it doesn't look like there's really much debris, but it's probably over the countryside right now.
Yeah,
So
and actually, as I'm looking at the map, that actually area of countryside doesn't have a ton of
freeze.
stuff for it to actually tear apart. But in the next 60 seconds, we're going to see it crossing Highway 11 near the Dollar General. Barnsdall High School is in the mix here as well. Obviously, that's not going to be a concern this time of day, but the Dollar General, the elementary school, anywhere along Highway 11 north of town, and it's literally crossing that highway right now as we're speaking. Just see what the correlation coefficient looks like now, Brady.
Yeah, I'll get to, and look, we've got this.
Yeah.
I think the couplet's actually even tightened up a little bit more.
I agree.
Here, you've got your winds flowing here. Here's your tornado just moving through the northwest parts of Barnsdall. I would not be surprised to see a little bit. There's still a little bit there.
But
right?
remember, it's about to cross, right? Once it crosses Highway 11 and there's homes and businesses there.
Yeah, this is not good. It's not good at all. So people
just
in
a
Barnsdall.
side update. This is our only tornado warning currently in effect. There are 12 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing at the moment, but just the one tornado warning.
Yep. And looking at the SPC reports, we'll get right back to the storm in just a sec. 0 tornado reports today so far. So that's good. That's very good news. We've had 68 hail reports, 27 wind reports, total of 95 reports. So we've had a lot of hail and actually way more hail reports than wind. So that's good. Well, I guess that's bad. That means there's a lot of strong hail, a lot of strong updrafts today. So but good news, we don't have any tornado reports yet. But that's changing right now because I think we have a tornado that's on the ground.
For sure, there's a tornado on the ground. Now the other thing is we don't need to. You can keep this on screen, Brady. But I just want to point out there's another storm to the southwest of this one coming up in the same, literally along the same line. And has a significant couplet, has that same hook presentation, and it wouldn't surprise me to see this if it's in that same sort of air and same atmosphere.
Same presentation. Yeah, it's got the same presentation. It kind of wasn't. Was a straight line, and now it's starting to have that hook. Starting to have that bow.
And if you just on this screen right now, just pull up the velocity scan.
Yeah.
And
wow,
you can see that
100%, 100%. Yeah.
So anyway, some to keep an eye on while we watch what's happening at Barnsdall.
No, my guess. I mean, this is starting to move into central and eastern Oklahoma, right into the middle of our moderate risk. My guess is if we looked at the meso analysis, we'd see some higher helicity values, and maybe stronger wind shear. This moving into maybe the low level jets starting to pick up. So I would not be surprised if this storm also started to kind of show areas of possibly went tornado warned. Okay, so looking back at the Barnsdall storm, still pretty strong, maybe a little bit broader area of rotation. Still, I think there could be possibly a tornado on the ground, and that tornado would be right in here, right moving through or have just moved through the northern parts of Barnsdall. So. I think Garrett.
I think it's Barnsdall.
Barnsdall. Sorry, Barnsdall. Garrett brought up a good point. Hopefully not that one. Hopefully the school paid attention and showed that and released the kids from the sports early. I think there's probably a high school here. So hopefully,
where you see the B in Barnsdall. That's actually right where the high school is. So it's, just east. Just west of Highway 11. Can you pull up the correlation coefficient on that, Brady, and just let's see what's happening.
Okay.
Well, that's
So
a
not
good
much.
sign. No, that's a
Not
good
much.
sign.
Yeah, that's a good sign. And that would, I mean, that means that that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not a tornado on the ground, but that also is a much better signal than what we were seeing earlier. So that means that there still could be a tornado on the ground. It still could be kicking up debris, but it's not as strong as earlier. And the radar presentation backs that up. There isn't as big of a defined hook. If there is a tornado, it's rain wraps, right? But I mean, this storm is still a dangerous storm.
Yeah. Hey, will you go quickly to north of Springfield, Missouri, just to the next radar station to the east?
Yeah.
There we go.
Where's the right
there? So go to the reflectivity on this one.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
So, and look at the size of this severe thunderstorm warning.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So they've put the warning out a fair distance. It looks like maybe almost an hour out. But this storm is moving really, really fast. But just an interesting warning box.
Well, Greg, I mean, this storm. First of all, they're saying it has 2.75-inch hail. So that's, I think, what, like baseball, maybe more. So it's got giant hail. I mean, bright blue. That is just crazy. Plus, it's got pretty strong inflow, and it's got this notch. So, we're going to have to watch this one. They indicate that a tornado is possible with this one. So, all it takes is a little bit of helicity to get ingested into this sucker, and it's already a supercell. So it just needs a little bit more to get cranked up.
So I'm going to go take a look at if you want to bring Barnsdall back up. I'm going to take a look at what's happening down in the Dallas metro area. So we don't need to bring it up on screen, Brady. It's kind of turned into a big lined out mess down there. So I don't think we need to worry about that too much, other than possible wind damage and hail. But it doesn't look like any tornado threat down in Texas at the moment.
Yep. Garrett says tons of hail on that. Yeah, I think he was talking about the Springfield storm. Yeah, that had a ton. I mean, just if you got a car, you better get that thing in the garage, or else you're going to be going to the body shop tomorrow along with half the other town. So, looking at this tornado warning, it looks on velocity. I mean, if there would be a tornado, it'd be
right in there.
Right in here. So it would have just moved through Barnsdall.
Definitely this couplet doesn't look nearly what it did 5 minutes ago.
No, it's starting to line out a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit more linear. So it's just a matter of can these inflow winds start to wrap around, and that's really what we'll have to watch.
But if you look at the storm to the southwest, though, Brady, like it actually has kind of started to develop.
100%.
Yeah. So again, we'll just keep an eye on it as this line keeps moving in to that Osage County area.
Yep. And Tulsa, I think this storm's going to go north of you, north to the northwest. So I think you'll probably get hit eventually. I don't think it'll be by this storm. I think this storm actually will probably move over similar areas as what just hit. Yeah, Garrett, leave it to tail end Charlie to pop up. You're right about that. They're you never know. Tail end Charlie is basically saying
even look at the one to the farther southwest.
Yeah, there it
is.
is.
I mean, it's just developing right now, but that might be who knows? That might be the one. But I still look at where that tornado warning is. I mean, on the wider shot, you can really see how big that storm is, and you can still see that.
For sure.
That little comma echo return.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there down, and you still got.
Have a look at the latest velocity though too.
Yeah,
I
think I don't. Mine not. Maybe mine hasn't updated yet, but yeah, I agree. I mean, this kind of looks similar to that tornado that popped up when we did the stream.
It almost seems like it's developing again. Honestly,
yeah, I would not be surprised.
And now we're getting close to Bartlesville too.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, so Bartlesville, I think at this point, if this rotation tightens up, they'll extend this warning. If not, they
There
might
it
not.
is. There it is.
Oh, did they
I think
extend it?
I think they just. I just saw a tornado warning box, a new one pop up.
All right,
Where did it
we'll
go?
probably.
National Weather Service has issued
There we go.
Tornado warning for East Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, Central Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right. Well, they've extended the tornado warning. It is a radar indicated tornado warning now. So this is that same storm that just moved through Barnsdall, headed into Bartsville. This tornado warning does include Bartsdall. Sorry,
Bartlesville.
Yeah, this
You're getting your B words mixed up.
I'm getting my B's confused, man. I'm going crazy. But yeah. So this tornado warning does include Bartlesville, and it is radar indicated. So that this old tornado warning was an observed tornado. That means we had an observed tornado on the ground based upon the radar data. I haven't seen any reports of anyone seeing this, but we had enough evidence to be able to say.
But look at that! Look at that new scan, though, Brady.
100%.
Right.
Yeah, that it's starting to tighten up. That's why the National Weather Service probably extended this. Because
Just go to a bit wider shot, Brady. Zoom back out again, and just put it into motion. Look how the couplet is hugging the north side of the warning box, right? And if that continues in the next few minutes, and if it doesn't make a distinct right turn in the next few minutes, Bartlesville is taking a direct hit here. And if this does wrap up over the next few scans, that's going to be really dangerous.
Tornado warning for Central Dallas County in southwestern Missouri, East Central Polk County in southwestern Missouri, Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri.
All right, well, things are starting to pop off. That's another tornado warning that is in Missouri. So
is that our storm, Brady, that we were looking at? I think that's our storm at Springfield, north of Springfield.
I think it is 100%. I think it is. And let's look at it first on reflectivity. Yep, that's 100%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So,
and that looks to be, it'll be crossing I-44 here at some point in the next 30 minutes or so as well. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive hook on that storm. Well, Brady, let's quickly go back to the Bartlesville tornado, because that's the one that's I think has the most chance of impacting a community, although this one in north of Springfield looks to be going right towards Buffalo, Missouri. But I'm really worried about Bartlesville just because of the position of the tornado on. Yeah, look at how that's wrapped up.
Yeah, it's
and let's have a look at the velocity. Oh, yeah. I think
I would bet that if there was a tornado, it would be right in here. And the fact, I mean, just if we look at this in motion, and let me just slow it down real quick. If we look at this in motion, zooming out a little bit, you can, wow, what is going on? You can see just in the last couple of frames. So it, just as it was moving through Barnsdale, tornado on the ground, moved through Barnsdale, kind of weakened in terms of the rotation. And then just in the past couple of frames, look at those bright orange colors appear out in front. That means I just think that means inflow is starting to crank up. And I think the outflow is also there. So we could have a tornado.
What does it say about source? Is it radar indicated?
Radar. Yeah.
Radar
indicated. So
just move I want to be able to see Bartlesville in here and just see how close we're getting. So Bartlesville is an interesting city because it has kind of like the old town and the new town built along the highway. The older part of the city, the original part of the city, is kind of off to the west, and there's almost like a green belt or a bit of space in between the two. And so where you see the word Bartlesville on the map is, and that is highway, is that 60, the north-south? North South Road is 60. Yeah.
Yes.
So
it is, yeah.
so that is the corridor of sort of like the newer part of Bartlesville. But where you see the B in the word Bartlesville on the map is the older part of the city, and but most of the population is out to the west of Bartlesville.
Tornado warning for northeastern Johnson County in north central Texas.
All right, we're
Oh, that's Denton. That's the Denton
Jeez,
storm.
That's the Denton storm. So we now have a total, I think, of let's see.
You have four tornado warnings. Three tornado warnings
warnings.
at the warning.
Yeah,
Three-
three tornado warnings. Basically, I guess two are kind of the same, right? And wow, let's look at this, Greg. Okay, so this looks like a tornado warning, radar indicated. This is actually south of Fort Worth.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, there's that inflow coming in right there. So this is just a guess without looking at the velocity, but if there would be a tornado, it would be right.
Wow, you
Just
should
moving
see the
through
velocity. Pull the velocity up.
Oh
Right
my
here.
God,
Yeah.
that's 100% a tornado.
Yeah.
Right in there. Whoops.
Well, let's not throw the word 100% around, but
yeah, you're right.
but
you're right.
but
No, you're
let's
right.
just say it
He's
looks
right.
pretty
He's
damn
right.
good.
He's getting us
Yeah,
started.
it looks pretty good though.
Yeah. So that means that if you live, and this is actually interesting, I bet my velocity is a little out of date, but if you live in Keene, Alvarado, Venus, Marystown, Egan, Happy Hill, all of you guys are in the general path of this dangerous, possibly tornado on the ground storm. It's still radar indicated from the National Weather Service, but if what I'm seeing on velocity is true, this is a pretty strong signature for a tornado. We've got these bright green and blue colors. We've got this red color right next to it. That means that this storm is rotating. And if there's a tornado, it would be
Draw
right
a
into-
path of that storm, Brady. Draw the path of that storm, or of the tornado where it's going to go.
Yeah. So let's
so-
pull up the velocity.
Yeah. So just draw with your marker. Just draw the path of where this tornado is likely going to go. Okay. So that entire area is suburban metro Dallas. If a tornado goes there, homes are going to be hit. This is not like what's going on up southwest of Bartlesville, where it's a relatively low population density. This is a high population density area. So this is not a good one. But Brady, can you go back, please, to Bartlesville for a moment?
Yep.
Because it does appear that the tornado is going to be well south now of Bartlesville. You can see how the new couplet that has developed is actually, this is definitely a best case scenario, because the new couplet that has developed as it's crossing highway, looks like Highway 60 maybe. But it looks like that couplet is now well south of Bartlesville, which is a good thing. Unlike the potential tornado south of Fort Worth, which is going through a reasonably heavily populated area, this storm at Bartlesville should be missing the bulk of the populated area. However, if you're near My Green Country RV Park, Oklahoma Department of Transportation, Christ Community Church, that area south of Bartlesville, No Limit Power Sports, Jensen Tractor, all of those areas south of Bartlesville along Highway 60, that tornado is about to cross the highway.
Yeah, and Greg, it's just in the last frame here. I mean, it's wrapped up pretty good. You've got this is a pretty strong couplet. I think you could have it might be a smaller tornado, but it could still be an intense tornado. So
wait till you see the next scan. Wait till you see the next scan as it comes up.
If you're in Oglesby, well, I guess that's a little bit to the south of that, but take shelter because this
there's
tornado,
the new scan.
Okay.
So, and I misspoke. It's I-75.
Yep.
It's I-75 north-south highway out of Bartlesville. and it looks like the tornado is just about to cross I-75. Again, fortunately, well south of the city. But if you're in the area south of Bartlesville, I-75 region, this is where we have a potential tornado on the ground.
Yep. And this storm is that same storm that produced a tornado, most likely a tornado just to the west of Barnsdale. So Barnsdale. This storm did produce a debris ball. This had the most impressive radar signature of the day so far, at least early on. So this is a tornadic storm, and these oftentimes can recycle and reproduce. And I would bet, looking at this velocity, there could be a tornado on the ground with this thing, and it's crossing I-75 right now as we speak, and it's going to move into a little bit less populated areas, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't take this seriously.
Okay, let's talk about the two other tornado warnings in effect. One is in Missouri.
We got to get back to this Missouri storm.
Yeah, and if you look at the radar presentation here now, you'll see there's a pretty distinct couplet. But look at the ridiculous hook on this guy. So, what time of day is it down there right now? So we're
like
getting
7:50.
Yeah, so we're definitely in the dark there now. So this is in the dark tornado, and then we've also got a potential tornado on the ground south of Dallas, Fort Worth area. And again, this is a reasonably well-populated area south of Fort Worth. This is, I would call it suburban Fort Worth. Just west of Alvarado. Keene is a community in that area as well.
It's moving through. It's moving through Keene right now. And just looking at the scan. Well, actually, let me see.
Again, I wonder how much you might have to change tilts, Brady, because it does look like the image is really being distorted by how close we are to the radar in that.
This is tilt. This is tilt 2. So also when we say tilts, that just means the radar beam, the angle of the radar beam. So if we say we want to go to a higher tilt, that means we want to look at the higher angle of the radar beam. So literally, if you take a flashlight and you point it straight out, the radar beam is hitting particles and pulling it back. So if we adjust the tilt to be a little higher, that flashlight goes up a little higher and you can see higher parts of the storm. So when we're this close to the radar, oftentimes we only see very low on the storm. So when we adjust that beam, we can actually see higher points in the storm, so we can actually see what's going on rather than just what we see, what we might have at the surface.
Great message here from, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, I'm sure, but Machea said, for your information, that's Highway 75, not I-75. I-75 is Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky. I misspoke. It is US 75 in Oklahoma. South of Bartlesville. Thank you for picking up on that.
Yep. All right. So this tornado warned storm is just south of Fort Worth. Still is radar indicated. It expires in about 18 minutes. So take this seriously. I'm not necessarily seeing anything that would indicate a strong tornado on the ground, but that doesn't matter. This storm has some strong rotation. Is going to pack a punch regardless whether there's a tornado or not on the ground. So take this seriously. There is a couple areas of rotation within this thing. It's pretty scattered, but you've got some pockets here of different areas of rotation that could produce a tornado at any point if it's not already. So take that storm seriously. And look at that giant severe thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm warning it's a part of. That's pretty funny.
Brady, if you can go back to Springfield, Missouri, when you get a moment here.
Yeah.
Again, this is that ridiculous looking storm that this is like this kind of reminds me of like a Dr. Zeus looking storm. Like it's just look at the size of the warning box that's been issued for it.
100%.
Just the weird shape of the storm, but you can't argue with that hook. And what is anything on the correlation coefficient on there?
Let's look. So, and also when we say a hook echo, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? It literally looks like something I'd hang my t-shirt on, right?
Tornado warning for Central Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma, Nowata County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right, so they've extended the tornado warning. This was the cell we were looking at, and let's pull up this radar. They've extended this tornado warning. This is that same storm that we were following just south of Bartlesville. This is a radar.
Bartlesville.
God, I'm so sorry. Bartlesville. We got to drill that into my brain. And please give me all the crap online for producing your town name.
Yes,
I need that.
Do that.
I need that in my life. So please give me that. But this is that same storm that we were looking at, and so I think the National Weather Service is saying this is still got that pretty strong area of rotation. I think it's a little broader right now, but it's just with this thing, it keeps wrapping up, and I think trying to produce.
And it looks like it's heading right towards. I'll let you pronounce this one.
Great.
Nowata.
Yeah.
Nowata. Okay. And this one I can do Delaware. So a little too early to tell which way this might move, but Nowata and Delaware, you currently have a cell right over top of you. Right over top of Delaware. That is not the tornado warned cell. So the cell that's right over top of you, and this is one of the problems with putting a polygon out when you have a tornado warning is, if you're in Delaware right now, you've got this storm over top of you, and you might believe that the tornado warning is associated with that cell, but it is not that one at all. What do we got here, Phil?
So this is in Conway, Missouri. So this is east of the storm, but this is facing west. And you can see the lightning, pretty heavy.
Sorry,
lightning
which storm, Phil?
I'm sorry, Missouri. That's
the
one north
Springfield
of Springfield.
Storm? Got it.
North of Springfield.
Got it.
That's the crazy hook echo storm.
None of the cameras in Springfield could really pick it up, but this one in Conway, Missouri.
Conway's pretty close.
Is east, but yes, this is facing west.
Wow, actually, Conway's probably the perfect one on that one.
Whoa, you see that little bolt come out there? Wow. Hey, I'm crazy for lightning. If you guys watched our storm chase trip a year or two ago, I like to scream when I see lightning bolts. But this is a dangerous storm. This storm is still a radar indicated tornado warning. And has produced some extremely large hail. So even if there isn't a tornado on the ground, if you're in the path of this storm, Lebanon, it just moved through Buffalo, not New York. We're talking about Missouri. That storm is going to produce some pretty strong hail and possibly a tornado, as well as what you're seeing on the screen, a lot of lightning. So. Definitely a dangerous storm. We're going to have to keep watching.
So just to keep tabs here, Brady. Whoa, Jesus. That was in my ear.
Lightning on the screen. I'm sorry.
We currently have 4 tornado warnings, three different tornado warned storms. And the one at Bartlesville, Oklahoma. We've got this one near Springfield, Missouri, Lebanon, Missouri. And, of course, the one down Alvarado, Texas, south of Dallas, Fort Worth. This might be a great time to just update everyone on what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another moderate risk. Tomorrow the target is in Ohio, where both Phil and Brady are sitting right now. This would be a great time to say, if you are a storm chaser or you know a storm chaser that will be out chasing tomorrow and potentially live streaming, please have them email Phil Johnson, or Brady, because we will get
Phil
you
at
on
stormfrontfreaks.com.
We will get you on our feed here. We would love to have chasers share their stream with us, and we will keep it on screen for the duration of your stream if you're able and want to do so. So if you're a storm chaser, you're going to be out chasing tomorrow in Indiana, Ohio, northern Kentucky, even parts of Virginia. By all means, let us know. Again, Phil at stormfrontfreaks.com, or you can email Brady, or actually just message us, and we either using, Brady, this would be a great time, pull up the Outbreak page. If you want to send us a voice message, think there's something we're missing, or think there's something we need to know about, or you want to just share a message with us, on the Outbreak page at stormfrontfreaks.com, on the right side of the screen, there's a send message tab. There's also a send message tab at the bottom of the screen. And when you click that, you can actually record a message which we will receive instantly, and we will get it on screen if it's something that's reasonably safe for work kind of content. We'll get it on screen. So just wanted to throw that out there. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We're going to be doing this throughout the entire Storm Chase season. Different crew each time. The common denominator will be Stormcat 5, Brady Harris. So check out stormfrontfreaks.com. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you know anybody out chasing tomorrow, we would love to get their feed. So thanks for indulging me there.
Hey, and Elizabetta just said that Raymond sent a message earlier. So
He did. I've got. Do you have it pulled up, Brady? Otherwise, I can.
I do not. No, I forgot.
All
the
right,
password,
let me pull it up. He had a question. I pre-screened it as I was looking for cameras. I figured, we'll give this a little pre-screen. Let me share it, add to stage, and here we go.
What was your biggest event you chased?
What was your biggest event you chased, Greg?
Oh, for me, I mean, the scariest event for me was El Reno, Oklahoma in 2013. The same storm that, took the lives of Paul and Tim Samaras and Carl Young. But, we got a tornado warning coming through.
Tornado warning for southeastern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Okay, so that looks like an extension, Brady.
It is. Yeah, it's an extension of the is it? Yeah, it's an extension of the Bartlesville. I thought
Bartlesville, yeah.
Yeah, but I thought they must have just adjusted the box a little bit, because I think at least it hasn't appeared. Oh no, sorry. No. This is not. This is a new tornado warning just to the south. This is that cell, Greg, that you identified.
Right on.
As being possibly being
there
able
we go.
to produce. And yeah,
and it's also moving up into that same area. So this is a new tornado warning. That's cool.
Radar indicated. And if we look at the velocity, it looks like
not much there right now, but
yeah, not much. But I think they probably they know that this storm is look at the latest scan. So I think I bet they probably get it real time. Yeah. We probably get it like a minute or two delayed. That's my guess.
You're saying that the giant brains get it before we get it, Brady?
I think so. I think they might be tied into the I don't want to say the dark web, but whatever computer system that
the dark web,
whatever computer system that controls the world, right? That's what they're tied into. So.
The dark web.
But look, I mean, this is why they issued that warning. There is some pretty strong outflow or downdraft winds with this right here in green, and then this little thing of red right here just kind of popped up. And if we look at the reflectivity, it's definitely got that structure. So I think the National Weather Service is, it's a radar indicated tornado warning, but we need to take this seriously because it's moving into that same environment that produced that tornado just about maybe 5 miles to the north. So we're gonna have to take this seriously.
And Brady, just zoom out just a tiny bit again, just back to the east, the south end of that Bartlesville storm. If you look to the south of that now, it looks like we've got another almost meso developing there. It looks like another kind of hook developing off the bottom, and that maybe even a new cell developing.
Yeah. Are you talking about down here, Greg? Right? in
Yeah,
this
that's where
area?
I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's clear. And I actually want to pull. I want to pull the meso analysis up. I want to see maybe there's some helicity or something there that these storms are tapping into. Because I'm curious, because both of these storms are exhibiting rotation. So I'm curious to see not much helicity, right? But I think
And just so you know,
wow.
the Springfield storm, you don't need to pull it up right now. It may still be tornado warned, but it's really lost its edge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I think we're looking at the key storm. Phil, is it possible? Can you pull up that that cam of the lightning again?
Yep, got it right here.
While you're doing that, Elizabeth, I said, us peasants aren't worthy of live feed radar. You're right. You are right. We needed a second, or we needed a minute or two behind. That's what we get.
It would be really nice if these Department of Transportation cameras had way less road in the shot and more sky. Like,
how dare they?
I tend to agree.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Like, come on, everyone wants to see the sky. If someone's pulling it up, they're not going to look for the traffic. I mean, maybe someone will, but
how cool would it be, Phil, if you could, if we had the ability, like, if there was some way to hack in and be able to like move the camera, you know?
I've seen that. There are some public cameras that you can take control and move it.
Really?
Not traffic cameras, but other, other public cameras that's in cities and things that are more touristy, so you can check it out.
Brady, can you pull up Jess Woolwine's comment? New MCD for Northeast Oklahoma, Southwest Missouri area. So let's see if I can pull that up and see what they're saying.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Because,
So tornado threat is increasing this evening. This was issued at 8:02. So that was 8 minutes ago. The tornado threat is increasing across northeast Oklahoma into southwest Missouri. A line of storms with embedded supercells has developed from southeast Kansas into northeast Oklahoma. Low-level shear has increased substantially since 0Z, with 0 to 1 SRH increasing from 150 to 250 on the something I don't know what that is. Anyway, low level shear will increase further as the low level jet strengthens to near 50 knots later this evening. Therefore, expect tornado threat to increase as these cells move northeast. And if you can pull up, a few minutes ago there was a comment that where is it here?
What, this one? Raymond said he needs more lightning shirts off Amazon, Phil. Is that the one you were talking about?
No. Go to Jess Woolwine's comment at 6:58. She said this would be the time the LLJ cranks up, would it not? Turns out, Jess, we are actually looking for a new host of the Stormfront Freaks podcast. And if you want to send your resume to Phil Johnson, that's Phil at find. No, never mind.
It's on the dark web, according to Brady.
On the dark web,
that's where you can find me.
But you guys, I mean, this is so true. I mean, so the areas that we're looking at, I mean, this is that same complex of storms that we've been on in Bartlesville, and that's moving into Miami, Joplin, and even Springfield, right? And Greg, you had said at the beginning of the day, right? Joplin is going to be would be one of your targets. And I think this is why it's probably going to be at nighttime, but just like look at the meso analysis. This is exactly what they're looking at. Here's these helicity values, right? We looked at this earlier and there was very little, there was like scattered pockets of helicity, but it's really cranking up. I mean, you've got values of 200, 300 in, portions of, this is, if we looked at the meso, I think we might be able to outline the meso discussion. I wish it would overlay, but I don't think it does. But if you look at that, right, that's just a little bit to the east of that meso discussion, if not including part of that meso discussion. So they're seeing that helicity ramp up and they're like, well, shoot, we've already had these storms are already rotating. As soon as they get into this area of higher helicity, which is the ability for air that gets sucked up in the updraft. Is that updraft going to rotate and spin? And the higher values that we get indicate a greater chance of that updraft spinning and more energy for that updraft to spin with. So,
all right. So this is southwest of Tulsa, facing west. It's kind of on the southern end of that storm.
Mm-hmm.
That's currently.
That's a great shot. That's a great shot.
That is a great shot.
Yeah, you get a little bit of the structure there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And the sunset a little bit there too.
They've dropped the tornado warning, by the way, on the storm northeast of Springfield in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
We've lost the tornado warning, so we only have the 2 tornado warnings currently in effect. Sorry, 3. The 2 in Oklahoma, in Osage County, and I believe it's Washington County, and then the 3rd is the one still south of Fort Worth.
Yeah, and that Fort Worth storm, man, has.
Are you still seeing that one in Fort Worth? Is that still up?
It is. I think it expires in 1 minute, so I think they're letting it expire. They have put out a giant severe thunderstorm warning for that storm because there is some. And Phil, I'll go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's just some massive downflow from this storm. So you've got just really, really strong winds pushing out this. You can see.
But look at that inflow notch, though, just north of it there. Yeah.
I mean, oftentimes what you can see when you have this strong of outflow and downdraft that you're getting, this will push out right and as this air pushes in, because there's this kind of uneven bulge of winds, it starts to bend the winds around, and that's exactly what you're seeing right here. And that's when you can get a spin up to occur right in this area. So even though I think they've just let the tornado warning expire, as this storm pushes off to the east and just absolutely demolishes, wow.
Again, let's maybe not say demolishes.
Well, as this storm, I mean, it's got really strong winds, so it's a bad storm that it's gonna, people in Waxahachie.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Waxahachie.
Wax on.
Waxahachie, that you are going to get some incredibly strong winds with this thing, right? The warning says 65 miles an hour, but you could even get higher gusts when you get in this this storm's going to pack a massive punch. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one though.
Can you go back to Bartlesville? The Bartlesville storm. I'm loving the look of it right now. So look at that notch, and if you pull up the velocity, you'll see that couplet has redeveloped again.
Yeah, moving right through Delaware right now.
Yeah.
So I'm looking because that storm, the tornado warned storm north of Tulsa now that's moving northeast.
Yep.
Heading kind of towards Joplin. So I actually started looking for some traffic cams in Joplin. Found a really good one that we should keep an eye on. It's a post.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one.
How did that even how did that even happen?
I don't know. So whoever's in charge of that hasn't been tracking.
That tornado warned storm south of Barnsdall, I think might have been a bit of a jump the gun situation, because if you have a look at it, the one Brady South, down there, that doesn't look like much of a tornado warning as far as I'm concerned. But
no, I mean it's it's got some broad rotation right in here, but not overly impressive. Yeah, look at the latest scan. The latest scan is pretty weak rotation. Still take this thing seriously. This thing's still got some strong winds and some large hail. Not as large as some of the hail that we're seeing, but still could do some damage. And with these storms, I mean, it's just and plus, I mean, it's about to get pretty messy with this storm that it's about to kind of merge with it. So If there is a tornado with this, it probably will be short-lived, but still take it seriously. If you're in the tornado warning, get to shelter. Whenever you're in a tornado warning, get to shelter, regardless of if we say there might be a tornado on the ground or not. Get to shelter and take the warning seriously, because oftentimes you can't tell everything with radar, right? We do the best we can with the tools that we have, but sometimes the tools, you could have a completely benign rotation that might not look intimidating on the radar, but it can still drop a tornado. So
I'm
take
just
that
looking
warning.
at the reports page on the SPC, and the only current tornado report was that storm Brady that we saw with a very strong couplet with the debris ball near Barnsdall, northwest of Tulsa.
Yeah.
And that's currently the only report of the day so far, which I'm sure will get amended because we did see video evidence of that short-lived tornado near near Kingfisher earlier in the day as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Brady, sorry, question for you here from Patrick Hambro. He says, with storms that already hit the St. Louis area and cooling it down, would the second wave storms be as severe as they are calling?
That is
I don't
a
know
really
who's calling that. Is there someone, have you noticed?
well. So I mean, if we look at the SPC, right? I mean, there's still a moderate, or I guess there's still an enhanced risk. They've actually dropped the moderate, which is interesting. To think that doesn't mean that storms aren't going to be bad, but that I think that just means that there might not be as widespread of a hail event as we I think expected. I think there's still going to be large hail in Oklahoma, but I don't think it's as widespread as they thought. But what I always like to do is when I try to see is something going to materialize, I always like to look at the meso analysis and see what are the current conditions. So let's look at the meso analysis and see what we got currently. What area was that for? St. Louis.
St. Louis.
St.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah, I mean the complex of storms that's in central Missouri right now is literally right now just a big giant rainstorm.
Yep.
And so certainly there would have to be a significant uptick in organization for anything else to happen tonight that would be significant in the area. But Brady, you're checking the meso analysis, is that right?
Yeah, and let me just look at St. Louis right now. I mean, there's a storm moving through right now just to the north of St. Louis. There's another complex of storms that's moving through. This is a big blob of storms. So, I think you're going to get another round of storms. You're going to get another line with a lot of lightning, and some of these pack some large hail and some rotation. Right. Some of these severe thunderstorm warnings have a possible tornado warning, or possible tornado with them. But that doesn't, the fact that this isn't a tornado warning means it's not, the National Weather Service isn't confident about that. But so you are going to get another round of storms. Now, the question is behind that, will there be a third round of storms possible? And if we look at I just lost it. Let's go back here. Let's look at the meso analysis to see what are the conditions out. Is there still some? Wow, my brain is broke. Is there still some? Is there still some CAPE? Is there still some helicity? So there isn't a lot of CAPE. There's actually some. The blue colors means there is. I mean, there's still a decent amount of energy in the atmosphere, but I think there's a pretty good sinking motion with these, out in front of these storms, right? There's still about 500 to 1,000 joules of CAPE, so they still have some energy if they can get the lift that they need, which if you've got a front here, which it looks like you do, that could be your lift for the second wave. Plenty of bulk shear, plenty of shear, plenty of change in wind direction with height, so that's going to be a problem. Helicity values are increasing, like we just looked at a little bit ago, so that means these storms could actually rotate. But I guess the question is, will there be a line that develops behind it or not? And right now, it doesn't look like there will be. But I think this is going to be a long night for the severe weather threat. So if I were you, I would plan on it. Just sleep with your phone so you can have the warnings next to your bed. But when this first line comes through,
Or get a weather radio.
or
Know
get a weather radio. Yeah,
is
weather
even
radio.
better.
Is even better actually. Because if your phone dies, if anything happens with your phone or your internet goes out, you might, your phone might, or your power goes out while you're sleeping, and then your phone dies. You won't get the warning. So take a weather radio with you if you have it. If not, use your phone. But right now, I mean, there isn't necessarily anything behind it, and we could look at the models to see what they say is going to happen. But hopefully that answers your question. All right. Well, so we looked at the wind shear. We looked at the Cape. I think there's a pretty potent environment still for these storms. So even though there's some sinking motion, right? When you see these blue colors, that means there's a little bit of there's a little bit working against our storms. The air is tending to sink rather than rise. There's still active storms ongoing, and there's still a front here that's going to keep causing these storms to lift up over top of that that cap that we have in place. And so I think that doesn't matter, right? The storms will still keep firing throughout the night. And actually, this is probably a good time to look at look at what the models are saying is going to happen here. So let's look at the HRR. This is Weather Bell that I'm using, and if my audio cuts out, my headphones are going dead. So
okay.
So I'm going to need to change those in just a sec. Yeah, there they go. All right, so let's start things at about 8 p.m. tonight. And let's move and see what this model says is going to happen. So this was actually, this is the 0Z model, and it might be just coming in. But let's zoom in a little bit to the central region. So once again, this is one model's depiction of what could happen tonight. And let's actually zoom in a little bit further so we can see. All right. So basically, we have, just a bunch of storms. I think this model initialized pretty good. Just to the north, we have this big complex of storms. We have a little bit more isolated storms to the south. And then you have this line in Texas, which is exactly what I think we're seeing currently. So then once this model moves to once these storms move to the east, you can see right along this warm front, there is storms going to develop into Indiana. This is 11 p.m. tonight, into Ohio even, starting to get some storms. And then these storms are going to keep pushing and lifting to the north. Now, I think within the next couple hours, once these storms move into central and southern Missouri, that is your area where you could get some of these tornadoes could form and be strong and significant. So that's going to be what we're going to need to keep an eye on as we go throughout the night. Is this area right in here, and that's right where the meso discussion is. I think that's the biggest. That's kind of the greatest threat right now. So once these storms move just off to the east by about, let's look at midnight here. That's going to be really when this line of storms is going to move through. And then even down into Texas, this line falls apart a little bit. So, I think as this pushes off to the west, sorry, I'm adjusting my camera. It'll start to fall apart. So I think if you live in East Texas, I think you could get some storms tonight, but that line that we had is going to fall, kind of move away from some of the energy that we have and start to fall apart. Now, central Oklahoma, this is midnight. This line or this, some more storms to actually develop. So you had one wave that moved through early, and then at least this model says there's going to be another wave that's going to move through after at about midnight central time. So this I think the tornado potential will probably be greatest from now, and as the low level jet starts is ramping up, like we had said, will continue for the next couple of hours, and even possibly into some of the overnight hours. But look at, I mean, well, we're just going to have just this axis of storms, people getting a lot of rain, a lot of strong winds, a lot of lightning with these, with a non-zero tornado threat continuing overnight. But, once we hit about 1 a.m. Eastern time, a lot of these storms start to combine into QLCS, which just means, it's going to be harder to get those strong, long-lived supercell tornadoes that we're used to. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we couldn't get a tornado to spin up out of that. But yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that as we go throughout the night. And sorry, let me get a quick drink of water. And I'm going to plug my headphones in right now because my earbuds went out of battery. So if anyone was talking to me, that is not good. And let me go ahead and update the tornado warnings, because we only have one at the moment. So let me update that banner. Only have one active tornado warning. That's that storm in Oklahoma. Let me plug in my headphones so I can hear. Bear with me here, guys. There we go. All right, so now I can hear. So if anyone wants to talk. And how are you guys doing tonight? Everyone doing good in the chat? Anyone having a eventful night? Lizabetta said she has a daddish joke. So did LL Cool J have low-level jet in mind when choosing an artist name? Wow. Lizabetta, that's strong. That is strong stuff. I love my dad jokes, and that is strong. Just going to tell you that right now. Jess says she's doing all right. Just enjoying the stream, really. Love that. Hey, same. Katrina Lynn says she's watching me and watching the radar. I love that too. Yep, Raymond, I think we had, they're still here. They just took a quick break. All right, let me just adjust this to
I'm back
all the way down. All right, Phil. Great.
What do you need? Sorry, I just sat down.
Oh, no, you're totally good.
Okay.
I just had double. Did you just have double there?
Did I just have what?
Hold on, I just heard double. That was weird. And I actually feel might need to get a quick drink of water, take a quick bio break. Can we play a video real quick?
Sure. Okay, we can find something appropriate.
Wonderful.
Gotcha.
Right,
so I know we were talking a little bit about, and one of the things actually going into today that we were unsure of was our low level shear. The helicity was certainly there, the ability, the instability, the potential vertical updraft was all there. The upper level winds were there. The question was, would there be lower level shear in place? And when we talk about shear, it's, those different directions of the wind. So upper levels going in one direction, lower levels going in another. And you need those lower level winds also certainly strong enough to help with that spin down at the ground level and at the lower level. And I know that was the question going into today, and overnight, a lot of the models were certainly showing that would be in place. But past guest Reed Timmer talks a little bit about the importance of that low level shear.
Well, with tornadoes, I definitely focused in on the low-level shear and the wind fields being properly aligned. So you need that storm motion to really turn in to the low-level jet and ideally be perpendicular to that low-level jet, a critical angle, relatively close to 90 degrees. Photographs are a great tool to analyze just how favorable low-level and deep layer wind shear are for tornadoes and supercell storms. My old office mates at the University of Oklahoma, Don Giuliano and John Esterheld, actually invented the critical angle. So you hear about the critical angle mentioned a lot on these photograph plots, and they showed that a 90-degree critical angle is ideal because you're pulling in purely streamwise vorticity at the low levels. But as long as storms are surface-based and they have a significant or sufficiently low cloud base and the wind shear is properly aligned and you have at least 20 knots, 20, 25, 30 knots of a low-level jet, then the physics are such that that storm will likely turn into a tornado-producing machine.
So yeah, and so that's what happened kind of overnight was that certainly developed and gave us better possibility today, and actually why for a while there the SPC had the moderate risk listed for what we're doing. So I'm still looking for trying to identify some good cameras near the Joplin area because that's where these storms in Oklahoma are currently kind of trying to find their way. Now, none of those are, as Brady probably already mentioned, none are tornado warned. And actually, I'm looking right now, and I don't see any tornado warnings currently. I do see that the leading edge of these storms is now working its way into Indianapolis with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings just west of Indy. So those folks in Indiana, especially now at this point, Western Indiana, Eastern Ohio, you'll see a lot of these storms coming overnight, which, as Brady mentioned earlier, it's why you want to make sure invest in a NOAA weather radio if you haven't already. Midland.com, Midland USA, makes some amazing, simple to figure out weather radios that will only go off if it's in your county. You can also choose to have a county further west of you if you'd like to be included. So if it's coming your way, you might want to choose that as well. But I would definitely check out Midland radios. You can find them at Walmarts and Targets, and a lot of those big stores have them as well.
Yep, I'd agree with that, Phil. I think having a weather radio is so crucial to severe weather because of the fact that you always want as much redundancy as you possibly can when you have severe thunderstorm or when you have warnings, because of the fact that things happen with internet, things happen with your phone. And yes, your phone is generally a reliable place to get a warning, but if you go to bed and you might silence your phone, or you might lose power, or it's always one Christmas I got my entire family weather radios. They they might not have loved it right away, but I think just being able to keep people safe is crucial, and to do that, you want to have a weather radio.
So again, just looking at current storm reports, only seeing the one tornado report in northern Oklahoma, Osage County, Oklahoma, which is good. Going into tonight, it was certainly looking like we might see more than that. Now, my question to you, Brady, knowing that we plan to go live again tomorrow, and I plan to be out chasing so I can provide some live streams, do you expect, because it's maybe underperformed on the tornado level today, do you think that will affect now this same system as it moves east into Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky tomorrow?
I don't think so. I really don't think so, because today actually was mostly a moderate risk because of hail, right? And I think looking at coming into today, we were never really screaming, PDS tornado, strong tornadoes. We weren't necessarily thinking. We did think there was going to possibly be some strong tornadoes, right? And that's why there was a 10% hatched area from tornadoes. But I don't think we thought today was going to be this massive tornado outbreak. I think the big story coming today was large hail, a couple of strong, intense tornadoes possible, but we didn't necessarily have the helicity. We are seeing it now, so we are going to have to watch it now because I think these storms could, have a little bit of a lull right now in the warnings. But I think tomorrow the parameters are way higher, and just across most of Ohio, I mean, helicity values off the charts, shear off the charts, energy cape off the charts. Those are the three things you look for. When you have all three, it makes a pretty gnarly brownie. And so I think tomorrow really, just to give everyone perspective, the greatest risk we had, the greatest risk area, the SPC, they had a 10% hatched, right? Tomorrow, 15% hatched, which is it seems like a 5% difference, but it's a big difference. It indicates when you have that difference that the SPC, the people that really are, the really smart people, way smarter than me, are saying, okay, this is bad news. So, I think we still could get some tornadoes tonight, for sure, because of that low level jet ramping up. But tomorrow is the big day, I think, for tornadoes.
All right, so I'm still looking for some options.
And I really do wonder about tomorrow because it looks potentially quite bad. Let's actually look at tomorrow real quick. We can. Let me go ahead and pull back in my screen. Let's bring Greg back in here.
Hey guys, I just wanted to break in. I noticed we don't have any tornado warnings in effect at the moment. I just wanted to bring you the out of town scoreboard. In women's NCAA Final Four, number 1 Iowa defeated number 3 LSU 94-87, and in the second game, current number 1 USC is leading UConn, number 3 UConn, 7-2 in the first quarter. So, I'll keep you updated on that.
Good. Thank you.
As the evening. Rolls on.
The break I took, I did hear that the Reds facing Philadelphia, is that right? I think went into the 10th inning. Spencer Steer hit a grand slam in the top of the 10th.
Whoa!
To put him up 6-2.
Wow.
So yeah, for Reds
my uncle
fans.
Mike is a big Reds fan, so I'm sure he's watching and not watching me.
Sorry, what sport are the Reds again?
Baseball.
Oh, okay.
Or as they say in Canada, baseball.
They don't say
Wow. Phil, I can't figure out for the life of me how to move the screens.
Drag and drop. So for example, like all on the top screen right now, I'll take you and I'm going to drag you into where Greg is right now. Boom.
It won't let me do that. Oh wait, is it? Oh,
on StreamYard.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
Phil, did you?
I'm stupid.
Hey, Phil, did you miss the top of the show tonight?
The very beginning I missed. But so why? What part?
Brady had his green
Outbreak
screen
setup?
On.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I didn't see that.
He had his green screen on, but on his on all the page. So anything that was green on all the radars was
had Stormcat in the background.
It was so bad. It was so bad. I remember messaging the private chat. I'm like, do you guys see are the colors off for you? And I thought it was me. And I'm just
I saw that.
All right, we're just gonna roll.
I saw you ask that. And I'm like, that looked fine to me. All right, you gonna talk about tomorrow, Brady?
Yep. Yeah. Let's talk about
time now for our outbreak setup.
I saw you did play that earlier today. Good job, buddy.
It was great. I love the video.
You were playing your education minute. Saw that.
I love it. All right. So, wow. Okay. Well, I just noticed they reissued the moderate risk. They took the moderate risk away. Wait, no, it's just enhanced. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to tomorrow. So tomorrow is a just looking at SBC moderate risk, and I'm going to be honest. I've lived in Ohio my whole life. The last time I saw someone, I think Hunter. Oh gosh, I think he's a
Hurley?
friend of the show. What'd you say, Phil?
Hunter, friend of the show.
Hunter Falcols or something. He's a storm chaser. We met him in Clovis, but he tweeted out basically that the last time that this area has seen a moderate risk was 2013. And I remember that because I was in Valparaiso then, and we were in like the high risk, and then I think Ohio was in the moderate risk.
Wait, you were 2013?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You were in like in grade 8, weren't you?
No, I wasn't in grade 8. I was at I was a freshman at Valparaiso University, and we had a high risk. This was I think in November. We had a high risk for us, and then we had a moderate risk back in Ohio, and I think they got some pretty gnarly storms. But that's the last time that this part of the country has seen a moderate risk. It is so rare for this part of the country to have a moderate risk. And I mean, look at the tornado risk, a 15% hatched tornado risk. I cannot remember seeing this kind of risk ever, and I've lived here my whole life.
Bill, you're a lot older than him, and you've lived in Ohio longer.
Yeah, younger than you, but yeah, I'm older. I don't know that I've lived in Ohio longer, though.
Have you had can you remember a 15% hatched for tornadoes?
No, but my memory for this kind of stuff stinks.
But on day 2?
Yeah, I don't know. Not that I remember, but that doesn't say much.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Welcome Dan Wallace to the show, by the way.
Dan, welcome, brother.
Hey, Big D. Did you see any tornadoes going through the Big D today?
I did not. I was on the cell out in like North Fort Worth, Wise County area. It looked like it was starting to wrap up, but then it just went to the wayside.
Yeah, that was the one we were referring to as the Denton storm. It was moving towards Denton, I think.
Yeah.
It actually ended up being south of Denton, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it started to go into Grapevine.
Right.
You see any massive melon-size hail?
I did not. I stayed out of the cell.
That's probably smart. Tonight is probably not the night to go core punching if you're storm chasing, because I can almost guarantee you're going to get some pretty big hail. But
was there much lightning out there, Dan?
Yeah.
That would have been my deal.
Something cool. Well, and Phil showed me this, and let me actually blow this up a little bit. But Phil showed me, if you look in the top right-hand corner of the screen, this is, oh gosh, Phil, I always mispronounce.
Blitzer tongue.
I think it's German.
Yep.
And so this shows.
Sounds German, but yeah, it's great lightning.
This shows real-time lightning.
Live.
Every time you see a circle pop, that's a lightning strike. I don't necessarily think it's cloud to ground. I think it includes cloud to ground. It's not just cloud to ground, so I think it's also cloud to cloud. But anytime
you know what I thought we were looking at up there all evening. I thought somebody was messing around with their cursor, and I was like, what the hell's going on with this map up there?
That's awesome. Yeah, that's lightning. So
got it.
For anyone that's wondering, that is not me freaking out with the cursor. That is.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love it. Phil showed me it, so I wish I could use that on Weather Resource. But anyway, getting back to the event, I mean, this is a 15% hatched strong. That means you pick any point within that circle, within 25 miles, there's a 15% chance of seeing a tornado EF2 to EF5. I mean, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. So this is going to be a huge, massive day tomorrow. It has some really, really strong wording in the summary. I can't remember ever seeing this. And I mean, we had an outbreak, 10 days ago, 15 days ago here in Ohio, where we had, something like 10 or 12 confirmed tornadoes with the EF3 that moved through Indian Lake and just devastated that neighborhood. I know people that lived up there that lost their house, lost everything. So this area, it was just hit 2 weeks ago. So I'm hoping that'll cause people to take this day seriously because we were only in a slight risk then. Now we're in a moderate. So, when I see language like possibly including a few significant long track tornadoes evident, and that's just updated. But basically, when I see that kind of wording, that is very, very, very strong wording. And basically, what just to give everyone a picture of what the synopsis is. I know for those that read the SBC, there's a lot of big words in here. But there's a lot of really good information, and what they're basically saying is that there's going to be today there was there was some upper level energy, there was a upper level low or a trough that moved through. Tomorrow that trough is going to dig and push into areas and start to be essentially stronger than it was today. And start to dig, and instead of being positively tilted, it's going to start to dig and possibly be negatively tilted. So what that's going to cause is that's just going to cause greater upper level support. So when you see wording like that, okay, the upper atmosphere is really supporting this, and now are we going to have the lower atmosphere with the helicity, the cape, and the shear? Are they going to support it? And the answer is yes. All three ingredients are coming together for tomorrow. And they're highlighting once again, all severe weather hazards are possible. Very large hail, which I usually only see pea-sized hail around here. Strong damaging winds and several significant tornadoes. And they say there could be some long track tornadoes that begin in Indiana and spread through Ohio through the afternoon and evening, possibly reaching as far as western ports of West Virginia and far western Pennsylvania. Eastern advance of the risk into central Pennsylvania will likely remain limited, but otherwise the threat may spread into portions of Virginia and the Carolinas late.
Now, the nice thing for Garrett is that if he drives 4 hours to chase this in Ohio, it looks like it'll be driving him right back to Virginia. So
yeah, which is true.
He won't have as long of a drive home at the end of the night.
He won't. And hey, you want to stop by for lunch? We can get lunch, Garrett. We'll go get some. It's Taco Tuesday tomorrow. Elizabeth said so.
I told Garrett to give me a buzz when he gets here, and we can maybe try and hook up somewhere.
Fantastic. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I got to figure out a potential target before I go to bed tonight.
Well,
Bill, have we had any new audio messages come in?
No, there was one from Raymond again, but he had also commented on the chat as well, just about Brady needs to get a new shirt from Amazon, a new cat shirt or something.
I just got a message. Somebody said that they had left another message. So
yeah, Raymond had. I'll double check.
No,
it
wouldn't just.
Oh, yep, I do have another one.
Okay.
Well, while Phil's pulling that up, we can play that, and then I do want to show. Phil, we can help you pick your target right now, and just show.
Let's do it. So hey, it was Storm Chaser Rick, and I'm trying to play it, and the audio just did not come through very well. So Storm Chaser Rick, if you want to send another message, and you do have a chance to listen to it before you send it, go ahead and do that. Send us another message, but anybody can do that if you go to stormfrontfreaks.com/outbreak and you want to send us a voice message or tell us a story about something relevant to what's going on tonight, or have a question for Brady or Greg or Dan, go ahead and do that.
Or if you want to guess what color M&M I'm going to take next, you can also do that as well.
Is that an Easter gift?
Yes, this was from. Oh, look, it's invisible. The M&M is invisible because it is green. Anyway, I'm an idiot. Let's keep going.
All right, target for now.
Yeah. So let's look. So I think I always, whenever I try to do forecasting, I always look at is this initializing well? Is this picking up kind of the current activity well? Is it if there's Like, for example, if it shows a massive storm right now, right when it initializes, this is at 9 p.m. and massive storm didn't hit Columbus, that's a pretty good indicator that, okay, this model probably didn't initialize well. So, oh, wow, there's actually a storm right out my window. But, okay, so it looks like we look at the radar in Columbus, not much. There's some stuff to the north. There's a little bit of stuff that's developed to the south. So let's look at the model now and see how it handles that. So a little bit of stuff to the north, and let's actually look at 10 p.m. A little bit of stuff to the north, a little bit of stuff to the south. It kind of picked that stuff up. Good. So anyway, as we go throughout the night, going to get a couple. Wow, it's going to be a noisy night here in Ohio, so that's going to be fun. But we're going to get a couple of rounds of storms, and what I'm looking for is, do we have time to rejuice the atmosphere, right? Because sometimes you can have morning convection that comes through and lasts too long, and then it cloudies the day up, and then you lose a lot of that instability. So it does look like we have one wave that moves through around 3, and then here's when I think the bulk of the activity is, and that's from about 3 p.m. to about 5, 6, 7 is when, look at these storms. They're pretty. You've got an isolated cell here. You've got an isolated cell here. You've got an isolated cell here, and then you've kind of got a blob of stuff that forms out in front, but still, kind of isolated. So that's my guess is, this is probably your area that we're most concerned about, because these isolated storms, and if I would bet when we pull out the helicity tracks that's what's causing, or that's what's going to leave like the.
Where are you? Just because the video is really small for me on what you're showing.
Oh, is it?
Are you? No, it's just because it's for me, because I've got everything else. I'm on a skinnier screen. So what part of Ohio are you looking at?
So right now,
West,
and let me just
southwest.
Let me switch this view. There we go. Is that better?
It's the same. Oh yeah, no, it's good. West, southwest. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah. So here's Central Ohio.
What city is that?
Right here.
Yeah,
Columbus.
Columbus in the middle.
That's
Where's
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati?
That's actually where I live. Cincinnati's down here.
Southwest corner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would go to Columbus and just wait and see what happens.
Hey, come up here, Phil. We'll get some lunch.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, hold on.
I'm looking at it starting in southern Indiana, there, southwest kind of Indiana, a little bit.
Let's look at. Okay, just switch to. Let's go back to the 0 C. Well, let's look at the shear. So, the wind shear.
Fuzzy, I see your message. We'll get to you in a sec.
Yeah, we'll look at that, Fuzzy. So wind shear is plenty strong. There's plenty of wind shear for these storms, so that's not a problem. Let's look at the helicity values. Interesting. It's actually, if we look at the previous, let's look at 18. Wait, I think we can look at 18Z. But the previous runs had Ohio just bullseyed with these massive values of helicity. But still, 2 to 300 is pretty good. So it looks like northwestern Ohio is your highest values, and south central Ohio is kind of your biggest helicity values. Still, I mean, very, very strong helicity values up and down across Ohio. Let's look at 0 to 3. So still enough, plenty of helicity to be able to give us storms. But that's interesting. It almost, at least this run, the 0Z run, shifted a little bit north with these helicity values. So that'll be interesting. This is always a good one to look at. Significant tornado parameter. This combines a couple of different parameters. I think it's like helicity, shear, and maybe cape, I think. But the brighter colors indicate, okay, do we think, is there parameters in place for significant tornadoes? So it looks like, once again, kind of western Ohio, southern Ohio are kind of your two areas that look like they have the greatest conditions. And then things, I think, after dark, I mean, my guess is these things are going to line out after dark, because that's usually what happens around here.
Take I-71, Cincinnati to Columbus.
Yeah. Plenty. Well, I mean, not a ton of cape, but we don't usually, unless it's the dead of summer, we usually don't get a lot of cape around here anyway. So I'm not.
Yeah, the cape is pretty spotty. It's going to be interesting to see if there is a gap in the rain tomorrow
maybe it is
it to pick
Cincinnati. Based on these helicity tracks, it does look like Cincinnati might be the play here.
Yeah, let me look at the NAM and see, because the NAM was interesting earlier. So this is a different model. This is the NAM model. And this is the 0Z run. Wow. So it hasn't initialized. So let's look at the 18Z.
Let's pull up that, when we get a chance, Phil, let's pull up that camera.
Which one?
Fuzzy was just saying found a Joplin camera. Or maybe you don't have the same one.
Let's see. I found a camera in Joplin. Lightning's going off.
So, yeah. This is why I think we were really concerned earlier today, because these helicity values are off the chart, and it's for the whole state. So this was the 18Z model. So I'm actually really curious, because I think the HRRR was also showing these as well. This is tomorrow at like 5 or 6. So we're gonna have to. I'm really curious to see if the 0Z run backs off on this. Yeah, like that's why we were all concerned earlier today, and I think why the moderate risk was. This was around when it was issued, or I guess this was a little after it was issued. But we were seeing these supercell, or significant tornado parameters. I mean, 8, 9. That's off the charts. But I'm curious to see if it backs off of that. So, but yeah, Phil, I at least if the HRR was right, I think you'll probably have 2 areas. One being in, and that's the 1Z. One being in Southern Ohio in Cincinnati, and then the second area maybe being in northwestern Ohio. But
Western, okay.
We'll have to see.
Here's so this is in Joplin. This was probably the best one I found, and there's some lightning going on a little bit. It's not quite as flashy because it's more looks like cloud to cloud kind of stuff, but there might be another one. Fuzzy,
that's okay.
Looking at.
I like cloud to cloud lightning.
He says he's looking at the 2 camera. What is the 2 camera? Not that one.
Oh, that one looks good.
That one would be a good one if it's facing the right direction.
It doesn't look like it's facing the right direction.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
It's black and white. Oh,
whoa, lightning.
Getting a little something from that. Kind of black and white, but Greg, it looks a little blurry. I don't know. You're the photographer.
You're a little blurry right now.
Yeah.
I think they need
like 2 o'clock probably where you're at. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, it's actually, what time is it here? It's what time is it for you guys? 10 p.m.
10, yep.
10 p.m.
8 o'clock here. Sun's just gone down now.
Well, I'm looking at that cell on radar. There's a lot of lightning with that.
Is that what
guys,
Blitzer Tongue is telling you?
Yeah.
I got to get ready for tomorrow's big event. So
are you chasing tomorrow, Greg?
No.
I'm
Will
chasing
you be on? Here with you, sure.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. But in preparation I need a good 12 to 14 hours of sleep.
That's smart.
That's the old man talking right there.
Well,
if we don't bring anything else, we bring experience to the live streams.
I thought, I'm going to try one of these mouth guard things to prevent my snoring, because like I'm kind of sick of using the CPAP thing, right?
Oh,
I got
God,
one
yeah,
of
I
those
could never use that.
I got one of those mouth guard things. They don't work. They don't work for shit.
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
That's what I thought too.
No.
Oh, dude, I
No.
was so excited because I know I'm going to have that when I get older.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
no,
that's so
I'm
disappointing.
back on the CPAP. So I was hoping to not have to take my CPAP to Africa.
You know what I call my dad who does
Oh.
the CPAP, Greg?
What?
Call him General Grievous when he wears it.
Which is why, Brady, no one is
Young
going to see me
Skywalker.
wearing them.
Greg, I think you probably
seem
look great in
smaller
one of
than I
those.
thought.
Just pull out your lightsaber and then just start going at it.
Dan, we did get the tornado warning audio. That was good. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really good.
Was it Brady's cut?
It was.
Yeah.
It was
Yep.
perfect.
Included that too. Yeah.
That
Good.
was absolutely perfect. I don't know how you figured out how to do that, but that's awesome.
I'm not the brains behind it.
Yeah, you're a wizard.
He's
a wizard, Harry.
I just fiddled with some files.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. All right.
I might be calling it a night too. Things look like they're dying down a little bit, Brady, and
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what
go
I'll-
chasing tomorrow. So I
But
will.
Brady, as we told all the people watching, Brady's going to be with you live till 1:30 a.m.
You know what? I'm actually thinking 4, maybe 4 a.m., maybe 5. I mean, these things are going to be going all night.
TF
Right?
Harris 35 said, "I'm listening," and that's bullshit.
Yes.
Wait, you know what? That can't be my dad, can it? Oh no!
Is it? Oh, that is
That is
your dad?
100% my dad.
Oh, man.
gosh!
Oh my god!
Dad, I promise you don't look that bad.
That is perfect. So,
I do have a question.
We thought we
go
had
ahead.
four. We had thought we had 4 people watching. We have 3 people and Brady's dad.
Oh,
We
I'm
had more
surprised you're up
people-
this late. Honestly,
We had more people on the panel at one point this evening.
hey, kudos to you for being up this late, Dad.
And seriously, for all of you that are watching us, thank you. I hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. We're here just to kind of enjoy ourselves, but also try and provide, warnings and information and education in this whole process. And Brady's doing a great job leading the show. So hopefully you like us and subscribe to us, and you can follow. Again, we're going live tomorrow. Brady, on that tomorrow, do you want me, if I start chasing before you go live, do you want me to just go live and just send my chase out until you jump on?
Yeah, on the same stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So if you just want to set it up, I'll use it, and then whenever it's worth, if I've got something worth showing, I'll just jump on whenever, and then whatever time you were planning on coming on, 6, whatever it is, then
Yeah, I may come on a little early tomorrow just because just looking at the thread, it could be
Yeah, it's an
higher
earlier
early.
play for sure.
Yeah. So
Out of curiosity, Phil, before we take off here, any idea, like all joking aside, any idea how many people watched? How many tuned in? How many
we're
views we
showing
got?
a few hundred right now currently.
Whoa,
watching.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
I
that's good.
I wasn't paying attention most of the night, but yeah, we love it.
I do love it. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean,
I hope everyone saw when we had that live stream of that wedge tornado on the ground. That was a really cool part. If you didn't see it, go back and watch the entire thing, and you might come across it.
One thing I did notice that I will share is there were a couple more tornado reports that were added.
I did see that.
They were in Oklahoma. So one was in Bartlesville, Washington County, Oklahoma, tornado crossing Highway 75. And the other one was listed after the Hominy, Oklahoma. Report is Lenapaw in Nowata County, Oklahoma, rolled semi with 1 trapped occupant. So I don't know if that will be verified as a tornado, but
I think we had all of those live, Phil. To be honest
We did.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah, remember we were on the Bartlesville. I'll remember that town for the rest of my night or the rest of my life because I mispronounced it like 6 times. But yeah, the Nawada storm too. We even said there was a possible tornado headed towards you guys. So I remember that storm as well.
Well, the way I remember it going down, Brady, was that there was a bunch of people in Bartlesville who were arguing, and they said, "No, I was listening to the guy, and he clearly said Buzzleville, and we are in Bartlesville, and so I definitely know that it's not here, the tornado." That's how it went down.
Yeah.
They were arguing about it. Anyway.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on there, Greg.
I'm gonna go, guys.
All right, thanks, Greg. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you, Greg.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Greg.
Thanks.
I'll probably stay on for a little bit longer just to see what we don't have any active tornado warnings right now, but I think these storms as they move into the areas of higher helicity, we could get some of these to spin up. So I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer with this group. And
MJ was watching. He said you all rocked it tonight. Good info,
Thanks,
educational, entertaining. Good job.
Thanks, MJ. Love that.
So Brady, I'll leave for right now. I'll leave my stream on. So if you want to pull up this camera in Joplin at any point, that you can.
Got it.
But I'll leave it available just while I start getting some stuff ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, send me the link to these two. I'll check out if you can. Just
Google
just
Missouri
Google
DOT
it, okay.
cameras.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. See ya. Great job.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
Take care, Phil.
Diego
See ya,
said.
Dan.
Diego said, "Will the tornado sirens go off?" Diego, they will go off during a tornado warning. Not sure about. Tornado sirens only go off when they test tornadoes, or I guess when they have you weekly tests, which I think depends on your county and state, or if there's a tornado warning, active tornado warning. So if there's no tornado warnings for your town, you should not hear the tornado sirens. If you do hear them, that's a problem, and you should report that to your local National Weather Service or emergency manager.
And then another thing to remember: outdoor warning sirens are not good when you're indoors. You may still be able to hear them, but can't be guaranteed.
I agree. All right, Dan. Well, it's just you and me right now. Let's really quickly take a look at what the current watches that we have out, because we still have got 3 tornado watches, and we still have there it is. We still have 3 tornado watches, and we still have 4 meso discussions, and we still have 2 severe thunderstorm watches. So let's a lot of these tornado watches actually were the old tornado watches that were issued a while ago. And so we can just take a look at each one of these. These are now probably trimmed down from where they were. But this tornado watch includes St. Louis, Columbia, Springfield, all in Illinois and Missouri. Sorry, Illinois. I always say Illinois. And this goes till, let's see, how long does this go till? This goes until...
Is that midnight?
Yep, there it is. Midnight. I didn't see the time, so I was wondering. But yeah, this goes till midnight central. So that's in about 3 hours this tornado watch lasts for. And they still are indicating moderate EF2, moderate tornadoes. So we're going to have to watch that. The next tornado watch that we have was down in, I believe this is central Missouri. And they've trimmed this a little bit more. It now is only including Springfield and Joplin. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. That's that mesoscale discussion that we said that they thought the tornado probability was going to enhance over the next couple of hours. So we're going to have to watch that. And then let's go. Ooh, you can, I forgot about this. You can scroll the watches. That's always nice. The last tornado watch is for Oklahoma City. Really, this is mostly, it includes from all the way to North Oklahoma, all the way to the south, all the way to the border, the Texas border. It includes northern Texas, so just northwest of Dallas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Clinton, you guys are all in this tornado watch, and this goes until 9 p.m. Central. So
that's expired.
It should be expired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why is it still appearing? Interesting. So that's an expired tornado watch that's appearing. And then finally, we have I think this is the latest. This is the latest watch that was issued. And this was issued, and let me increase the size so you guys can see. This was issued for central Indiana, including Indianapolis, Dayton, and you're also included in Ohio. These storms are going to push and very low tornado potential, low to very low. So not expecting any necessarily tornadoes overnight, but we could get some strong wind. We could get some moderate to severe hail. So we're going to need to stay tuned or to keep watch on those storms as they move into there. We don't think the tornado threat's going to be too bad, but it could be some nasty storms like we saw in the models. There's going to be a couple rounds of nasty storms moving through overnight those areas. So it's going to be a rowdy night to sleep if you live in this line from Columbus, Dayton, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Springfield. It's going to be several rounds of storms tonight that we're going to get. So pretty noisy night in front of us there. So that's the watches that we have. Let's look and see if there's any new active mesoscale discussions. Okay, so we've got some mesoscale discussions. These are SPC regions that basically show, is there a watch increasing? Is a watch that's already out going to keep going, or is there a new area of interest that we're watching that the Storm Prediction Center Norman is watching? And the latest one that they had, this was down and this actually includes Austin, LaGrange, San Antonio. There's some storms down here, and it looks like the watch probability is 20%. So there could be some severe storms down here, but they don't think it is a big enough threat to indicate that they need to issue a severe thunderstorm watch. So they probably won't issue a watch for that area, but you could get some isolated severe hail and wind this evening. So
it's like there's a discussion for North Texas and Central Oklahoma. Development is still a concern. All hazards.
Is that let's see.
Looks like it was issued about an hour ago.
Is it 333?
Yeah, 333.
Okay. All right. So this one's basically saying the threat's going to continue, and they might need to extend the watch.
So maybe that's why it's still up. It hasn't. I mean, it's technically expired, but they still want to make it visible if they want to extend it.
They can't make up their mind, can they?
Yeah. They're sitting on the fence.
They're having their cake and eating it too. The watch is technically expired, but they won't extend it. All right, so they're basically saying, all right, so they're saying we could get some upper level atmosphere. There's some hodograph, or there's some shear there. There's some energy there with some cape, and then there's also some helicity there with the hodographs kind of showing some curvature, which means the winds are changing direction and speed with height, which means any storms that do develop could drop some, or could become supercellular and drop some damaging gusts, large hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. All right. We haven't looked in the radar in a long time. Let's just do a quick roundup of storms. I know if you guys want in the chat, if you guys want me to look at the radar in your town or city, let me know. I'll take a look and we'll check it out. If you're under severe thunderstorm warning, or if you're under a watch and you want to see what might be coming, if you want to see what might be coming for tomorrow, let me know. Let's look at our southernmost severe thunderstorm warning. So this is just to the west of Austin, Texas. And this puppy's got some hail 1.5 inch diameter, winds of 60 miles an hour. It's a pretty gnarly storm, about to move into Johnson City. So if you live in Johnson City, about to get some fairly large hail. And I think this is moving. Wow, look at that. Look at the hail. Let's just go back and check this hail out. This storm was producing some monster hail. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is some absolutely, I would bet that this hail was probably baseball size, if not more. Because that hail was just, that is a crazy, crazy radar signature. Fredericksburg. You guys, I don't even have to tell you what's going on, because you guys just got absolutely hailed on, man. That was crazy. Just some massive hail. And then it moved, and the hail's dissipated, I think, a little bit. Or, I mean, it also could just be getting closer to the radar site, and so you might not be able to see as high. That also could be this. So I would still bet there's some massive hail with this, but hopefully this thing dissipates before it goes into Austin. Or
looks like maximum estimated hail size is right around 2 inches right now
for this cell down here in Johnson City.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually going to look through the SPC reports to see if there was any in Fredericksburg. I don't know if you want to look at that, Dan. See if there was any Fredericksburg, Texas hail reports.
Yeah. Radar indicated close to 3 inches as it was going through just east of Stonewall.
Wow.
And consistently very close to 3 inches as it moved just south of Fredericksburg.
You know, I wish there was a chart that said like 2 inches was this, 3 inches was this. I'm currently looking up the diameter of a watermelon. I guess it's not the date yet.
And I'm going to take a look at the SPC reports here. It may be too soon for that storm, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it just moved through, so I would bet. Wow, I just had a pretty stupid moment. Diameter versus radius. That took me back to my high school days. Anyway, if you're okay, so I just looked up the diameter of a watermelon is 8 inches, so it's not quite watermelon size, which I guess is good. Okay, so a baseball is about 2.5 to 3 inches. So that was about baseball size hail. So if you live in Austin, please put your car inside, because this thing is going to hail, hail, hail. Raymond says National Weather Service have a chart, Brandy. Didn't you know that silly Daffy Duck? Yes, I should look that up. I really should. I think I know what you're talking about. And my mom also calls me Brandy, by the way, sometimes when she's mad at me. So, I'm in White Lake. Is that Michigan? No, wait, that's not. Is that Michigan? White Lake, Michigan? And it's 38 and raining. Yikes! You must be on the north side of that warm front. That's terrible. I do not like 38. As about said, not 5 inches, and yeah, I'll take some snow. I'll take that over boring rain. Oh yeah, I'm with that as well. If it's gonna snow, or if it's gonna be cold, I don't want rain. Cold rain is the worst. No one likes cold rain. I mean, some people probably do, and power to you, but it better snow. Yeah, so Bobby's in Michigan right now. Let's look at what Michigan is like. Yikes. You guys are cold rain city. That's just depressing. Winds directly out of the east coming off the lake. Yeah, that's just... You guys are definitely north of the cold front then. My dad says I named him B-R-A-D-Y. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I've been called Brady, Brody, Bradley in emails. Oh, yeah, it's been everything. And Brady's a little hard to say sometimes, which is okay. All right, let's keep looking at these cells here. Let's go. Let's look at this one. These are moving through Oklahoma City right now. Okay, just a line of storms. So nothing too severe. Got a special weather statement here. Just means some strong storms. Not too worried. This storm down here's got hail about 1 inch. This just is southeast of Lawton, Oklahoma. It doesn't look like too strong of hail, to be quite honest. Jess asked, while you're up in Michigan, I am in the UP, and I think there's some snow to my south. At least cold rain. Let's look. So, UP of Michigan. Yeah, there's some looks like it's in Wisconsin. And let's pull up a different radar. Let's see. Yeah, there's some I think that's snow. Sometimes if you actually look at the correlation coefficient, you can tell and see if there's a melting line, but there's not. But I believe that's no. It's either snow or cold rain. I'd have to double check. Oh, okay, I'm looking at it on Zoom radar actually. Yeah, it's I think a little bit of snow. I think rain snow mix maybe.
And back to your question about SPC reports for the cell by Johnson City.
Yep.
Media report measured 1 inch hail.
Okay, got it. Okay. So it probably just either hasn't come in yet, or maybe everyone's phones got destroyed in the hail, so they couldn't make a report. They just extended this into Austin, though. So Austin, north part of Austin, you're going to get some pretty large hail with this storm. So it's a pretty populated area for a large hail to go over. And it isn't mega hail, but it's definitely large enough to do damage. So if you're in Austin, specifically, northern Austin, some of the neighborhoods up there, this storm is kind of headed right for you.
Yeah, right now it's radar indicated 1 inch.
Okay. Yep. Bobby says bipolar Michigan weather. Yep. And honestly, every time we have one of these systems, there'll be a cold side and a warm side, right? If you look at the National Weather Service, let me just zoom in. This is the alerts. You've got your tornado watch here. really your 3 tornado watches through the central part of the country. You've got, I think these are fire weather warnings. And then you've got, I think these are winter storm watches up here in the UP and in upper parts of northern Maine, northern New York. So anytime you have one of these systems, there's a warm side and then there's a cold side. So, and flood watches all throughout the pretty much all, the northern parts of the Ohio Valley. There's going to be several rounds of storms tonight, so that's why you've got these flood watches for those areas. And flooding is not a joke. Flooding, especially nighttime flooding, if you're in flood-prone areas, it can sneak up on you. So just know what area you're in and know that nighttime flooding is a possibility as these storms kind of train over the same locations. There's no such thing as a dumb question, by the way. Bobby asked, what is a fire weather warning? And sorry, I was completely wrong. This is a severe thunderstorm watch. I thought from the color scheme that it was a fire weather warning, but it is wrong. A fire weather warning actually is if you look on that color scale, where is that at? I don't see it. It's probably because it's not on the map. But basically, they'll maybe it's no, that's winter storm. But basically, they issue those kinds of like watches or warnings when you are possibly going to see like fire conditions. So when there's like high winds, it's really dry, and really what they call it. And let me just pull up. I'll pull up the National Weather Service so you guys can see, because this is probably going to do a better explanation than I will. But it's basically saying, okay, it's really dry and it's windy, right? So that both of those conditions are good, or are a recipe for disaster for fires. And so whenever you have areas, it's usually out in the plains. But I have seen these in Florida in the winter, right? So whenever it's been really dry and you get some really strong winds moving over an area and low humidity, low moisture in the air, all of those things combine to form fire weather conditions where if something were to break out and you'd have like a small brush fire, there's a chance it could explode and create a really big, and that's when you see some of these wildfires. A lot of times the National Weather Service will issue, fire weather watch or red flag warning. And so you'll see those. When you see those for your area, that just means the conditions are right for, if fires obviously don't just combust out of nothing. But if, lightning were to strike or someone were to, create a spark, a lot of these times these are man-made fires that just explode. And in that, someone throws a match out the window, right? That could, on those types of days, that's when you could see these explosive wildfires develop. So, no dumb questions here.
That's true.
That is very true. And I ask a lot of dumb questions too anyway, Dan. And
I'm the king of them.
You only learn if you ask questions, right? If you don't ask questions, then you're just stuck with nothing. So
true. Yeah. That's the only way you learn.
Only way you learn. That's right. All right. Well, we're going to stay live at least for a little bit longer and just give these storms a little bit more time to develop. If things don't pick up, we'll end the stream. We got a big day ahead of us tomorrow, so tune in tomorrow. I think we'll probably see some more tornadoes tomorrow, most likely, unless things change. But we'll be streaming tomorrow as well.
And I'll be in afternoon to evening. So
love it. Are you chasing tomorrow, Dan? Or no? The threat's probably
not.
Too far east.
Yeah.
Unless you want to drive to Ohio. We might actually be having several people coming up here. We might all do like a Stormfront Freaks lunch.
Yeah.
Who knows? Dan, do you this question from Corey Lee? Do you use spectral width when looking for a tornado at all?
I generally don't. I'll look at the storm relative velocity primarily, but every once in a while I might kind of jump over to it, but then back to SRV.
Yeah, that's probably the same as me. I will generally look at the velocity, and then I'll look at the correlation coefficient, and I'll look at the actual radar presentation.
Yeah, I'll look at the CC if I'm looking for a TDS primarily.
Yeah. And just this is kind of what the spectral velocity or the spectral width is. So, but I think it is a different parameter that I think could show really all four of those parameters are good to look at when you're looking at storms and just kind of diagnosing. The way I look at diagnosing a storm, it's like diagnosing an illness, right? You got to say, does he have a rash? Does he have, it's the same thing, right? You got to say, does this storm have a hook? Does it have, velocity? Is there green and red next to each other? And I'm simplifying it, right? But that's, the cool thing is everyone at home with the radar can look at this and say, and kind of diagnose it on their own and say, oh,
yeah, Dr. Brady in the house.
Yeah, we're all different doctors in our own respect. All right, I think we want to have a voice. Let me go ahead and I'm going to check the voicemails while we're looking at this. And while we do this, let me put this radar in motion to see what these, because they just issued a news here. Thunderstorm warning here for some of these storms. I wonder what this is really aligned. Well, this southern cell is kind of isolated, so that's definitely one that we might have to watch. But yep. And Phil, I do not see any new messages. Well, we have you here too, guys. I want to pull up our YouTube video to show you guys. If you want to like and subscribe the show, this is actually awesome if you guys do this because, well, it's awesome for you and it's awesome for us. So if you guys like the show, if you guys like what you're seeing here, go ahead and hit this subscribe button. And let me just unsubscribe from myself. And then, so if you were to click this, you subscribed. And every time we go live, you'll get a notification. You can actually set that up here. You can say, I want to be notified whenever we go live. When I want to be, I want to be notified only in certain situations. I want to be notified none, right? So you can turn off the notifications if you want. But the great thing about being subscribed is it allows you to see when we go live rather than having to, see us on Twitter or Instagram whenever we post. I mean, you can do that too. But this allows you guys to kind of see, okay, because we go live for events like this. We also go live for our bi-weekly podcast. That's every other week. And both are really fun to do. So if you want to do that, go ahead and do that. If you also want to, and I think this might echo, so let's just turn this off. But if you want to actually also like the stream itself, go ahead and hit the like button. And that also helps us with the algorithm. That helps us with YouTube. And also just helps us, it lets us know whether we're doing a good job or not. So I always want to hear people's feedback. If you didn't like it, that's great. That's completely fine. Tell us, why. Why didn't you like it? What could we do better? What do you want to see from the show? And leave us a comment too. We would love to interact with you guys more. Ultimately, we want to make this the best possible show that we can. And we've got our ideas, but you guys are also really smart. And so if you think you want to see something else, let us know. Right? We love to interact with you guys, and ultimately, you guys are what makes the show great.
So there's a question
from Raymond.
Yeah, that one too. But I'm looking at the one from TF Harris 35.
That's my dad. Yeah, so this is a big one. This, do you guys think there are any opportunities with technology or AI to predict storms or to proactively help where tornadoes are hitting? It's a really good question.
It is.
And Dan, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I do know that Colorado State University has a machine learning probability prediction webpage.
Has issued a tornado
Do they really?
Tornado warning for southeastern
you should pull it
Hardin
up and we
County,
can show it. That'd be
southwestern
pretty cool.
Missouri, northwestern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri.
Oh wait, I think
northeastern
was this
Jasper
the one that
County
Phil
in southwestern Missouri, southwestern
Phil
Dade
linked? I
County
think this
in
might be it.
southwestern Missouri.
Okay, looks like we got a new tornado warning.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna have to get to that.
So it's going to be a tornado warning for Barton County, Dade County, Jasper County, and Lawrence County in southwest Missouri. It's going to be looks like it's near the town of Carthage, just south of Jasper.
All right, so we'll come right back to that question. But and Dan, I did not hear the sound effect this time. I wonder if it turned off.
I'm not sure if I heard it on my side or. And maybe folks in the chat, if you can say whether or not you heard the audible.
Yeah, I remember before we were like, it was like coming over top, and it was actually kind of perfect. Okay, so this is probably the first tornado warning we've had in about an hour, and this tornado warning is for areas of just wet, and this is just like the National Weather Service had said, that as these storms move into Missouri, there is a tornado threat that could develop, and this is so far at least the only storm that has a tornado warning. So this storm is just moving through Carthage right now. Let's look at the velocity and see. Wow. Okay. That is almost identical to the radar signature that we saw about a week ago. That tornado that moved through. Oh gosh, I forget what that town was called. But this tornado warning. This is a pretty strong. If you look, this radar signature basically indicates the winds are rotating around like this. You have some winds coming here. So if there would be a tornado, it would be just to the north and west of Carthage. So it'll be right in here, and that tornado is moving off to the north and east.
It looks like the latest scan has it maybe a little bit weaker. I'm not seeing anything on CC.
Yeah, you're right. The latest scan, that appendage that was there is now just kind of general winds pushing down like that. So
maybe maybe cycling.
Yeah, that's my guess. Let me see if there was any. Let's see if there was any pop in CC. So what we're looking at now, once again, is the correlation coefficient. This tells us if there was a possible debris ball, and maybe a little bit right here. If we look, let's see this frame. Let's see if it lines up for where the velocity was. So I'm going to be honest. I mean, I think there could have been a brief tornado on the ground, right? Because you kind of see these greens, still pretty broad here. Whoops. Still pretty broad here. This frame, it's starting to really tighten up. Boom. That was probably a tornado that briefly wrapped up. I mean, you can even see it literally wrapped up. I would probably bet there was a brief tornado here, and then just in this frame, it just kind of dissipated like that. So that's why you got your tornado warning. National Weather Service saw that and said there's probably a tornado on the ground. A brief, quick one, and it just touched down. Would have been just to the north or just to the west of Carthage. So it would have been right in here. It might have crossed Interstate or Highway 49. And then as it moved across, looks like there's once again, there still could be a tornado on the ground with this. But right now, looking at the velocity, this isn't a super strong image that screams tornado to me. And I'll just read this warning. This tornado warning, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Tornado and quarter size hail. So some decently large hail. A possible tornado with this. Carthage, Lockwood, Golden City, Carytown, Avila, Red Oak, Maple Grove, Dundonville, and Minert. You are all in this tornado warning. So if you live in any of those areas, get to your tornado shelter right now. Yep, Bobby said nighttime tornadoes are so scary. I would agree with that. Anytime you get a nighttime tornado, whoops, my chair just kind of almost fell out of my chair there. That would have been bad. Anytime you get a nighttime tornado, they're so dangerous because no one can see them. People are asleep. And, generally when people are asleep, they might not pay attention.
Yeah, that's a perfect reason to have a NOAA all hazards weather radio.
Yep.
Which our friends at Midland have a great one.
They do. That they do. Midland has a great weather radio. I always give my family weather radios every Christmas. Yeah. Hopefully, if they're watching, you guys have set them up. Now, my grandparents have. I'm not sure about my parents. That's okay. Tomorrow is going to be a day that you're going to want to have those. So.
And we had asked folks to chime in and let us know if they heard that tornado warning audible, and it was heard. We had several folks that heard it.
Okay, great. Storm Chaser Kip Metcalf said ASOS Joplin measured wind at 70 miles an hour. So, yep, that's this storm right here. So, this storm that just pushed through Joplin had some pretty strong winds with a possible tornado to the north. 70 miles an hour is no joke. The minimum criteria for a severe thunderstorm watch or warning is, I think, 59, 60?
Yeah, it's right around there.
Yeah, so 70 miles an hour is that's well above the minimum criteria. So that means that's a pretty strong storm.
Yeah, 70 can knock you over.
Yeah, it could. Oh, trust me. We were on Mount Washington and we were experiencing 70 miles an hour wind. Yeah. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. So it is enough to damage property, homes, and still looking at the velocity. Not overly impressive to me, but this tornado warning is worth taking seriously. Just for everyone's, this tornado warning goes until 10:15 Central. So we got about another 30 minutes on this.
Yeah, I think James Spann says it best. Respect the polygon.
Respect the polygon, 100%. Yep, Elizabeth, 58 miles an hour. Yep, that is the criteria for the minimum criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning. Yep. Yeah, Kip, that might have been some RFD. I mean, I'm seeing, this is on the looking on radar if you're looking for the areas of strongest winds. These aren't necessarily at the surface. This is higher up in the storm, but oftentimes where you see winds higher up in the storm, that'll be the area of winds that's strongest within, at the surface, right? Because these winds will mix down to the surface and cause some damage. So these are kind of both the areas of strongest winds right now. Just moved through Joplin. All right, so that's our only tornado warning at this point. We have a total of 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning, 5 flash flood warnings, and 11 weather statements. Flash flood warnings are no joke either. That's another threat we're going to have to keep an eye out for tonight. If you really live in central Indiana, Illinois, central Illinois, southern Illinois, even into Ohio, you're going to get a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and some strong storms. And these storms are going to keep moving over the same spots. So that means we're going to have some flooding concerns that we're going to have as we go throughout the night. So all this complex of storms is going to keep pushing and riding along this warm front and push all in this area. So anyone really within this circle is at threat for some, maybe not the southern edge, but anyone within the central part of this circle, we're going to see a lot of rain tonight. So if you do live in a flood prone area, flash flood warnings are almost sometimes as deadly or maybe even deadlier than tornadoes. So we've got to keep, those are very serious as well. All right, so these storms just south of Oklahoma City still don't look overly impressive, but gonna have to keep an eye on those. Let's go back to Elizabeth said your dad is so wholesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. Raymond asked, what is the difference between an EF3, or sorry, EF4 and EF5? So this is the EF stands for the Enhanced Fujita Scale. And this is basically EF4 is 166 miles an hour to 200. And EF5 is over 200. So I don't know, Dan, have you ever been in any EF5 tornadoes?
I have not been in an EF5 tornado. Thanks for asking.
Thank goodness, because I think if any of us had been in one, it probably,
that's a day you would never forget.
Still in heated contention whether or not the El Reno tornado was EF5 or not.
Yeah, and that takes into account you have to look at damage indicators as well. So, and I'd have to look at EF4 and EF5 damage indicators.
Yep. Yeah, and what the National Weather Service will do is they'll assign a tornado warning based upon estimated wind speeds and related damage. So they'll go whenever there's a tornado, the National Weather Service will get the initial report. So all the SPC, all the storm reports, all the tornado reports that they have, they'll most likely send a team. So like maybe tomorrow or the next day, the National Weather Service in Norman or someone else will send a team to this, to Bartsville and say, okay, let's do a damage survey and let's see what do we think the winds were based upon this damage that we're seeing. And so they'll estimate the winds and they'll look at the damage. They'll look at the damage indicators. They'll look at the degree of damage. and they'll use that to basically say, okay, this house just had the siding ripped off, right? This house was leveled, right? Whatever the damage is, they'll use that to estimate the winds, and then that's how they'll slot the tornado into, okay, this tornado looks like produced damage at about 150 miles an hour. It was an EF3.
Yeah, so one damage indicator example would be EF4, like a well-constructed home, can be leveled, whereas an EF5 will sweep it away.
Mm-hmm.
So little nuances like that they look at.
Yep, and the debates over the years are like Tuscaloosa EF4, 2011, or more recently Mayfield in 2021. Yeah, there can be some debates over, because the National Weather will do it. They'll put out their survey and then they'll put it on, and then they'll share it with the public. And sometimes any storm chasers that were there, okay, we're gonna have to watch this. Any storm chasers that were there, might think, well, that was an EF5. It looked like it was on radar, and so there can be sometimes there's some discrepancies that can happen. Yeah, look at this, Dan. It looks like this thing's wrapping back up again. So
yeah.
This is just a massive complex of storms. This is starting to form what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear. I think it's quasi-linear stationary. No, not stationary. Storm complex. So that just means that's a fancy word for a line of storms. And you can see, look, this little notch right here. And if you look at the velocity, and I think the velocity is a couple frames in front of it, I think. But you've got your outflow here kind of wrapping around. You've got your inflow here starting to wrap around. If there would be a tornado, it would be right in there. Yeah, sorry. Just my brain is not working. Quasi-linear convective system. Yeah, I don't know why I said storm system.
They're keeping you honest.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
And then just brought up a good point about the home construction.
Exactly. When they do the EF ratings, they can also look at if something was poorly built. They have to factor that in. If there's like a trailer park or tornadoes hit trailer parks, that will, a tornado goes through there versus a, concrete slab or concrete brick houses or whatever. You'll have less, damage with the solid houses than you would with the trailer parks. So they factor all that in.
Yeah.
Damage.
And if a home builder perhaps takes a shortcut somewhere, you could lose some quality there as well.
It's true. All right, so they just updated this tornado warning, the polygon. They refined it a little bit, and looking at the velocity, let's look back there. This is pretty classic QLCS tornadoes. You never really they occur quick, and they spin up quick, and they sometimes can last a long time, but more often than not, they spin down real quick, right? So this one just keeps trying to produce. It's got some really strong winds coming off, pushing down this way, pushing out, and starting to wrap around this way. And so, you've got, I think you've got generally, let's just put this in motion. I think you've got generally winds, winds starting to, push out of the south, or the winds out in front of the storm are kind of pushing off to the north. And so as this line pushes through, you can get some spinning here, especially when you already have a well-defined notch. So anytime you have setups like this, if you have winds coming out of south like this, which they are, then you've got really strong outflow pushing out like this. Once these winds collide, they tend to make each other rotate, and that's where you get the spin ups and the QLCS tornadoes. So and the reason why we aren't having necessarily a more widespread tornado threat at this point is because the low-level jet isn't incredibly strong here, and also the low-level jet could be, in some instances, you see it coming from this direction, and so, the angle, the angle between the two winds that the winds make is larger, which means it can it generally has an easier time rotating. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. This storm's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, still radar indicated, still quarter-size hail. So the hail hasn't increased at all. But this is a nasty storm. This is a really, really nasty storm. So if you live, it's got some big hail. It might be larger than quarter size, to be honest, looking at that. But if you live in Kings Point, Grace Point, Round Grove, Minart, those areas, take this storm seriously. Respect the polygon. Yep, this is a little storm that could, although this is kind of a beast if you look at this reflectivity. So, and this storm's got a lot of lightning with it. So it's kind of like the little big storm that could.
And then you remember that storm that was in, I believe it was Clinton, Mississippi. You were able to take a deep dive into the velocity there and show how just a little bit can cause a spin up.
Yep. This actually reminds me a lot of that storm.
Yeah.
And really, if you look at on radar, anytime you see a little appendage like this,
yeah,
that's what you look for. So I bet the National Weather Service is like, okay, there's an appendage like this. That tells me, okay, maybe let's look at the velocity. Looks like it's wrapping up again.
Yeah.
Right. See all that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, this isn't their first rodeo, so they know what to look for, and I think they've issued this with confidence.
Yeah, they're much better than this, or much better than me at this. But it is cool for those at home to be able to say, okay, to kind of put yourselves in the National Weather Service's shoes and be like, okay, well, why did they issue this warning? Well, one, reflectivity. It's got a hook on it here. Not every hook means tornado though, so just don't be fooled by that. But you look, okay, one, it's got a hook. Two, it's got some pretty strong velocity here, bright greens and blues. So that means the winds are strong, and it's got an area of bright green next to an area, not really red, but it's lower, like almost black, which means maybe the winds are kind of not as strong, but going that way. And look, it even looks like a U, right? So anytime you see that, especially in a QLCS, that's a pretty good indication that there is rotation. There is something trying to develop. There is some sort of tornado trying to develop there. And I've seen tornadoes that have been on the ground within a QLCS storm that have some sort of signature like this. Because you look at this like, oh, there's a little bit there's some light green in the middle there, but there isn't really any red in the middle. But the fact that this is like almost almost black, which means kind of calm winds, to me says there's something going on in there, right in there.
Yeah, that's reminiscent of speed shear.
100%. Yeah. Nikki asked, hi, will you be keeping an eye on Ohio tonight? New here. Welcome, Nikki. So glad you could join the show. And yes, we will be keeping an eye on Ohio. We're going to stay live as long as we can. We are going to have a big day tomorrow because there's going to be there's a moderate risk right now for very, very powerful storms in Ohio tomorrow. So We won't go for incredibly longer unless something were to change and we start popping off with tornado warnings, because we also want to be prepared for tomorrow. But Ohio right now really is, it's got some, I don't know what area of Ohio you generally live in. I'm actually in central Ohio, so I'm right there with you, Nikki. But we've got some storms to the north in Lima. We've got just general rain moving through kind of and about to push into central Ohio. I left my hockey stuff on the balcony, so I've got to go get that in just a second. And then you've got a couple of storms out in Lancaster, or just to the east of Lancaster, just moved through Athens. And then really behind it is where you've got this line of storms. So Cincinnati, Dayton, you're going to get a pretty nasty line of storms. I'll put this in motion just so you can see. Cincinnati and Dayton, and even into Columbus, this line of storms is going to affect you guys. And I can time that out. Let me just. I'll take a guesstimate at how fast this is moving. I bet this is probably moving at 40 miles an hour. So this will be into central Ohio, in really about, looks like 2-3 hours. Yeah, so Dublin, that's central Ohio. It's probably about three and a half hours. Oh, Marysville, Ohio. Okay. Yeah, Nikki, I know that area well. Yeah, these storms it's going to be a noisy night. We're not expecting any sort of widespread severe weather tonight. So I would still sleep with your phone on, with your alerts on, and weather radio if you have it next to your bed, just in case. But we're not necessarily expecting a large outbreak of severe weather tonight. It is going to be a noisy night. Probably going to have a couple of rounds of storms that move through with some lightning, maybe some winds, and a lot of rain. But our real threat is tomorrow. Let's get some more M&Ms. This is my dinner for tonight. Thanks for the M&Ms. Wow, look at that. There's a lot of green M&Ms. They look black. It's kind of crazy. Storm Chaser Kip Metcalf is going to be streaming live tomorrow. Chase him. Kip, if you we don't like to show Storm Chaser feeds on here unless they give us permission, because we don't want to steal people's content. So if you want, if you're interested in showing us something on the stream, definitely share it. We won't share it without permission from you, though. We want to make sure you are okay with it before we show it, because there's a lot of people out there that like to steal content, and it's really running rampant on Twitter, and a lot of these streams will just pull up tweets and pull up feeds from people, and I don't like to do that, because I know storm chasers are working really hard, and what they do is hard. And so when someone just comes and steals their content without asking, that's stupid and terrible. Because these people, that's how they make their money.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Did we? Oh wow. Okay.
Tornado warning for.
I think we got a new tornado
County
warning
in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Dade County in southwestern
Missouri. I
Missouri.
hear the sound effect. Did we hear? Did everyone in the chat? Did you guys hear it play?
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
Maybe it's my headphones. It's got to be my headphones.
Do you have one in?
No. Well, I've got both in, but I muted on.
Okay. It may be mono.
All right, give me 1 second.
Nikki heard it.
Well,
Jess heard it. Elizabetta heard it.
Let's see what it looks like.
So it's going to be that looks like continuation as it's moving now more easterly.
All right. Let me just change my audio.
It's going to be in effect until 10:30 Central Daylight Time. Let's see where we got.
All right, sorry, guys. I'm just putting my AirPods in. And let's change my audio to my AirPods.
So, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Miller or 10 miles north of Mount Vernon, moving east at 45 miles an hour. It's a fast-moving storm.
Yes, it is. You said 45 miles an hour?
That is correct.
Yikes. And this thing has got some massive hail, too. Tennis ball size hail. Yikes. Yeah, so we're getting really close to the radar here, so that's why this is kind of has some noise. Yeah, look at that. That is an embedded supercell right there. There's your hook. This storm, this is a dangerous storm. I would take this very seriously.
Yeah. If you're in the path, take shelter.
Let me track this out real quick. You said 45?
That's correct.
All right, so it's going to be in Olinger in 7 minutes, Stinson in 12 minutes, Nickelville in 16 minutes, Lawrenceburg in 19 minutes, Ash Grove in 25 minutes. This is the only tornado warning we have right now, but it is a dangerous storm. And we very well could have a tornado possibly with this cell.
Did you call out Everton and Halltown?
I did not. It must have just not been included in this. Yeah, Miller.
Yeah.
Looks like Halltown is just to the very in the southern part of this warning, but still in the warning.
Yep.
Ash Grove eventually coming to you. This storm has a history of producing tornado warnings. At least it keeps trying to spin up, and it looks like it's spun up pretty good here. Let me change the tilt and see.
And Springfield's just to the east of there.
It is this tornado warned storm is coming right for Springfield. So we've already talked about Springfield a couple of times tonight. Springfield, you got another dangerous storm coming your way. All right, so guys, we got a radar indicated tornado warning right now, pushing towards just to the west of Springfield. So the only thing that could possibly dampen this is if some of these cells out in front were to merge, but I think they're far enough out in front of this thing that these storms probably won't get caught up in the inflow. So if there would be a tornado, it would be right in here, right just south of Olinger, possibly moving into Olinger, just north of Miller. Right, you can see this right here, this area of blue, bright blue. That is an indicator of some pretty strong winds wrapping around this thing. And then look, here's where you kind of got your dead, your dark green and almost black or gray. That's an indication of winds going the opposite direction. So winds are going this way. Winds are wrapping around this way. And really they're wrapping around the whole place. So you've got winds that way. There's your tornado. So we will have to keep an eye on that cell. But any of these areas in the path of this is a nighttime tornado, and not good. This is the correlation coefficient. This is just a lot of noise, I think. This is not debris. I don't think. But look at that hook. Anytime you see that kind of hook, pretty good indication of some rotation there. Brady says, Nikki said, don't forget to get that hockey gear from outside. Thank you, Nikki. That is huge. I'll probably forget. I usually forget, and then it just sits out there and gets all bad. Okay, so we got just some nasty storms about to move into St. Louis. I know we had a viewer earlier that was asking about St. Louis. So this is going to be your second round. Right now, none of these are warned, but a lot of lightning with these, especially this cell and just moving through Gerald, I think Gerald, Missouri. So this storm's going to be pushing St. Louis your way in the next probably about 30 minutes. Yeah, this sucker's got a ton of lightning. Wow. Just an absolute. I mean, look at in the top right corner of the screen. Look at just how much lightning we're getting. That is just crazy. I'll sometimes just sit there and watch that. Now, Dan, while we're watching this tornado warning, how was your? Did you see anything in your chase today?
I did see some lowerings. It looked like just some brief funnel activity, but nothing that touched down from my vantage.
Were you chasing just north of Dallas?
Northwest of the metro, kind of Wise County, Tarrant County, Denton County.
Okay. Let me see what storm you were on. Let's just look at this, and we'll go right back to the tornado warning. But I'm curious to see, because I think we were tracking this stuff. What time did you? Were you on this cell right here? This just north of Fort Worth?
Yeah, just northwest of Fort Worth.
Okay, so you're here. Oh yeah, that was a nasty storm.
It wrapped up a couple of times, and then it would kind of just loosen back up.
It had some monster. It actually had some monster hail. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But you didn't ever see any hail with it, or like I bet it was probably melted by the time you got to it.
I stayed in front of the storm.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we came to this storm a couple of times. Like, look, you're like right there. I was kind of trying to wrap up a little bit.
Yeah, right there is kind of where I was like, oh, there it goes.
Yeah, that we were on that storm, I think, and I remember us saying like, oh gosh, this is going to be a denter for Denton, right? But then that was right there is when we thought it was going to produce as well.
Yeah,
and we kept looking at it, but well, cool. I always like to look back at stuff like that because I think we can learn so much from. I've always wanted a radar where you could look back this far and just check it out.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay, so this storm, this is the only tornado warning we have currently. Still some strong winds here, right? So these winds are pushing this way. It doesn't look as tightly wrapped as it did before. They just updated the tornado warning, just kind of shrank the box a little bit. They haven't extended it yet, or they haven't extended it at all. But still a very dangerous storm, still powerful, still strong winds with a possible tornado. This is classic QLCS, nighttime, nighttime madness when you just can't tell if there's a tornado here or not. My guess is there isn't, but take this warning seriously because oftentimes these things spin up really quick, come out of nowhere. You're not going to see it coming. It's nighttime, and they're moving really fast.
Yeah, it looks like that original warning for Lawrence County fell off, and it's that new one with the Lawrence and Dade.
Yep. It's at Lawrence and Dade County in just west of Springfield, Missouri. Right now we're on the only tornado warning that we have. We got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 flash flood warnings, and 6 special weather statements. So going in the right direction on the special weather statements, going in the wrong direction on the tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow, look at this, Dan. They just issued a giant severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for areas. This is for that storm, this complex of storms that's producing the tornado warning.
Oh yeah.
Winds of 80 miles an hour.
Does it look like it's bowing out to you a little bit?
Let's see. Wait, we don't want 200 frames here. Let's do 21 frames. Yeah.
A little bit.
Definitely.
I mean, that's when I first looked at it, I'm like, oh, it looks kind of like it's bowing.
Would agree. I think right here, right?
Yeah.
There's your bow.
So you're going to be getting the really high winds, like that you said, 80 miles an hour potentially.
Yep. Yeah, 80 mile an hour winds and golf ball size hail.
Yeah, and then the potential of spin ups along the way.
100%. Anytime you see a severe thunderstorm warning with 80 mile an hour winds, pretty good chance at some point during that lifespan of that line, you're going to have a tornado warning. Because when you get winds that are that strong, it's like you're creating your own mini wind shear, right? Because if you've got 80 miles an hour wind, if you've got 80 mile an hour winds blowing this way, all you have to have is a moderate or weak to moderate low level jet blowing this way, and then you've got your wind shear, you've got your helicity, you've got your turning with the winds, and that creates those little spin ups.
And it can happen really quickly. So when they issue a warning, take it seriously and
100%
take shelter.
100%. And these are the types of tornado warnings when people look at this and like sometimes these produce, sometimes they don't, and then people might get warning fatigue from this. But the problem with these QLCS tornadoes is because it's such a micro scale interaction, and sometimes they spin up real quick for 5-10 minutes and then they go down and then they might spin up again 10 minutes later. People might be like, well, I didn't get hit by a tornado. Yeah, well, maybe someone 10 minutes on the street did for a quarter of a mile, and then it went back up. So, yeah. And these tornadoes sometimes they're shorter lived, but they can be just as powerful as supercell tornadoes. So Springfield, Missouri, you guys are going to get and areas north, Pleasant Hope, Ash Grove, Willard. And let me see who else is in this warning. Republic, Stockton Lake, Battlefield, Willard, Rogersville, Stratford, Ash Grove, Fairgrove, Walnut Grove, a lot of groves, Pleasant Hope, Morrisville, Everton, Brookville, Daytonville, Halltown, Aldrich, Chesapeake, and Glidewell and Turners. You guys are all in this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is a 80 mile an hour winds, golf ball size hail, and the possibility of tornado spin-ups. So regardless of how you cut the cake, this is not good.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service is saying that it is a destructive storm.
Yeah.
Or storms.
Now I'm not liking the latest scan right now. It's starting to develop a pretty pronounced hook. So if this kind of organizes into a supercell here, that's not good. Now the only thing it has working against it right here would be these these cells down here, which are going to push up here, and this storm will eventually collide with, and that'll cause disruption to the inflow. So that's good news. But still, those are nasty, nasty storms. Tim, look at the outflow from this. So the cool thing is when you look on radar, you can actually see. So when you have a storm that that produces really strong winds, oftentimes, especially the south, you have those winds that are pushing the air out of the way. And when you do that, you can have this small band right here of it's kind of like maybe really low level clouds, or it's just the radar's picking it up because the air is just pushing that other air out of the way and forcing it up. And so that's what we call outflow. And you can even have an outflow boundary, and that can affect our storms to the south, right? It can even cause some of these storms to weaken, maybe because the moisture out in front of it isn't as good, or it can be a focal point for new storms to develop. So it's always an interesting thing when I see on radar this line right here, and you can even see in motion, right? You can see it start to push out, right? So like pushes out. That's the wind actually at the surface pushing out.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri, central Greene County in southwestern Missouri.
Yep, that is a new tornado warning, and that is issued for downtown Springfield, Missouri. And this thing is actually looking every frame. It looks a little bit nastier. The velocity still is not updated yet, and to be honest, just looking at the velocity scan on this, that is a prototypical hook. And it looks like there's a lower values in the center, which means that very well could be a tornado that could possibly be on the ground. So the National Weather Service issued a new tornado warning that includes Springfield, downtown Springfield, northeastern Lawrence County in southern Missouri, central Greene County in southwestern Missouri. This goes till 10 p.m. Central Time tonight. And once again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So, no one's necessarily seen this yet, but the National Weather Service has enough to say this could be a very dangerous tornado. It's moving east at 50 miles an hour. That is just rushing east. So if you live in Springfield, there's no time to waste right now. You need to get to your tornado shelter, Elwood, Boys d'Arc, Yeakley, Plano. If you're at the airport right now, the Springfield Branson National Airport, this is a tornado warning for a dangerous storm that's coming right at you. And just looking at the velocity, this is nasty, nasty, nasty velocity. You've got your wind pushing out this way. You've got your wind pushing out this way. You've got your red wind. That's wind going away from the radar. Green is going towards the radar. Right here is where you would have a tornado if it is there. So right in here. And this dangerous storm is pushing right at Springfield Branson Airport. And let me just check the correlation coefficient here. I don't know. I think that could just be noise. This is probably not a debris ball, but that is kind of right where the rotation is the strongest. But spectral width, just kind of playing around with that. Nothing really there. But just the fact that you can kind of see this wrapping up, it's not good. All right. Well, the National Weather Service just updated this to an observed tornado. That means that okay, so this is weather spotters confirmed tornado. So this is a tornado on the ground right now. This tornado is on the ground. It's heading right into Springfield, downtown, maybe just north of downtown Springfield. And look, just look in the last couple of frames here. Look at the right turn this makes. See the right turn? It's making a little bit of a rightward turn here in the last couple frames. That is a big indication of a strong tornado that's developed. So let me time this out here so you guys can see when and where this is going to be. This is moving at 50 miles an hour. Let's calculate this. Boise Arc in 7 minutes, probably in about 5 minutes actually. Elwood in about 8 to 12 minutes. Willard in about 13 minutes. Ritter in 15 minutes. Hazleton 15 minutes. Nichols 16 minutes. Glidewell 19 minutes. Springfield, it's going to be right on your doorstep in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live in any of those towns or even to the south of that, you guys need to get to your tornado shelters right now. The tornado shelters are anywhere. If you have a basement, great, go there. If you don't have a basement, get to the most interior room in your house with no windows, right? You have to have doors to get in, but no windows if you can, and put as many walls between you and the outside. Dan, you see anything that would indicate? I'm not seeing really a debris ball with this yet, but they did say there's confirmed weather. It was confirmed by weather spotters.
Yeah, I'm not seeing TDS on this necessarily, but I'm actually trying to pull up a camera in Springfield.
Great. All right, guys. Well, this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, moving right towards Springfield National Airport. So it's going to move through probably northern parts of Springfield, Missouri. This is a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous storm. This is our only tornado warning at the moment. And this storm has really, really, really wrapped up. We've been watching this storm for a while now. This has had some tornado warnings. Nothing like this, though. This appendage is, this is a supercell right here. You've got your classic comma shape. It's within a line, but you can have supercells within lines. So if you live anywhere in the path of this storm, if you live in Boise Arc, this storm is coming right at you. They just extended this tornado warning too, and it's an observed tornado by weather spotters. So that means someone called in and they said, I see a tornado. They maybe sent a picture. They maybe sent something else like that. But it is a tornado that National Weather Service thinks is on the ground. Velocity isn't as pronounced as when it was a little bit ago, but that doesn't matter. Because this storm is so close to the radar, sometimes the velocity doesn't tell all the story. But at least in this last second to last radar scan, doesn't look as bad. Let's look at, so you can look at different tilts to see what does this storm look like higher up in the atmosphere. And guys, the whole myth about about tornadoes not hitting cities, that's not true. It's a myth that it does, or they can. It's just if you compare the square footage of a city compared with the rest of the country, cities are relatively relatively small compared to the rest of the country. So the odds that it'll hit a city are low. But that doesn't mean that just means in general, right? Like that's saying the odds of getting struck by lightning are low. But if you're out in the middle of a thunderstorm that's got a lot of lightning, your odds go way up. So. All right, so just in the last few frames, this storm does have some couple things working against it. This cell is about to get sucked up. This cell is going to get sucked up too. Anytime you have that, oftentimes the rotation here will cycle, will recycle, and that will cause, if there was a tornado, that can sometimes cause it to dissipate briefly and then maybe reform. So the good news is right now we're not. If there is a tornado on the ground, hopefully this stuff will merge and then decrease the tornado threat, at least in the very near term.
So I've got something on the screen there. I think it's looking west.
All right, so it looks like this is in Kansas Expressway, Kansas, Missouri.
So where we're looking at is right here on I-44, on kind of the north side of Springfield.
Got it. Okay. And are we looking west?
Yeah, it looks like we're looking west.
Okay.
I see lightning in the distance.
So we are looking right at that. And Dan, I think you might have a little bit of background noise. It's not too bad, but it might be like a fan or something, maybe. There we go. I'm getting hot too, so don't worry. I'm right there with you. So we are looking directly west right now. We're just, I think, just west of downtown Springfield. They're looking directly west at this storm. There's a lot of lightning with this. It looks like people getting off the freeway. Hopefully they're heeding that tornado warning. Yeah, I like that camera better. But we still have a tornado warning for Springfield, all of Springfield, for a storm that kind of briefly wrapped up into what looked like could have been a strong tornado. It's not looking as impressive on radar right now. All right, so here it looks like here's another camera, Springfield camera. So we're trying to find a camera here that's could give us a good viewpoint of this. Once these storms get pretty close to the radar, it's tough to tell. Dan, I'm curious, could you pull up the velocity on this one? Let me just see what this looks like.
I don't have velocity on this one.
Oh yeah, okay, got it. All right, I'll pull it up. I can pull it up on mine if you.
Yeah, let me take a look at this camera again and see if I can find something better.
Okay, cool. All right, so this dangerous storm is about to move right over top of the airport. It's still an observed tornado, and this was actually confirmed by law enforcement. So I think we can actually probably go and look at the storm reports, and let's refresh this. Okay, that still didn't show up, but okay. So law enforcement did confirm this tornado. So a police officer probably saw something, probably saw a tornado. But the good news is, and just this velocity scan can be deceiving, right? Because this is almost on top of the radar. The radar is at the airport. This storm is almost on top of the radar. So doesn't necessarily mean that that there's no tornado, just because it doesn't necessarily have a strong couplet. Yeah, this is a different radar actually. You can see right in here. There's definitely rotation with this storm. So anyone that lives in Springfield, if you're watching this, if you're at the airport, get to shelter now. If you're in downtown Springfield, Missouri State University, and areas north, you're in this tornado warning. This was a confirmed tornado when this warning was issued. This expires in 22 minutes, and this storm right now is about to move over top of the airport if it's not moving over right now. Regardless of whether or not there still is a tornado on the ground, this storm is packing some very, very, very strong winds, large hail, a lot of lightning. So take this storm seriously, people. All right, we'll come right back to this. Looks like Jess said there was a new tornado watch for parts of Missouri and Illinois until 3 a.m. Oh, gosh. You know what that means. Yikes. That means it might be a late night. Just kidding. I probably won't be able to stay up that late, but I'll stay with this as it moves through Springfield just to make sure we're okay. Okay, so we had a new tornado watch. Look at the counties. This actually does not include, I think Joplin's already in one, but this includes Springfield. This includes St. Louis and all towns in between. So if you take a line from Springfield and connect it to St. Louis, any town between that line, that straight line, is pretty much included in this tornado warning. So we've got Illinois counties. We've got Bond, Jersey, Marion, Rudolph, Clinton, Macoupin, Monroe, St. Clair, Fayette, Madison, Montgomery, Washington, and Missouri. That's a long list. I'll let you read it. But a lot of counties in this newly issued tornado watch, where pretty confident that there's going to be some nasty storms. Moderate risk, moderate for both tornadoes and EF2 tornadoes. Pretty high, very high risk for severe wind, 80% probability of severe wind. And 2-inch hail and severe hail, moderate. So we think all the National Weather Service is saying all modes of severe weather are possible until, if not after 3 a.m. Central Time. So this is going to be a long duration threat into tonight. Wow, yikes. Kip said it's going right over the radar, so KSGF might have taken shelter. Yeah, I would bet they did. Any radar operators that are there? I mean, I would bet probably the whole airport probably took shelter. But yeah, if there's any forecasters in the National Weather Service office there, they most likely took shelter as well. And probably when these things kind of happen, they sometimes each office will hand off their warnings to the next office, at least for their local warnings. So let's look at the velocity. So once again, this is right on top of the radar, so we're not going to be able to tell very well. But that cell that we kind of looked at, let's look at it in motion. I think the cells to the south just kind of merge with that cell. But just look at this. So this is actually really fascinating.
because this storm is part of this line, and we saw it start to back here in Carthage. We saw this start to form a little bit of an appendage, right? Like right there, right? That little appendage. We're like, okay, it seems so small and insignificant, but that was able to tell us, okay, this storm is starting to rotate. It's starting to move into an area of maybe higher helicity or stronger shear. And then as it goes, it starts to, that appendage gets a little bit bigger, and then it gets way bigger. And then it really starts to develop a hook. And then watch what happens as it almost moves into Springfield. The storm was moving to the north or northeast, and then it took a pretty hard right turn. And watch it take a hard right turn here. And that's when you really start to see this hook with this almost like ball at the end of it develop. And that's when that prompted that tornado warning. And that's when that prompted the observed tornado warning that we have now. And then it kind of merged with these storms right as it went over top of the radar. And now it's forming kind of a big blob, to be honest. Which, once this storm passes the radar, we'll have a better idea of what the structure actually looks like, right? But it actually is kind of see the little circle, it kind of is in an invisible spot because the radar beam it doesn't go straight up, right? It shoots out. But regardless, if you are in the airport, if you're in the north part of Springfield, you do still have a tornado warning for your area. That tornado warning is still an observed tornado, which is kind of one step above radar indicated, one step in confidence, right? We know, you've got your radar indicated, and you've got your observed tornadoes. That's basically saying, hey, at one point, this storm did have a tornado, confirmed by law enforcement. Now that doesn't necessarily mean there is one now, but there could be one, and it's moving into the northern suburbs of Springfield. So if you live just north of downtown, north of Missouri State University, any of these neighborhoods, you're going to want to take shelter. Really, if you're on Highway 44, just east of that, right, in these northern neighborhoods of Springfield, Mascot, Roseville, Northern Spring, near Drury University. Want to take shelter now because you still are in this tornado warning. It goes till 11 p.m. Central Time. See anything on the cams, Dan?
No, they're not showing any wind or anything. I'm not sure if these are delayed at all or.
It could be. Yeah, that storm is moving right over top of Highway 44, about to be so. But we can't really tell what. Let me look at a different radar to see. Looks
The
like
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northern Webster County in southwestern Missouri, southern Dallas County in southwestern Missouri, southwestern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Polk County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Greene County in southwestern Missouri.
That was interesting. That tornado warning just disappeared, and now it's back. Oh, wow. Okay. So we got a new tornado warning. This is just north of that storm that we've just been looking at, and this line just doesn't want to quit. So this new tornado warning, this is a new tornado warning for the cell just north of Springfield. It's just south of Goodnight, Missouri. And I mean, look, you can just by looking on the velocity, this is the reflectivity. Look, there's that appendage again, right? There's that hook. So that's a pretty good indication that there's some rotation there. And if we look at the velocity, and I think this is oh wow, okay.
right in there. If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right in there. This just once again, you've got red. Red is wind going away from the radar, and that's very strong wind. So the radar's here. So you've got just wind, just absolutely crushing, or that's the wrong word. Absolutely screaming to the north, and then you've got wind leaking to the south like this, and that's where you have your area of rotation, right in here, right to the south of Goodnight, Missouri. Fruitland, this is just north of you. Fair Grove, this tornado warning includes you in this storm. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm, and it's pushing east. Let's see. It's pushing east at 40 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and this is for like we said on the warning, northern Webster County, southern Dallas County, southeastern. Oh gosh. Lakeed County, that's southwestern Lakeed County, southeastern Polk County, and northeastern Greene County. You guys are all in this tornado warning. Fair Grove, it's going to be on your doorstep at 10:50 Central Time. So that's right now. Marshfield, 11:05 Central Time. This is another dangerous spin up that we're getting here from this line of storms. And man, that's an embedded supercell. Let's look and see if there's any correlation coefficient. Maybe a little bit, Dan. What do you think? That's right where the rotation is.
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, let's just look at, this is where we have so once again, this is the correlation coefficient. This tells us if there's debris in the air. Sometimes the blues down here don't mean anything. That most likely isn't debris, right? You've got some other color. You've got some blue here. You've got some blue here. That doesn't necessarily mean that's debris. But when you have a ball like this, and then if I were to put on the if I were to put on the velocity, yeah, that's a little suspect.
Yeah, it actually, the closer I look at it, it looks like a small tornado debris signature.
Yeah, I think so. Because look, that's so you look for these areas of blue and yellow around areas of red, and if I compare that with the velocity, that's right where the velocity couplet is, right in there.
Yep.
So it's just north of Fruitland. So I think there could be a tornado on the ground here. We've got what looks like a debris signature. We've got strong velocities. We've got green and red touching each other. That means that wind is going in opposite directions, and you've got a pretty strong hook. So this could be a tornado that is on the ground. And look at that. They just updated this tornado warning to observed. So the National Weather Service is seeing exactly what we're seeing. And they updated this tornado warning to a tornado that is on the ground. And this was confirmed. Oh my gosh. This was confirmed by the National Weather Service. And this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Fairgrove. This is the highest level of tornado warning that you can offer. So let me just update our graphic here because we've got two tornado warnings. One is a PDS tornado warning, which is the highest level of tornado warning that you can have. So once again, let me time this out here because this is a particularly dangerous situation. I don't want us to ignore the Springfield tornado because there still could be a tornado with that, but the immediate threat right now is Fairgrove, just north of Fairgrove into Fairgrove itself, and then let's time this out for the rest of these areas because this storm is a observed extremely dangerous, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this thing is absolutely screaming to the east. So if I time this out for some of these towns, Elkland in 11 minutes, Conklin in 12 minutes, Beach in 16 minutes, Faulkner's Hill in 21 minutes, Sampson in 26 minutes. You live in any of those areas, Fairgrove, you need to be in your shelter now. This storm is hitting you as we speak.
Other locations impacted would be Phillipsburg, Olive, Glidewell, Ebenezer, Bassville, Brighton, Charity, and Northview. It's also going to cross I-44 between mile markers 93 and 114.
Someone asked, is Pleasant Grove in the path? I believe so. Wait, maybe that was the old. And the Springfield tornado warning is now gone. No longer a tornado warning, which is good news, but we have a new tornado warning. And let me just see, I believe.
I see Pleasant Hope.
Pleasant Grove. I think Pleasant Grove was actually in the southern tornado. I think. I have to check. Dan, can you maybe look where Pleasant Grove is? I want to make sure that Ren Stimpy is okay. Okay, so once again, guys, if you're just joining us, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that was on the ground. It's moving through just north of Fairgrove, moving into Elkland, Olive, Beach, Faulkner's Hill, Conklin, Dermott. This is moving east at 40 miles an hour, so this is a really fast-moving storm. If you're in any of these areas, you need to take shelter right now. And let's look back at our velocity to see what we got. So this is about a frame behind, so we need to wait for this to update. So that was in fact a debris ball that we saw. Okay, the good news is I'm not seeing as much signs of it, so it might have lifted. But this is the most severe or the greatest tornado warning you can have is a particularly dangerous situation.
I don't believe Pleasant Grove is in that.
You don't? Pleasant Grove's not in it?
No, from the map, what the map looks like, it's like it's up by Columbia.
Okay.
So. But Fairgrove and Pleasant Hope are in the confirmed PDS tornado.
Yep. Yeah. This storm just moved through Fairgrove. Now, the only thing, the light at the end of the tunnel that I might be seeing is the velocity isn't as strong as it was a couple of frames ago. So we still have very, very strong inflow coming into this, and not as strong outflow here. The hook isn't as pronounced. You still could have a tornado that's on the ground. Right? If you would have a tornado, it would be right in here. You've got inflow just absolutely screaming into this thing. They just updated the tornado, so let's see. So they've just updated this tornado warning. They've still kept it as a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Which is the highest level of tornado you can get.
Okay, so it looks like they've updated and refined it. It's now going to be Dallas County, Greene County, Webster County.
Got it. So Dallas County, Greene County, and gosh, what was the Lockheed? No.
Webster County.
Webster County, got it. Okay.
Currently.
So if you're in Marshfield, Nianguana, this tornadic storm is going to move right on top of you in about 5 minutes Central Time. 11:05 Central Time, this tornadic storm is going to be right on top of you. Elkland, Bassville, Charity, Olive, all of those areas you need to take shelter right now because this is a particularly dangerous situation. This means that the National Weather Service is fairly confident that there is or was a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. This is the highest tornado warning you can issue. And this is our first one of the day and hopefully our last. But this storm is a very, very, very dangerous storm. And right now, if you look out in front of it, there isn't a lot of stuff to its south. So if it might be recycling right now. If it is, there's not a lot of storms to the south to keep it from redeveloping into another tornadic producing storm. It already is a tornadic producing storm, but so this thing could keep going. Got it. So she's in Pleasant Hope. Let's see. I don't know where Pleasant. Oh, Pleasant. Okay, so Pleasant Hope. This storm actually just moved through Pleasant Hope. So you're on the back side of it, which is good. So you're not. Pleasant Hope is not in the. Pleasant Hope is back here. So you're not in the tornado warning. If there was a tornado, it would be right in here. It's moving east. So it's moving away from Pleasant Hope.
Well, hopefully she's okay.
Hopefully she's okay. Yeah.
And then it looks like Birding Peep saw a power flash in a webcam in Springfield. That message brought to us by Jess.
Where was that? Let's see. Okay. Oops, that's not it. Okay, so she saw a power flash on a webcam in the Springfield area. So that was that storm that was tornado warned that we had an observed tornado on. It's no longer tornado warned, thank goodness. Our only tornado warning at this point is this storm, which still has an observed PDS tornado warning, the highest level of tornado warning. And it's moving through Elkland right now, Conklin, Dermott, Beach, Sampson, Niagara, Vance, Faulkner's Hill. All of you guys are in this tornado. All of you guys are in this tornado warning. And all of you are in the path of this dangerous storm. So it looks like it's doing a little bit of recycling right now, to be honest. We go double screen here. It's always good to compare these side by side because you can kind of tell. Let's draw where the red is. I wish it would draw it on both, but it doesn't. So this is actually a little bit behind. No, it's not. Yeah, so you've got some really strong winds whipping in here. And then you've got the actual storm itself is pushing out here. And so you're gonna keep getting spin ups that occur. So there could still be a tornado that's on the ground with this thing. Let's look and see if we have any correlation coefficient. If we have any debris. Okay, that's good. Good news is I don't see a debris signature like we were seeing earlier. Elizabeth said, I saw a big flash on the Conway camera. I thought it was lightning, but could have been that. Not sure, though. Yeah, so Conway is just to the north, just to the northeast of where our possible tornado warning is. And if there was a tornado, it would be down here. So if there's a camera looking that direction, Could be it. There's also a pretty nasty storm bearing down on Conway as well, so it could have been lightning, but yeah. Yep, and Birding Peep WX is actually we had her on the show, I think 2 episodes ago. She helps. She's kind of introduced us to the idea of looking at traffic cams. So I think she'll periodically be on this show from time to time. All right, so this is still this tornado warning is still a observed PDS tornado warning. Radar signature doesn't look as intimidating as it did earlier. Correlation coefficient doesn't look as intimidating as it did earlier. There still could be a tornado on the ground with this though, so take this seriously. Yeah, look at the outflow here, Dan. This is crazy.
Yeah. And it looks like the storm's going to be crossing I-44 here very soon.
Yeah. Yep. If you're on I-44, you have possibly a tornado coming right at you. Beach, Durmont, those areas. Here, if there was a tornado, here it is, moving directly to the east. A little bit of a northeast component. So Marsh. Yeah, go ahead. Dan.
No, go ahead.
Marshfield, this, if there is a tornado, it might pass just to the north of you. You're still in tornado warning, so I would get to your shelter just in case.
And regardless, you're going to have extremely high winds in that cell.
Exactly. You're going to have very high winds. Winds of 70 miles an hour, so those are destructive. Now, the interesting thing about this, Dan, is we've got, anytime you have these are called outflow boundaries. This actually can change or alter or be a focal point for storms tomorrow. So this will continue to push to the east as these storms push to the east. And wherever these storms kind of dissipate, you'll have a boundary that'll set up north to south, and that can be a actually local enhancement for tornadoes. So that actually can impact our forecast for tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be good to look at.
All right, so still a PDS tornado warning. Just had the latest scan come in. Lot really strong winds with this, regardless of if there's a tornado on the ground. There's winds blowing very strong this way. So we're going to 60, 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. Looks like they just updated the tornado warning. Still a PDS, guys. Oh, wait, let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it's crossing I-44 into Marshfield right now.
Yep. Still a PDS tornado warning. So I-44, Nyanguana, Sampson, Johnston Ford, you guys are all in the path of this possibly tornadic storm. .44 Conway traffic cam is impressive right now. I wonder if we could pull that up. No, tornado confirmed south of Springfield. Currently, we don't have any tornado warnings down there. The only tornado that we have right now is a PDS tornado warning, and that's actually northeast of Springfield. That's that tornado warning is, and let me just pull it up. That tornado warning is for Webster, Missouri. And if I look at the exact counties, let me actually update this because it's still a PDS tornado warning. This tornado right now is for northern Webster County. So right now there's not a tornado warning to the south of Springfield. Yeah, they're about. I mean, there was a tornadic storm that pushed through Springfield about. If we go back maybe 30 frames, there was a tornado warned storm that pushed through Springfield, and this was that tornadic cell. This was the southern cell. This is not necessarily the same storm, but this tornadic storm did push through just pretty much over top of the Springfield radar, and then kind of dissipated.
So
do you have the traffic cam?
I've got a video up. Maybe we can get Jess to confirm this is what she's looking at.
Oh my goodness. Is that storm? What camera is this?
It's going to be on I-44. Yeah.
Wow. So this camera is on I-44. This storm is moving right across I-44 right now. So look at the winds, look at the rain. That is, oh my goodness. Was that wasn't a power flash? That was light. That was lightning, right?
Maybe headlamps. Wait, what is that? Yeah, it's a car.
It was a big flash. Wow. So
lightning's intense.
The lightning is really intense, and a reminder: this is this traffic camera moving? Are you doing this, Dan?
I wish I had that power. I think they're pretty interested in this as well.
Oh my goodness! So they just moved the traffic camera. They're looking up. They're trying to see if there is a tornado. Right now, they are trying to find the possible tornado with this traffic camera. So this is crazy.
This appears to be live as it's happening.
100%. Wow, good find, Dan. So currently,
this is Jess.
Oh, this is Jess.
Yeah, she found.
Well, thanks, Jess. So currently, this storm still is a confirmed PDS tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation. This expires in about 4 minutes, and right now, looking on radar, looks like this thing is recycled a little bit. Still has very strong winds, as you can see on the radar, as you can see on the camera. Constant lightning, and a possible tornado that could be on the ground. So kudos to Jess for finding this and Dan for displaying it. This is a traffic camera that is looking right at that tornado warning cell. I don't think I've ever seen them adjust a camera like for us. I guess it wasn't just for us, but they're trying to see the tornado just like we are.
Brady, I think they did it for you.
Doubt it. Well, there's a pothole that's been on my street for about 2 years that I hit every time I go over top of it. So I don't think I think it's like ODOT. I don't think the Ohio DOT cares a lick about me, but that's okay.
No, but MoDOT does.
You're right. MoDOT does. And you know what? Anyone that works in any DOT organization, I'm sure it's great. There's a lot of potholes, so you can't fix them all. But my goodness, this thing has just crazy lightning.
Yeah, it's got traffic down to a cripple on the highway there.
I'm trying to see if I can see anything there in the center. Look at the winds.
Traffic just crawling.
Hopefully the traffic knows there's a tornado warning. See, you always got to worry about that because it's just like they have no idea. Some of these people driving have no idea what they're driving into. A lot of them probably don't. Because the last thing they're going to do is check their phone right now, right? All right, so it'll be really interesting what happens to this. We'll leave this camera up. Radar looks pretty similar to what it has been. There's a little bit of rotation, not really much. The appendage has kind of lost its form, but still. I'll be really interested to see what happens with this, if they extend it or not.
So apparently this is the Conway rest stop.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri.
Wow. This is actually not the same storm. This is a different storm. This is just in the same line, though. I'm gonna keep this camera here, and we're gonna go to this tornado warning in just a second. And while you guys watch this camera, I'm going to step away for about 10 seconds. So I will be right back. So Dan, if you see anything, let the people know.
Okay. So Brady should be back here shortly. But yeah, look at on that video, the lightning there is just so intense, and you can see the wind, and traffic appears to have stopped in the frame. And it looks like the camera operator is still panning. Yeah, Kip, I was looking at that. Couldn't tell for sure if those were power flashes, but even if it's not tornadic, straight line winds could cause it as well. Cars stop there, trucks are moving slowly.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to leave us right at the hour of need, but okay. So what happened? We lost. We'll come right back to this camera because that's getting pretty crazy. So and let's go back to this view. There we go. So, wow. All right, well, gonna wait for this to play because we have another tornado warning that just occurred. Cue audio. 3, 2, 1. I was close. Anyway.
Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for central Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri.
All right. Well, that is a we got back-to-back tornado warnings here, and just to update everyone, the PDS tornado warning that we had it has expired. So that tornado warning that we had for that was a storm that moved through Fairgrove, just north of Marshfield, and then is now in Nyanguana, I think. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that tornado warning has expired and is no longer there. We now have 2 new tornado warnings. One here, it is a radar indicated tornado warning. This storm is moving through Conway right now, about to be in Morgan, Evergreen, Jacksonville, and Clark Ford. The second tornado warning is just the cell to the north, and it's moving through Lebanon right now, about to actually move into Russell, also a radar indicated tornado. So this line is just a tornado producing machine, and my guess is this area is a area of high felicity, and like we had said, like we had showed, this as it moved into central Missouri, that's when these storms are going to start spinning, right? And that was what the National Weather Service had said, and that's exactly what's happening. So let's look at the velocity here and see. So okay, so it looks like we've got strong winds here, maybe a little couplet there, and then generally strong winds here. So my guess is if there would be a tornado, it would be possibly here and really anywhere along that line to the south. But once again, both of these are radar indicated tornadoes. So would take really, I think you should take any tornado warnings seriously that we get tonight. But let's hold on. Let's look at the. See if we see any. Yikes. I mean, that's interesting. So we looked at correlation coefficient. There's a little bit of, it could be noise, but at the same time, if that's at the same position as this couplet is, which it's not, unless this is a little bit behind, that could be debris, which could be the reason why they prompted that tornado warning. And what you always should do is when you're looking at something like this, if you don't see a significant velocity values, you should switch to and let me actually update the PDS because there's no longer a PDS tornado warning. There is actually 2 separate tornado warnings. And one is for Lebanon and Lakeed County, and then the second one is actually for Lebanon. So really, they're both for Lakeed County. So let me go ahead and paste this into the banner so we can have both of them. But both of these are tornado warned storms, and they both are moving east at about, I believe it's 50 miles an hour. They're moving east at 55 miles an hour. So these storms are accelerating actually even more, and they're both dangerous. So if you're in Lebanon, this storm is right on top of you right now. Russell, Carroll Junction, Harold Ford, Hazel Green, all of you guys are in the path of this first tornado warned storm. Evergreen, this storm, wow. So this is really strong winds pushing out in front of this thing, and you could have a really anywhere where you see these bright red, bright yellow colors, you could see possibly some maybe some spin ups there. So anywhere Evergreen right now, this dangerous storm is right on top of you. So please get to shelter now. If you're watching the stream, you're from Evergreen, get to shelter. So I just got a question. Where is that? So right now, what we're looking at, if I zoom out a little bit, this is that same line we've looked at. It's just northeast of Springfield. We've got the only 2 tornado warnings right now are from this line and this line. Let's go back to the reflectivity. There's a very, I mean, look at that. you can see both of those. And maybe the reason why they're issuing these is because the radar presentation, right? You've got a hook here, you've got a hook here. Both of those could be tornadoes. So that's probably why they gave this warning, even though the velocity isn't super strong or the couplet isn't super strong. And this is that same storm that we watched earlier. You see this little appendage here? We're going to have to watch this too. Because anytime you get these little appendages on these lines of storms, that's a pretty early indication of a possible forming tornado. So these tornado warnings are northeast of Springfield, Missouri. Lebanon, Missouri, I believe, still Missouri. This is in central and southern Missouri, just northeast of Springfield. Springfield, you had your tornado warning storms come through. You've still got a couple of storms back here. These are not severe thunderstorm warned, so probably still will be noisy. Yep. Storm Chaser Kim Metcalf said common or basic or classic S Boeing segment on the line. Yeah, if we look at this in motion, I mean, you've even got some embedded supercells in this line. And this line is just absolutely flying to the east. And that's why they put out this severe thunderstorm warning. This is probably the largest or the most dangerous area of storms that we have now. Things have kind of calmed down in Oklahoma. There's still some storms. There still could be more spin-ups, but it's gone linear. Things have calmed down in Dallas. Still some storms. Looks like the radar station was taken out down near College Station. Maybe some hail from that. But our big focal area right now is in Missouri, where we have three severe thunderstorm warnings and huge ones. St. Louis is under a severe thunderstorm warning again. St. Louis is getting hammered again. 60-mile-an-hour winds, some hail. But yeah, St. Louis is about to get another round of strong storms. St. Clair, we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm. This storm is a severe thunderstorm warning. And got a pretty good healthy inflow notch right here. A lot of lightning with this thing, so that means it's strengthening, producing some pretty significant hail. It says an inch on the warning. Could be a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if Union was getting pelted with a little bit, maybe more than an inch, but the warning says an inch. I usually trust the National Weather Service, so that's good place to trust. All right, let's go back to these warnings, see if we got any other indications here. So, two areas of focus, probably right here and right here. And I would bet, and I wish I could change the radar without having to recircle, but I would bet if we go over to the reflectivity, that's where you have both of your appendages. Right here, a little bit right here, maybe a little bit right there. Just starting to hear thunder here. Yeah, Nikki, you're in Ohio, right? Yeah, you're in Marysville, which you guys, yeah, it's going to, jeez, it's going to be a noisy night. Noisy night. To give you, I'm in Central Ohio, so this line of storms is going to affect me soon. So hopefully I don't have to, hopefully I don't lose power. I'm curious to something. We'll go right back to our tornado warnings. I just want to take a look at. So this is the meso analysis. What do we use this for? We use this to see what are the current conditions. Elizabetta, thank you for watching. You've watched since day one, so thank you. No worries. Yeah, it is a work day tomorrow, so totally understand. All right, so what do we look at this for? We look at this for being able to see what are the current conditions out there. And when I look here, what am I looking for? Two things. I'm looking for shear, which there's plenty. Anything over 40 or 50 is significant. So there's plenty of shear, wind shear. What else am I looking for is helicity. And what we're looking at now is helicity values of anything over 100 to 300 is pretty significant. Really, anything over 200 is pretty strong. 300 and above, that's very strong. So these storms that we're looking at right here that has the tornado warning, this is that. I mean, you can really tell this bowing. This is starting to bow out, but you can really. This is starting to move into right now. It's in the areas of 100. It's moving into areas of 200, even 300 helicity off to the east. So this is why these storms are starting to really rotate right now, is because we've got these stronger helicity values these storms are moving into. And so that's why this line is just keeps developing these little appendages, because these the updrafts of these storms are sucking up these helicity values, and it's causing the updrafts to spin like this. And then that's contributing to the tornadoes. And there is some helicity down here, and that's why this line of storms could do the same thing as the line in Missouri. So that's why there's still a tornado watch out for these storms down here, because there is still pretty strong, strong low-level jet blowing in from the south. And if we looked here, you can't really tell here where the wind is coming from. So, but yeah, you've got a strong low-level jet blowing in from the south here. All right. Let's look at this cell here and see what we got. All right, still two tornado warnings. They're still both radar indicated. Man, I tell you what. This, just without looking at the velocity, here's an appendage, gonna have to watch this down here. Those are the two areas of concern that I'm seeing. And look at that. This could be a tornado right in here. That's right where that appendage was. Very strong winds. Very strong winds here. And I mean, you can almost see it, right? I mean, it just looks like it's kind of wrapping around, right? Same with this. Look how it's kind of wrapping around here. Both of those could be tornadoes. This is classic QLCS tornadoes. Let's look and see if there's any. Yeah, I don't know. Man, it's a little noise, Dan. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks noisy.
It looks like some noise. Yeah, it looks like the radar beam. I don't think that's debris, which is good. All right, so there still are two active tornado warnings. Both of which this could be a tornado. Right in here. This also could be another tornado right here. So if you know anyone in these areas, let's just time this out here to look at yikes, that just updated.
And if there is a tornado, it may not be lofting debris high enough to really show on correlation coefficient.
100%. Yeah, that's very true, Dan. Because this tornado is a pretty, if there is one, it's pretty, it could be rain wrapped too. So let's just time this out let's do both cells here. There is a tornado. It's probably going to be right here. This is moving east at 55 miles an hour. Clarkford in 3 minutes, Southard in 6 minutes, Nebo in 7 minutes. St. Annie as well. That's probably in more like 10 minutes. This is a dangerous storm headed right for you. Dry Knob. It looks like this is the northern tornado warning right now is moving through right now as we speak. So get to your shelter. Adamford, 7 minutes. Brownfield, excuse me, in 7 minutes. Greenview in 12 minutes. Okay. Not incredibly strong velocity signatures, but you see this kind of donut hole here, and then a little bit of black and bright red next to each other. Very well could be some embedded tornadoes in there. So that's why they've kept these warnings. Jess, new mesoscale discussion. Let's check it out. Interesting. All right, so this is for this QLCS that we're looking at, this line of storms that we're looking at. And they had highlighted that storm that we're on right now, as well as apparently there's a boundary.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for eastern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri, northwestern Texas County in south-central Missouri, Pulaski County in central Missouri, southwestern Phelps County in east-central Missouri.
All right, that's a new tornado warning that we just got. I would guess it was for those. It was probably an extension of our existing tornado warning that we had, at least for one of the cells. And let's just quickly show that, and then we'll jump right back to this mesoscale discussion. Oh my gosh, do you see this?
Yeah, it looks like they're taking the whole thing further east.
Wow. All right. So basically what they did, I love this. National Weather Service is looking at this and just saying, you know what? There's a couple of spots a tornado could be if there is one. That's the tough thing about these QLCS tornadoes. It's hard to tell. It is looking at this radar, there could be 0 tornadoes, there could be 1 tornado, there could be 2 tornadoes, there could be 3 tornadoes. It is very, very hard to tell when you have these QLCS tornadoes. And sometimes, one could spin up down here, and then it could dissipate when it gets here. One could spin up down here, and then it could dissipate in a couple of minutes and then reform. It's really hard to tell with the technology we have whether or not there is a tornado on the ground with these things, especially when they're in these lines like this. So what the National Weather Service is doing is like, you know what? These storms are rotating. These have strong winds. There could be tornadoes in this. So let's put a tornado warning out for this giant area. So that's what we got. So in essence, this tornado warning has been extended for both storms and is now forming one combined mega tornado warning. Yikes.
Moving east at 60, 1-inch hail.
Tell you what, the last time we looked at that, it was 55. So that is actually That is crazy. This line of storms is actually increasing in speed, which to me says that it's the winds are going to strengthen behind this. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, so we've got one mega tornado warning. And if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, take this seriously. We're thinking the National Weather Service is thinking there could be a tornado. A couple of, just because there's one warning doesn't necessarily mean there's one tornado. There could be multiple here. And this is key here, right? They said severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were located along a line extending from Richmond to 7 miles north of Mountain Grove. There's another Grove, by the way. We've had Pleasant Grove. That was Pleasant Hope. Anyway, a lot of groves. A lot of groves in the world, which I love. I love the groves. The groves are great. But this is even though this is such a large area, this is still gonna want to take this seriously.
Yeah, if you're in front of the storm, you're looking at potentially destructive winds.
Yeah, what are the winds? Let's see what the winds are right now. Yikes. Yes, the winds, regardless of if or not this is going to drop a tornado, the winds are, yikes, look at that. So we're talking 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe even more.
So mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Roofs will be damaged, windows, vehicles.
Yep. So regardless of if or if not a tornado touches down, treat this storm like it's a dangerous one, because it is. Because when you see these bright red colors, that means, and they just dropped those other 2 tornado warnings. Still, just with this one big one, these winds right here, they are cranking, absolutely cranking. What the? Absolutely cranking. Wow. Sorry, my drawing tool did not work. These winds right here are absolutely just cranking. Wow, look at that. And this severe thunderstorm warning right now is only 60 miles an hour, but this line, I'm actually curious to see if this is like bowing out right now. Yeah, it totally is. So you've got winds just flowing in from behind. This is kind of the beginning of a I don't want to say derecho, but this is sometimes how these things start. Let's just look at that outflow. Look at that outflow. These things are just this outflow actually could choke off maybe some of these other storms. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be ending anytime soon.
No, that really anyone. Anyone in anyone that's downstream of this, even if you're not in the warning, Steelville, Iron Mountain Lake, Chester, Farmington, this storm is going to continue to move off to the east, and I don't see any signs it's going to weaken. Right, there's nothing out in front of it. There's just a little cell here. I thought that was vibranium for a second. I went back to Marvel for a second. Wow. But these storms are going to continue just absolutely hammer into the east. And as they do, they're going to move into an area of a little bit stronger helicity, a little bit stronger shear. So these storms are going to keep going, and I would bet you're going to have scenes like this for a lot of the night. So if you're in the path, if you're in central Missouri, southern Illinois, this storm is going to this complex of storms is going to push your way, and unfortunately is going to probably continue on well into the overnight hours. So I'll follow this for as long as I can. I'll probably have to log off here in a little bit for the stream, but that doesn't necessarily mean the danger is over, right? You could always have some of these spin up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I mean, have your phone with you, but more importantly, if you've got a weather radio, that's what you really want.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Dan, we've got 274 people, 41 people tuning in just on YouTube, 1 on Facebook. Love that. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you so much. This is our second show of Outbreak, and we are so glad to have you.
Yeah, we haven't hit reruns yet, so.
Yeah, not yet. Things are getting off the rails a little bit earlier. When we had the majority of the group on, things are a little slow, but that's good. All right, let's get back to the mesoscale discussion. So basically this is for central Missouri, southern Illinois. I guess it's like central Illinois. This includes St. Louis, Springfield. So basically what they're saying, the threat for tornadoes continue. Could get a few QLCS tornadoes, which, remember, quasi-linear convective system. That's what that means. I know I said it was something else earlier, but I was having a brain dead moment. But what this is basically saying is, as these storms continue to move off to the east, northeast, they will continue to have risks of tornadoes, strong winds, hail. And it looks like they're saying the best chance for tornadoes, best chance for QLCS tornadoes is from this system that has that mega tornado warning. So that looks like that'll be the focal point of the action tonight. I wonder when, Dan, do you know when they issue, let's see when they're going to issue the outlook for tomorrow. Because if they're going to issue it soon, I will wait. But if not, I won't. 06Z. Oh, God. So it's what? Is that 1 a.m. or 2 a.m.? I always forget what UTC time is. Sometimes 4 hours behind and sometimes 5 hours behind.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of the product, it'll tell you what the current time is.
Oh, really?
Okay, so current.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. So they're okay. So they're going to issue the yikes. So they're going to issue an hour and 15 minutes.
So thanks, Brady, for staying up till then. Some of us may have to.
Unreal. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep them moderate. I'll look at. Let's take another look at the radar, and then we can come back and look at tomorrow, because I do want to cover that before. Nikki, thank you guys for going live. Absolutely, Nikki. I love it. I really do enjoy this a lot. So it is a pleasure to do it. I've always loved weather. majored in it. Didn't go into it initially as my job, but now I'm finding a little niche. Our whole podcast is. This all started from a podcast that we do called the Stormfront Freaks podcast, and then we decided to kind of expand it into a different format. So we've still got the podcast, but we've got this other format that we're doing that's like live nowcasting of severe weather. So got a lot of smart people, Dan included. Dan is a really, really smart individual. He's also a storm chaser, and he's invaluable to the show, invaluable to this stream. So a lot of smart people like him are all contributing to this. So
your words are very kind. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Jess, thank you so much for this. No problem at all. Sandra said, I'm in Warrentown, Missouri, and they have issued a new warning until 3 a.m. I think that might be a watch. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the only tornado warning right now is this is until midnight central. So this is actually going to expire in about 10 minutes. And I don't think, let's see if it includes Warrentown. I don't think it does.
I think I see the watch she's talking about. It's going to be watch number 71.
Got it.
So
Okay.
it's going to be covering parts of Missouri and into southwestern Illinois.
Yeah, so this, so I think, this is the Missouri Tornado Watch. Is this one, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
And into Illinois.
Yeah, there it is. So this is basically, Sandra, this is basically a tornado watch. And a tornado watch just means that conditions are right. So there's the right ingredients in play for tornadoes to occur. It doesn't necessarily mean tornadoes are occurring, right? When you get a tornado warning, that is actually indicative of a conditions or I guess a storm they think might be producing a tornado. So that's kind of the difference between a wash and a warning. Right, we get questions like that all the time, and honestly, frankly, sometimes I get confused, right? So the wording is sometimes a little interesting, but a watch basically means conditions are favorable, the ingredients are there, right? If you think about like a cake, I'm baking a cake, I've got all my ingredients together. The cake isn't baked yet, though, right? I got to actually put it in the oven. When you bake the cake, that's the tornado warning, right? All the ingredients are together, and it's actually happening, right? You're actually baking the cake. That tornado is actually on the ground, or they think it might be on the ground. So that's kind of the difference between a watch and a warning.
But Sandra, thanks so much for letting us know that they had issued that. It looks like Storm Chaser Kip Metcalf he was saying that it came out of the Mesoscale Discussion 336.
Yeah, is he saying there's a new one?
I think he was saying that watch came out of that Mesoscale discussion.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, there's okay. That there hasn't been a new mesoscale discussion, but still.
And I think Nikki's going to be expecting for you to be baking a cake.
Nikki, you do not want me to make a cake. I'm a decent chef, not a good baker. Last time I tried to make like cookies, I think I burned the heck out of them and basically unedible. So you don't want me to bake.
Anyone can be a Betty Crocker.
No, just to show you, this is my definition of baking. I'm having some M&Ms, which I don't know if those were actually baked. Anyway, okay, so this is our tornado warning, and this is our only tornado warning at the point. We got 1 tornado warning, 4 severe thunderstorm, 2 flash flood, 3 special weather statements. So it's still pretty active, and it will continue to be active probably for the next several hours. Tomorrow we got a big day, and it looks like they just trimmed this. They just trimmed this tornado warning. It's just kind of delayed.
Yeah, it's in effect for another 8 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is so this storm is consolidated a bit, and you can see the hook right here. So if there is a tornado, it's right here. And that's why the National Weather Service has pared this down. This is actually looking nasty, nastier than it has. And so this storm could be trying to tighten up. It's kind of isolated itself from the other storms. It's combined into kind of one mass. If you look at the velocity, I mean, holy crap. This is, first of all, we haven't really seen these kind of colors all night. That is bright red. That is very, very, very strong winds. This warning is only 60. I think this is probably more than 60. Just being honest here. But also these winds are probably going screaming straight this way. And so really the point of concern is right here. It's right where the storm is wrapping up right here. So if there's a tornado, it's just to the south, if not moving through Big Piney, Ross Bridge. So this storm is a possibly producing a tornado. Still radar indicated. This tornado warning expires in about 6 minutes. But it's a nasty storm. Regardless of if this is producing a tornado or if it not, it still has unbelievably strong winds. So take this storm seriously. Saint Robert, just south of Saint Robert. I think there's an airport here. It's not telling me what town this is. I don't know if that's a town or I don't know. But this is probably the most ferocious storm that we see right now on radar. Yeah, it's the only tornado warning. St. Louis is getting severe thunderstorm warning. These don't look too terrible. Just look at the top right corner, guys. I can't actually pull that down, but the lightning with these is just insane. Absolutely insane.
So it looks like the storm was passing by Fort Leonard Wood, is the station I'm seeing.
Tornado warning?
Yeah. Kind of where a bit of the hail core is right now. The site code is Kilo Tango Bravo November.
I love that. Kilo Tango Bravo November. I feel like I'm in Top Gun when I say that. Always wanted to be in Top Gun. Don't think I could ever make it as an actor, though, unfortunately. I don't think I have the right look. Anyway, so this is still a radar indicated tornado warning. Skill's got pretty nasty hook on it. Pretty nasty, very nasty winds, large hail. See if there's any debris. Yeah, not really. It's a good sign. Still, this thing could produce. This line of storms has produced. And it's a little worrisome that this is kind of isolating itself from this. It's kind of the southern edge. Whenever we have storms like that, you could have spin-ups. Fort Leonard webcam is wild right now. St. Robert. I don't know if we could get that one up, Dan. Yep.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Kip. Whoops, that's Kip gave us some love. Thank you, Kip. Kip also said handoff at St. Louis WFO is about to happen. Yeah. So a lot of times these National Weather Service offices will they might hand storms off to one another. So you can see you've got National Weather Service in Springfield, and then there's the National Weather Service in St. Louis. And this storm is moving to the northeast. And so as this gets closer, each of these National Weather Service offices kind of has a range that they'll look at storms at. And so the Springfield National Weather Service is probably like, get this storm out of here. We've been looking at this for the past 2 hours, and it keeps producing, or keep having a tornado warn. And so they're probably like, all right, let's get this over to St. Louis. So, because we're done with it. We don't want to, because it's just a nasty storm, right? It's a nasty storm you're going to have to continually watch. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to continue this storm. The fact that there's nothing down here, it's just going to keep riding along this boundary here, this stationary boundary, and just possibly keep producing. Yeah, Jess, we're looking for that cam.
Yeah, Jess, what website is that on?
All right, it's on Missouri dot. She said it's at I-44. Yeah, I bet that storm is nasty. All right, while we're looking at that, let's just quickly look at what we got going on tomorrow. So I've got Ohio zoomed in here because this is let's just zoom this out a little bit. Let's look at the Ohio Valley. So next we're gonna have to let's look at 03C. Okay, sorry, just getting a drink. While he does that, I am going to go ahead and make this full screen. And I'm going to make this full screen. I'll bring Dan and I back in just a second. So what do we got? So we are looking at tomorrow. This is using the Weather Bell weather models. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, guys. Tomorrow could be a historic day. And actually, Dan, I just saw what you pulled up. Let's pull up the cam because stuff looks like it's hitting the fan in that cam. So let's go ahead and pull that to center stage. And we'll look at the models in just a sec.
We seem to have lost the connection.
Oh, that's not good.
And I don't think it's my internet because then I'd be glitching.
Well, that's not good. We might have just seen a camera get destroyed by the strong wind. All right. So while that camera's loading, that's severe thunders. That's severe thunders. Okay.
I'll work on this and I'll let you. Yeah.
Okay. So that tornado warning is no longer there. So that's why we took it off the bottom. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's now replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds of 70 miles an hour. So we saw that camera and it is just, okay, we got it back. Let's put it here. Just crazy. That is crazy. Look at that. It'll buffer. It just needs some time. The wind's blowing all that data all around. Yikes. That was crazy. So we're looking, I think we're looking due west because that wind is pushing right up against the camera. And that looks like there's an airport tower or something to the right. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe it's got a certain amount of video that it's got in memory, and then it just starts to die.
Do you think? Well, there's no way that could be. If it's Wi-Fi, I mean, it could be the signal, or maybe it's hard. If it's hardwired, it's not the signal anyway. So,
You see, it's got this video, and then that's when it starts to spin.
oh, got it. Okay, that's still crazy. So that storm is packing a big time punch. So that storm right now, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado warning is gone. So the tornado warning is no longer active. We have 0 tornado warnings. Right now we have survived severe thunderstorm warnings. This severe thunderstorm warning was that tornado warning that we just had. And it's got winds right now. It says it's 70 miles an hour. This is a destructive storm, golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So if you could imagine someone at the driving range, just, 1,000 people at the driving range just pelting golf balls at you 70 miles an hour. That's about what this storm would feel like. I can tell you right now, it would not feel good. So anyone, and look, it's starting to bow. This thing is starting to really bow out here, which means this thing is just going to keep on riding this boundary here. I get that. The good thing is I don't see any appendages here. Maybe down here we'll have to watch, but this storm's bowing out, which means these winds are really ramping up. Let's take a look at Ohio, see if anything is exciting. Okay, we're about to get that line of storms, which is just great. Gotta go get another boundary here for tomorrow. So that's interesting. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Sandra said we had 5 trees when I bought our house. Now we only have 1. All of them were struck by lightning. One was struck 2 times in 1/2 year. The other half the next. That is insane. Your house is either on top of a skyscraper, or you might be the unluckiest person I've ever seen. Because that is just unfortunate. I cannot. I don't even think I can remember, a house in my neighborhood being struck by lightning. That's wild. I'm sorry about that, though, Sandra. That could not have been fun either. All right, well, let's go back to the models. I'll keep watching the radar. We might be hitting a stopping point here. No more tornado warnings. And I wish I could stay up till 2 to wait for the outlook, but that probably is going to be too late. All right, so this is the HRR, and it's showing. Let me go full screen with this. Sorry, my brain's starting to die. So it is showing basically the next couple hours, the storm's continuing on. Storms in Missouri, storms really along this axis here. So anywhere, even down in Oklahoma, storms are going to continue. Central Missouri, central parts of Illinois. These storms are going to continue to ride along this boundary. So any areas in central Illinois, central Indiana, Ohio, you're going to see a pretty wet night. It's a lot of rain, and then possibly some flooding. So, and really for most of the night, we could get some spin ups here or there with any of these lines. Could get some severe thunderstorm warnings, I would bet. Things will probably calm down generally as night goes on. But I mean, look around 5 or 6 a.m., we have like almost a redevelopment in Illinois and Indiana. So those areas we're going to have, I'd recommend if you live in any of those areas, having a way to get weather alerts. but that line's going to move through. This is about 9 a.m. So Ohio's going to be getting absolutely destroyed. I don't want to say that. Ohio's going to be getting some strong storms, some heavy rain, some lightning in the morning. And then as we go throughout the day, we see at about noon things clear out. And the question then is there going to be enough time to redevelop storms in the afternoon? The HRSS says yes. And when we last looked, there was pretty significant severe weather parameters, and that was what prompted the moderate risk tomorrow. So let's just see what the parameters we have are being predicted on the HRRR. So shear, plenty of wind shear. Wind shear is not going to be a problem. Helicity, pretty good, pretty strong helicity values. You've got 200 to 300 in central Ohio, a little bit more this is a little bit closer to the center of the low, so you'll have a little bit higher in Michigan, but you might not have other parameters, so that doesn't necessarily mean Michigan's your target. 0 to 3 kilometers, plenty of shear, or plenty of helicity. Let's look at our significant tornado parameter. This is just a composite we can use to basically see. This is a combination of a couple different things. And so this is one model basically saying.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for eastern Marys County in central Missouri, northern Phelps County in east central Missouri.
All right. Well, that's a new tornado warning. We'll get to that in just a second. I was kind of hoping there wouldn't be one, but there is. The weather has other plans. But anyway, so we got, this is the CMA tornado parameter, and this is a combination of some things. So this will, the higher the value, the more likely we could get some significant tornadoes. Same thing with supercell. This is a measure of how likely storms are to form supercells. So by about 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm assuming that this model only goes out 18 hours right now, and I'm assuming that these values will propagate east. So 5 o'clock tomorrow, beyond then, 5 o'clock into the evening, we could possibly get some pretty strong storms, and this is why we're worried. Is this significant tornado parameter? And if we look back at the reflectivity, so this is what one model is saying could happen. These storms, all right, they don't look that bad in Indiana, but what has us worried is the fact that they're isolated from one another. That means that we could get some. That means that we could. The fact that they are isolated means that there could be some supercells. And these are, I think this is kind of a little bit more of a blob down here. These storms are still could pack a punch and still could be tornadic. But these storms right here, this line is coordinating with the highest helicity, the highest tornado parameter, and the highest supercell composite parameter. So that means that we think this is really, I think, the biggest area of concern. And this line is going to push into Ohio. And let's really quickly look at the NAM model just to see what the NAM model is thinking. And I want to zoom in on Ohio just to see what that is saying. So once again, the NAM model keeps the convection fairly isolated. Doesn't look incredibly strong, but sometimes looks can be deceiving. I usually will look at what helicity is it saying. Plenty of helicity, plenty of shear. The significant tornado parameter. Oh gosh.
Tornado warning for Crawford County in east central Missouri, southwestern Franklin County in east central Missouri, southern Gasconade County in east central Missouri.
Classic. Well, Dan, I think the universe is trying to tell me that I'll never go to bed.
So Brady will be with you all night.
Unreal. All right, let's go back and look at these, and then unfortunately, I probably will have to, might have to go to bed. But all right, we got 2 ginormous tornado warnings here once again. Oh my gosh, look at that! These winds are wildly strong. 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. This severe thunderstorm warning was issued, updated to that. And my goodness, these are very, very, very strong winds. So both of these tornado warnings right now are radar indicated. And let's just take a look a little closer. And so what they actually did was they had a tornado warning and they extended it out. So they've extended this tornado warning. My goodness, I'm seeing a bunch of lightning on that camera. We're going to have to look at that in just a second. But these 2 tornado warnings right now are for, I'm putting the scroll bar up. But they're for this storm right now that's moving through Rolla, Missouri right now. It's moving, it's basically paralleling Highway 44. Moving into St. James, moving into Cuba. That's not the country. I'm talking about the town. Bourbon also is in this tornado warning. Sullivan, Oak Ridge Village, Owensville, Gerald, Rosebud. All of those areas are in this tornado warning. And right now, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this storm is absolutely has really, really, really strong winds. So we're going to, and this storm is actually headed right for downtown St. Louis. Not seeing any necessarily strong indicators that there's a tornado on the ground. There could be. But with these lines, you just never know. I would bet that this line is going to continue to prompt tornado warnings probably into the night. And I think this is actually issued by so this is still issued by the National Weather Service office in Springfield. And this one was issued by the National Weather Service office in St. Louis. So they both coordinated, both forecast offices coordinated on this. And they both are thinking that this storm, regardless of whether or not there's a tornado with this, is a incredibly strong storm with winds 80 miles an hour and greater. So when you see blue on the radar like this, these are very, very, very strong winds. Don't really see a couplet, but I don't think that really matters in this case. You might, if you get 80 to 90 mile an hour winds, that is plenty destructive to do plenty of damage.
Yeah, and I believe Jess noticed that was on the CWA boundary, so county warning area splits there.
Yep. Got a cool camera here with a bunch of lightning. Is that on the backside of this?
So this is in St. James.
Oh, jeez.
Along I-44, mile marker 194.
This is okay. So this storm, the leading edge of this storm is right on St. James's doorstep.
Yeah.
This thing is about to move into St. James, and it's going to be this camera is going to look pretty different in about 3 minutes.
And Sandra, I would never leave a man behind.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
We'll be ending in just a bit. We'll watch this storm go through with this camera, and then we'll probably sign off. Because these storms will be ongoing for probably a majority of the nights. And we've been live for I think about 7.5 hours right now. So
well,
and we'll live tomorrow.
Yeah, So when does third shift come in?
Yikes. That's a good point. That'd be great. All right. Well, this storm is this is about to absolutely crank. Oh my gosh. So once again, there's a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning. And storm is about to move into St. James right now. Rolla, St. James, Doolittle, Newburgh. All of you guys. I guess Rolla, the storm just moved through you guys. And honestly, the language they're using here is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. So even if there isn't a tornado with this thing, it is could produce some pretty strong wind damage. And you can actually see on the camera right now, the rain shield is starting to come. It's almost there right now. And that tower just to the right, you can see that tower got a little cloudy. So that's that rain shield moving in on this storm. It's moving into St. James right now. About to get clobbered. Look at the lightning. Yep, Bobby. This storm is it's crazy. Lancaster, Ohio. You'll get some storms tonight. Should be fairly mild. Tomorrow is really the day that you got to pay attention to. So, all right, I gotta put these M&Ms away. Oh, Sandra, hopefully your tree makes it. That tree has been through some insane storms. Guys, as we wrap up, once again, we will go live tomorrow, most likely, unless that severe weather threat falls apart, which I don't think it will. But we'll probably go live tomorrow, late afternoon, early evening. Look on Twitter to the Stormfront Freak Twitter account or my account, Stormcat5. I'll announce sometime in the morning or afternoon what time I'm going live. It'll probably be anywhere from 3 to 6 p.m. And we'll follow this moderate risk that we have tomorrow. We have a moderate risk right now that could change in an hour, but right now we have a moderate risk for strong tornadoes, strong storms, hail and wind. So we will go live tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Enjoy St. James. What do you think, Dan? It looks like the wind's just moving in right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the rain starting to fall around the camera.
It's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to tell with the wind because there's really no trees or anything.
Yeah, those flashes make it really dramatic.
Yeah, they do. I feel bad for anyone driving right now.
Yeah.
Well, they've got their hazard on, so you know it's a hazardous situation.
Yeah, they're identifying the hazards out there.
Yeah. You're like, I don't feel safe. They are in a tornado warning, so.
Yeah.
Here, should I play a little thunder sound effect to simulate what we might be hearing?
You could. I heard some thunder earlier.
That's how you know it's getting real late. We're starting to get a little loopy here on the street.
Yeah, it looks like some of the folks in the chat are going to wander off to bed too.
Yeah, it's probably good too. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow, so gonna want to be on our A game. Just said there's some wild lightning. I think I've seen some CG. Yeah, there's. I would not be surprised. I mean, 100% there's cloud to ground lightning in that storm. So I bet we've got a bunch of some cloud to cloud, but probably a lot of cloud to ground.
Yeah, you can't even see, after some of the flashes, what, where the lightning. That was probably cloud to ground right there.
Yeah. Oh, what a night. What a night, Dan. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Guys, we are going to leave it with that. We still have that tornado warning. We still are still probably worth watching as we go throughout the night. Guys, please stay weather aware if you live in any of these areas. If you're in the tornado warning, if you're in a tornado watch, just keep your weather radio, keep your phone. Keep other ways to wake you up just in case the worst happens and there is a tornado warning for your area. But we've got a big day tomorrow. So thank you guys for joining. Really appreciate it. Love you guys so much. We are just at the start of this. And I think we're going to you guys are getting at the ground floor watching this. You guys, some of our first viewers. And I just really appreciate everyone's time tonight. If you like the show, go on YouTube, subscribe and like. And then also check us out at stormfrontfreaks.com. We've got a website you can check us out. We've got some things you can do there. If you want to become a Patreon member, go to Stormfront Freaks on the Patreon website. And really just want to say thank you guys so much for everything that you do. And we will see you tomorrow. Dan, any last words?
Tornado warning in effect till 12:45 Central. That's my last word.
Great. Yep. Tornado warning is in effect 12:45 Central, and that storm's headed for St. Louis. So
yeah,
people in St. Louis definitely stay aware. And love you guys a ton, and have a wonderful, wonderful night. This is Brady and Dan signing off for Outbreak from all of us, Phil, Dina, Serena, Greg, who joined earlier in the show. Once again, I want to thank you guys for watching, and have a great night. Peace out.
Good night.